This is El Diablo Radio International. The hottest show in hell! Nobody does it better. Nobody. We bring the madness. 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 Ladies love El Diablo. That handsome, cheeky little devil. Ladies love El Diablo. Hot, hot, hot. El Diablo. El Diablo. El Diablo. El Diablo. You naughty, naughty, cheeky little devil. Audio check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, Salty. Hello, good to see you. I was recording something. It just popped up and I had to record it while I was there, and I will share it with people. Not on YouTube because of the language and what ended up transpiring there, but I will share it with people. Still working on it, saving it. Exposing these creatures. Give me a second. I'm going to play a little bit of this. I'll be right back in a moment.
What up, everybody? How's everybody doing? Sort of checking in. I don't have anything new to talk about. I named this video Back to Basics because that's basically where we're going to go. That's where we're going to end up every time. There is no ascension or going past this realm. There may be shifting out of your current realm or something like that, but there is no leaving this reality without death. And you're going to be here whether you want to be here or not. You're going to live in a monetary slave system, whether you want to or not, unless we're getting up and doing something about this shit. That's what's going to keep happening. So all these mystical, mysterious, out of this world, fucking bogus delusions that people create and go to, man, none of it's tangible in reality. Let's talk about raising our vibration. Have you ever vibrated at a different fucking frequency than you normally vibrate at? Now, if you're talking about finding calmness or peace of mind, yes, that's possible. It doesn't mean you change your vibration. Just because you're listening to wind chime music and not Pantera doesn't mean you're vibrating at a different frequency than me. As a matter of fact, you can go out.
I think this creature has a bunch of vibrators behind him in those drawers. The nightstand that he got from either the Goodwill or Salvation Army. I think he has a bunch of vibrators in there.
Go out in my front yard and listen to Beethoven, and I can go out in my backyard and listen to fucking Marilyn Manson, Antichrist Superstar, and we're both going to be looking at each other. You ain't going to vibrate nowhere, my dude. There's no such thing. There's no such thing. There's finding peace, harmony, and that's it. Back to basics. I know, right back to being a physical, dense fucking meat monkey, isn't it? And that's the reality we're in. It's low level. Human beings are these entities that are driven by desires, like getting their dick wet and going out and getting drunk and partying. And we're a low level species, like a low level, like a couple steps above a fucking chimpanzee type of shit. We aren't that.
Do you believe him? Do you believe you're a human being? Do you believe you're a quote unquote low level species? Do you believe that you're just above a chimpanzee? Do you believe the disempowering propaganda that this creature, this ugly, weirdo creature on the screen is pushing? This weirdo degenerate, as he likes to call other people. He sweats right through his t shirts. He has great big sweat stains in his armpits. Do you believe him? Do you see what he's doing? Do you see what many of these so called truther channels do? They disempower the living fuck out of you. And people love it. They go watch and pay them. And they hit the like button. 32 hit the like button for his garbage out of only 129 views. They love it. Preachers love this shit. They love the lies. They love the lies and the disempowerment. They love the smelly freaks.
Monkey, isn't it? And that's the reality we're in. It's low level.
Are you just a meat monkey? That's what rebellious meth puppet calls people. This creature calls you the same thing. Do you believe him?
Basics. I know, right back to being a physical, dense fucking meat monkey, isn't it? And that's the reality. Dense fucking meat monkey, isn't it? Dense fucking meat monkey, isn't it?
They love calling you a meat monkey. Do you believe him? Do you see what he's doing?
And that's the reality we're in. It's low level. Human beings are these entities that are driven by desires, like getting their dick wet and going out and getting drunk and partying. And we're a low level species, like a low level, like a couple steps above a fucking chimpanzee type of shit. We aren't that advanced. I don't know why we all talk like we are. We all fucking have these fucking weird, colorful, delusional fucking imaginations where we make shit up and we just fucking like run with it. Why? And why? What is it comfortable to you? Is it a comfortable realm to believe that, oh, all this magical stuff? Like, what? I'm so far past delusions and fucking cartoon stories of the mind now that when people do it in front of me, it makes me uncomfortable. I don't even like being around that shit. I don't even want to hear it. I don't want to see it. Oh, fucking light your incense, get your crystals, and tell yourselves positive mantras. Better yet, on that shit. I don't even want to hear it. I don't want to see it. Oh, fucking light your incense, get your crystals, and tell yourselves positive mantras. Light your incense, get your crystals, and tell yourselves see it. See it. See it. See it. Fucking light your incense, get your crystals, and tell yourselves positive mantras. Better yet, practice breathing exercises. All these things have their place. None of them change anything. But anyways, let's practice breathing.
He did meditation for 16 hours a day. He let in entities into him. He let entities into him. He's a real creepy creature.
No, let's Om. The vibrations vibrate. Just got a little bit of a mouthful of bong water there, but hey. At least it's off moon rocks. It ain't got like weed and ash. It's not too gross or whatever. But anyways. Yeah, that's what I want to say, guys. It's back to basics because there is nowhere else.
So they have to cope by smoking weed from a bong all day long, getting high all the time. And he got some bong water in his mouth. Good for you. Good for you, you creep. With your rotten mouth, rotten teeth.
To go. There is no advancement out of the basic realm. You're always going to be in the little dookie boy realm. Sorry to tell you that. I love being the bearer of bad news. If it's truth, I don't like being the bearer of bad news, but I like being the bearer of truth. If the truth is bad news, sorry about your bad luck type of shit, but that's what the fuck I'm going to talk about. And what I observe is just humans acting weird, humans saying weird shit, No, no, no. The Andromedans, the aliens, the UFOs. Now the CIA released this. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. They were talking about aliens 10 years ago, the government. And then 10 years before that, and then 10 years before that, and then Roswell happened in the fucking 60s or the 50s, whatever the fuck it was. They've been talking about these motherfuckers forever. Shut up. Oh, but now they release. I have a better question for the government. Who the fuck are you to release anything? If you know something, that's what you tell us. But we're going to release these files to you.
Here comes the anger. Here comes the demons.
Peon. Like, who the fuck do these weirdos think they are? Like, they're the gods of reality? I would fucking strangle these cocksuckers. Like, for you, peon. Like, who the fuck do these weirdos think they are? Like, they're the gods of reality? I would fucking strangle these cocksuckers. Like, for real. I'd beat them to death.
You wouldn't do shit except move your stupid eyebrows. You say you would do this, would do that. You never do shit. You don't do shit. You're a liar. You're a compulsive liar. That's what you are. And that's all that you are. A scumbag, stinky, trailer trash living compulsive liar. You're a loser.
Don't put any of these demons around me. I will kill them. But anyways.
You're a demon. Go smoke a cigarette. Look at this. Yeah, there you go. Smoke a cigarette. There you go.
Hey, what up, PK?
One of your copes, you fucking stinky loser.
Hey, man, everybody in this reality is full of shit. Everybody, the ones sitting Indian style with lotus position, the ones lighting their incense, the ones talking about the aliens, and then the ones talking about whatever, man. God, Lee, can y'all just quit talking about some shit none of you motherfuckers have experienced? All right, so that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing as humanity. We're all going to fucking go delusional. Like, man, I hate this fucking goddamn low-level meat monkey barren wasteland for fucking peace and harmony. This reality is a stupid fucking realm. I can't stand anything. I mean, you can say like the past few weeks I've been chilling. I haven't been depressed. I haven't been miserable. I've sort of just been like living life and trying to enjoy it. But really, at the core of it, if I'm not just participating in the mundane and acting like it matters, when I really get to the core of shit, this whole reality is a fucking cesspit. And we're programmed to fucking get bored. We're programmed to look for fucking dopamine. I don't know, man. What up, Dad? How you been, brother? It's just like I don't know, man. Like did the reality make sense at some point and just humans fucked it up? I mean, I don't know, bro. Yeah, 0 stars. Yeah, when I leave this godforsaken dimension, I'm never coming back. I am never coming back. I don't give a fuck what these fucking weirdos try to sell to me. I am not coming back. This place is a goddamn VR. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't want to tell people, I don't know, bro. Look, this reality is a goddamn video game. And the same way we chose to play these characters and get amnesia in this bizarre fucking realm, the Archons were entities or souls just like us that chose that character. They wanted to torment people. Hell, if I have to come back another life, I may be an Archon in my next life. I'll trip old ladies and laugh about it. Oh my God, dude. I got a girl waking up on me and it's terrible.
He's a psycho. He's a loser. He's a loser.
Terrifying watching it? What do you mean? She's waking up on you? I shouldn't have put that out. It appears I didn't put it out.
I'm working on some music right now, everyone. I'm working on something. I'm working.
like awakening type stuff. We need a game genie. What up, Kazak? Yeah, just give me the cheat code to get the fuck out. Bring me straight to the Antarctic wall where I walk out and become a spirit entity. What up, Kazak? Fucking yeah, we need something. Because this realm is, I don't know, man. I sort of look at it like a life not worth experiencing. Like even if you're rich and
I'm working on some experimental stuff. We bring the madness.
get everything you want in life, you're still in life. You're still here with us. You're still in this bizarre. I'm a character that has to please dopamine experience. I don't know, man. I'm not even human anymore, man. Maybe that fucking creepy boy's right. Maybe I am a lizard because I don't feel like the rest of these motherfuckers. She's like, is it
I never called you a wizard, you fucking loser. You're the creep. You're the creepy creature.
supposed to like hurt inside? I'm like, you ain't hurt yet. Oh yeah, don't bring her down that. Well, here's a weird dilemma of mine. Dead. Like if I run into people in person, I never bring up my YouTube channel. Like the person that they interact with is much different. Like I'm pretty courteous and nice, and I'm if people seen my online persona, I mean, not that I'm that different. I mean, I'm still me. I don't fucking like put on a role, but I don't go walk straight up to people like, "Yo, we're in, we're in hell." This is a simulation.
You wouldn't do shit in person. I'd stomp on you. You'd miss the rest of your teeth. You pissant. You're missing teeth. Fucking loser.
I try to, I don't try to bug people out type shit, but I always wonder about that. Like, man, am I really helping by waking motherfuckers up? Because I'm not a happier entity. I'm nowhere near happier as a conscious.
This creature tries to make violent threats against me. You wouldn't do shit in person. You wouldn't do shit, demon. You wouldn't do shit.
Entity. I'm just not. I just learned too much. I'm never going to be happy in this place, bro. Moments like when I'm chilling with my boys or whatever, and I'm not thinking about shit. Like we're just smoking and fucking chilling. I'm not thinking about the shit. I'm fine, but man, the second I'm fucking chilling, like all this fucking shit we do, like fuck this reality. I don't know, bro. What up, CJ? There's not a single thing I watch on YouTube I could watch in front of other people that are normal. Yeah, it's just like a lot of times, like one of my boys might bring it up, like, oh yeah, he's got to eat, and I'll be like, I tell them, I'm like, don't watch my channel. Please don't watch my channel. It's only going to make you depressed and miserable. I say that to every person. Like when I was I don't know, one of my old coworkers, I bring her coffee every once in a while. She's my buddy. I brought her up before Dawn. She's just one of my old coworkers, but I'll bring her coffee, and I go in one time, and she had her coworker watching my shit. And I'm like, and her coworker was like some little fucking 18-year-old girl. I'm like, man, don't, I don't know, man. I was like, don't fucking tell these people about my, that girl's mind's going to get fucked up. Damn it, man. I don't know. I'm in a weird reality. I hate this place. Love your enthusiasm every time you greet someone. What? Yeah, love your enthusiasm. Thank you. Every time you greet someone. Makes me want to chat all caps. Appreciate you, buddy. I was kind of confused about that because I know, right, bro? I just fell into the situation. It's like, it's fucking weird, dude. I'm used to me, but not others in the sim. Oh, my homepage is desperate. What? I understand the last one, but I don't understand that one. What do you mean your homepage is desperate? What's that mean? Oh, okay. Love your enthusiasm every time you greet someone. Makes me want to chat all caps. Appreciate you. Oh, thank you, Kazak. Fucking yeah. When I greet somebody, I'm usually sweet. It's usually brother or love. If you're a female, I'll call you love. How you doing, love? Thank you, love. If you're a dude, I'll either say bro or brother or dude or. But I agree. I believe in like treating people the way you want to be treated. So I greet people the way I want to be greeted. I got to tell you guys, though, man, to be honest with you, I've run into a couple people that are like me, and they're never like me. It's like, it's really weird. They're usually, I don't know, the way I look at them, they almost look like crazed. A lot of times they're weird. They're weird. When I meet other conscious souls, they're not like me really. You know, they're sort of weird. They're weird dudes. I mean, I don't know what else to say. They're just like, yeah.
He calls everyone weird, but he's not weird, right? He's not, of course.
Like their hair's greasy, and I mean, they just look like weird. I mean, they act like weird. They talk like weirdos. Man, they're fucking. I bet they're fucking elites or lizards, and I'm just like, man, fuck, man, what the fuck did I get myself into? Nobody gets out alive. We already did. It's all doomer shit. What is the point of being awake or being a truther? So you realize all the deceptions, and then what? Can't do nothing about it. Just reacting to endless fake cartoon psyops. Yep. You just stay. You either just stay frustrated with an unchangeable scenario that you're forcefully subjected to participate in, or you go numb to it and say, I'm done. Fuck this reality. Fuck this reality. All it's war, it's chaos, it's bullshit, it's demon government weirdo elites. It's just fuck everything in this godforsaken cesspit of a fucking channel that should have never been able to.
He calls them elites. He loves calling them elites. They're his masters and rulers.
Be tuned into. They are probably weird because they are addicts. Sakazuki. What up, Sakazuki? I don't know if they're addicts, but every time, man, they get on these rants and like they just keep going and going. They just look crazed and maniacal, to be honest with you. Everybody addicted to something. What are you, Jesus? The internet trying to trick people into thinking non-dualism, black pill, is the same thing as doomers. I think not. I think dualism, non-dualism, black pill, red pill, white pill, green pill, yellow pill, and every kind of fucking pill are all just little avenues of the matrix to distract you and keep you interested and looking at it and invested and fuck this reality and all of its black pill, red pill, non-dual, fucking fuck everybody. Fuck everybody. Who's told you the truth, CJ? Who's told you the truth? You know, fuck all these fucking primal ignorance is the self-identifying with objective phenomenon. Man, that's above my pay grade. Primal ignorance is the self-identifying with objective phenomenon. Self-identifying with objective phenomenon. That one's got me confused, CJ. You're going to have to say that in redneck words so I can understand it. There are no true stories. Yep, there isn't. Well, you can say like, my name's Chris. I was born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in 1983, November 17th. That's all true. That's a true story. I just told you a true story. Once we start talking about we start getting retarded, don't we? The second we go past basic reality, we're in delusions. I'm so sick of people's fucking opinions and delusions. It's some fuck shit for real. Just when I'm numb to it, it drags out some more fuck shit. Yeah, this reality's full of fuck shit. Much love, Chris. I'm going to the gym. I'll catch this awesome live later. T-Dot, I want you to remember these. While you're working out. Oh, no, I should have shown my sweat spots. Now they're going to say I'm fucking a lizard man or whatever. There's always one more rep, CJ. There's always one until there ain't. And you don't tell your arms when there's not another rep. They tell you. You can always get new information that will change your entire previous point of view. Not always. I think that comes to an end. There's always missing information you're not aware of. Yeah, but isn't that like the machine giving you what quantum conscious would say is pissed on, like little breadcrumbs? Here, we're leaking new information. And it's like, fuck you. Tell me where the fuck I'm at. What the fuck am I supposed to do here? Fuck your little fucking leak me fucking game. Sorry, guys. Rationalization is awesome. I love this reality. It's the best. Yeah, me too. Everything can be proven. The sim decides if the shit is
He's a total psycho. Total psycho.
flat or round or dick shaped or ghosts or magic. It's all sim shit. But there's nothing to do except chase rabbit holes. Absolutely dead. It's just the very nature of subject objective experience. Yeah, pretty much. That's the nature of it. Where we're at is where we're at. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Damn, I'm scaring people away. How do I only got 3 viewers after like fuck? How I've been on 17 minutes. 17 minutes and 17 seconds when I looked up 2/3, 66 your point of view. This shit must not be telling people that I'm going live type of shit. My point of view outside absolute relativity. Describe that practically, CJ. That's what I came for. What'd you come for, Dad? Your point of view? 2/3 equals 0.666. Your point of view. I don't understand what you're saying, CJ. It's sort of, and my point of view outside of the absolute truth. What is the absolute? I don't think that there is. I don't think there is an absolute truth. If there is, it's constantly hidden from us, and we're in this game where we don't know. It's just like this shit is corny. I love it when Chris goes postal. Thank you, Dad. I like to go postal sometimes because the same way going to the gym releases stress, man. When I fucking get pissed off, I feel better afterwards. Where it comes to keep you on, but that's like such a pathetic. Like I would rather go and deal with these demons instead of having to yell about them online and then feel better. It's like this shit's fucking bullshit. Breadcrumbs to keep you on the hamster wheel of never-ending mysteries with no concrete explanation or solutions. Absolutely, Kyung. Fuck, Kyung, is there a fucking headache? I gotta check if there's a headache program on the goddamn spooky machine. And I'm sure there is. There's everything's on it, motherfucker. My point of view, truth is not knowledge. Knowledge is the opposite of truth. I always consider knowledge the accumulation of information. Knowledge is slavery. Truth is subjective as hell. The only knowledge you can gain in the Dookie Boy realm is fucking. That's about it. That's about it. Nothing to talk about. There's really not like so. Well, you could say to an NPC, there's knowledge to gain, but for what? For what? So they can be depressed and miserable and hate fucking reality and see this place as a shitty fucking simulation or a hell realm? Truth is subjective as hell. That's why they keep repeating knowledge is power. Yeah, but knowledge of what? That's such a broad term. Like knowledge of explosives, knowledge of architecture, knowledge of what? Just knowledge in general? It is sort of to a degree power. If you know more than the people around you, gnosis means understanding, not knowledge. Knowledge and understanding are completely different. Or yeah, I guess knowledge and understanding are different. Well, if you don't understand something, you don't really have knowledge of it, right? Or I guess you could have knowledge of something you don't understand, right? Yeah, I guess they are different. Wait, what? Gnosis means understanding, not knowledge. No, I already read that. Do y'all ever see other chats going hard in rabbit holes? What do you mean by that? Going hard in rabbit holes? Intellect versus intelligence. They may be in different reality. Like, how do we even know that these people are in the same reality as us? They may be telling all the truth, but that's just their perspective. The only purpose of life is to disintegrate identity. Then why come in with identity? Why come into a realm where you're literally from a child, you create an identity? Why would the point of it then be to destroy that? I think the only knowledge that's useful, what you can apply to your daily life, that's it. Yep, me too, Kyung. Back to basics, right? Back to being a physical meat monkey. We leave the delusional cartoon realm. I think the only of it then be to destroy that. I think the only knowledge that's
That was quite a lizard tongue flick right there.
empty. Why would the point of it then be to destroy that? I think the only knowledge that's useful, what you can apply to your daily life, that's it. Yep, me too, Kyung. Back to basics, right? Back to being a physical meat monkey. We leave the delusional cartoon realm and enter back into physical number one. Here in my garage with all this knowledge, we only know what the sim devs want us to know. Why would the devs let us know it's a sim?
This isn't an asylum. Asylums are more fun. This isn't a prison. This is paradise if you love losers and demons, Lucifer's minions, piss ants, camel toe pants, zombies. Zombies! This is a place fit for demons. Demons love it. Degenerate demons. What would you know of life and freedom? What would you know? What could you know? Demons! 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 Sicko demons! What would you know? What could you know? This isn't an asylum. Asylums are more fun. This isn't a prison. This is paradise if you love losers and demons. This isn't a prison. This is a place fit for demons. Demons. Demons! 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 Demons!
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello. I'm going to drop the link in the chat for anyone who wants to join me live. Join me live as a guest and behave, or you won't be invited again. Join me live as a guest, live.
It's a realm of atrocities, and you love it. You love it! You love the cruelty. You love the torture.
Don't lie.
You love the lies. You love the lies! Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Wicked world. Wicked evil. Demonic world. You love it. You love the evil, atrocities. You love this wicked, evil
Hell realm.
of demons. You love the sickness. Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hell realm. The underworld. The upside down world.
You love it. Higher than heaven in your mind.
Every breath is a lie.
Every word is a crime.
A spiritual crime. You love it. You love the atrocities.
You love the demons.
Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hello, everyone. That one is called Atrocities 3. I've made a few versions of that song, Atrocities. Atrocities. I hope you're enjoying the show. It's showing me 11 people are tuned in. There's a lot lurking as usual. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I don't mind. Lurkers.
As we learn to decipher reality, we are slowly realizing that Nothing is what it seems. The world isn't what they're telling us it is. There are a lot of planned events that affect each and every person here on earth. They're creating viruses and pretending as if they don't know where these viruses come from. They're making life difficult for the average person. They're making it hard to get a decent job. They're making it hard to make money. They're making it hard to travel. They're making it hard to find peace. And because the system is too powerful now, they're no longer hiding anything from us. They don't have to hide. They can control us however they want to control us. It's very easy for them now. Like at this point, they've won. There's nothing humans can do. A lot of the people that you interact with, they've been turned into NPCs. They're no longer conscious at all. You can't tell them the truth and they recognize it as truth. You see, once you talk to a person and you tell them the real truth and they don't recognize it as truth, don't trust them. Don't ever trust them. And I would advise you to not even have any kind of relationship with that kind of person. They're very dangerous. You see, people who are conscious, when you tell them the truth, they will recognize it as truth. You see, it might not be obvious to each and every person who's conscious what the truth is, but once someone tells them, they will recognize it as truth. The amount of suffering that we have to deal with as conscious beings is too much now. Life is hard, it's true. It's supposed to be hard. You look at how everything is, you can tell that life is supposed to be hard, but it's much harder than it was supposed to be because of those that control the world. They don't view us as their equals, and that is very apparent. You know, people preach equality everywhere they go, but they know there are people who are treated like they are better than them. They've created these artificial hierarchies to maintain control. They place the right people in power, their people. Those who are at the bottom of the hierarchy know nothing. Even if it's their people, they still don't know nothing. You see? These are the people that they've managed to convince to think a certain way. So it's still their people. So they're controlling us. They're controlling the ones who are conscious. You don't just get positions here on earth, like a position of power. You don't just get a position of power like out of nowhere. They know their people. They know how to identify their people. You know, they know how to identify the ones that they've brainwashed. They know how to identify the ones that know some things. You know what I'm saying?
Anything. Saturn on my skin, black ring, cold crown. I walked through the grid and I burned it down. Ravens on my cloak, crows in the rain. They know my true name, they know how blood stains. I was made in shadow, still I chose my flame. Every locked up wall goes soft when I say, open the gate, break the seal. I am the hand that makes it real. Hell holds tight, I tear it wide. Step through the ash with the storm inside. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. I cut through hell, I break the chain. I kill the dark and still remain. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. Magical being out of the cage. I left the matrix in a shattered haze. Demons came snarling at my door. I met them eye to eye and wanted more. One hand in heaven, one in the pit. I speak one word and the snakes all split. Raven wings black out all that evil glow. What was built to bind me now has to go. Open the gate, break the seal. I am the hand that makes it real.
Those people that you admire, they're in on it. And you can tell, the celebrities that you admire. You go on TikTok and there's some lady being like, yeah, they're aliens. There are aliens. God showed me aliens. These aliens feed off our negative energy. And what the Lord told me? He told me that they don't view us as they are equal. What the Lord told me is that they want our womb. They don't even, like, we are to them what ants and cockroaches are to us. You're like, well, why don't your God help us then? If really he's showing you all these visions about these aliens, why is he not helping us? You are in on it too. Like, you can see that the world is about to change. People who are conscious, we're going to start to realize that we've not been lying about this place, about what it actually is. So now you want to invent a new lie to explain what is about to be exposed. You get what I'm saying? Like, it should be obvious to you, man. Like, you gotta think at the highest level, man, to get the real truth here, man. Like, there is too much suffering for people to still be giving us some prophecies about what is actually going on in the world. Yeah, what's gonna happen is that they're gonna tell us what has been happening, what's happening in Antarctica and all. You're like, nigga, they should be telling us this shit. Yeah, I was like, stop. It's not even helping. These predictions that you're making and all these prophecies, none of it is helping right now. Especially if you're going to be saying, yeah, the Lord is being shown. Because it seems like you're making the Lord seem useless. So he's allowing these aliens to do what to us? And that's good. So he's only showing you, the best he can do is to show you visions of what these aliens are going to do to us. Huh? People be predicting a lot of things, man. Hey, Trump is gonna get shot in the ear and all. What is the point? What's the point of all these predictions? What is it? Is it really changing the world? Is it really making the world better? No. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. There are a lot of weird things that are gonna happen. Even some of y'all will be watching this video. These things are going to turn you into NPCs. Like, they will show us things that are so convincing that you're gonna turn into an NPC. Like, when it comes to reality, realize that there are a lot of things that you don't understand that are happening behind the scenes to keep you in a low state of consciousness. They are manipulating us like they always have. Sometimes when you talk about the education system and you talk about it being bad, some people might think you're exaggerating. Like the reason why things are the way that they are, was to keep us down. There was never any other reason, right? It's not a mistake that things are the way that they are. It's not like they wanted the world to be better and they failed. It's not like the president of your country wanted to get rid of every problem that you have. No, that's not the intention. If they wanted to get rid of the problems that you have, they would have gotten rid of the problems that you have. If they can create cell phones, if they can create cars, if they can create rockets, they can solve your problem easily. If it's about solving your problem, they're going to solve your problem. But not only are they not solving your problems, they are making it harder for you to solve your own problems. You understand what I'm saying to you? So not only are they not solving your problems, they're making it harder for you to solve your own problems. They're making it harder for you to come up with the right solutions. And even if you do come up with the right solutions, they're going to change the game. They're going to change the game. If you're not supposed to win, you're not supposed to win. They own things here, bro. They know what they're doing. It's all part of the plan. The petrol prices going up and you think, it's just random, some guy decided to fight with some guy and that's what's happening now. They know exactly what they're doing. It's not even about what you think it is about. It's deeper. It's way deeper. When I tell you these people are working together, you think I'm lying. And it becomes very apparent, I remember, I I spoke about this UFC fight that happened on Saturday. It was a fight between Hamza Chimaev and Sean Strickland. So people believe that these guys are enemies for real. You know, like they believe that enemies for real, like real enemies, you know, because of how they were talking to each other. But when the fight started, they touched gloves, and after the fight ended, the Hamza Chimaev put the belt on Sean Strickland, and the people were shocked. It's how it works. You'll be surprised. You think that certain people who are in power, they are enemies. But you don't know, they do things together behind the scenes. This reminds me of this episode of South Park. It's one of my favorites episode actually. It's funny. I think it's like, dude, it's one of the episodes that made me fall in love with South Park. So, Randy Marsh wanted Obama to win. He wanted the lady to lose. Was it the lady or the guy? I don't really remember what he was running up against. I don't really remember. But when Obama won, he celebrated like crazy. It's one of the funniest episodes ever, man. Like they went to the street, celebrated for days, got arrested, and like they went crazy. But really, Obama was working with the person he was running against. I don't think it was Biden. You know, they were working together. They were literally working together. The plan was to steal some diamonds, if I remember very well. You know, they wanted to live in the White House so they can steal diamonds or something like that. South Park can be crazy sometimes, but you know that there's a deeper meaning. So really, it shows you that the people that are in power, the people that you are idolizing, this one is a great president, all of them are working together. All of them know exactly what they're doing. They're doing it, they're putting on a show for us. But like, yeah, I hate this president, I like this. Of course it must be like that. Don't you realize that all of this thing is scripted? Don't you realize that they're controlling us in ways that you don't even understand? That's why you mustn't even been taking this thing seriously. You know, if Cat Williams has a beef with Kevin Hart, don't take it seriously. Do not even take it seriously. When you pay attention to the things they said about each other, and now, you know, they're cool. No, they were cool all along. You know, they're all acting. They're cool. They've been cool all along. They don't hate each other. They know a lot of secrets about one another. Cat Williams, in the beginning of 2024, he had like one of the most popular interviews of the year, and he said nothing. A lot of people were like, "Yo, Kevin Hart exposed a lot of." He exposed nothing. He said whatever we've been saying. What is it that he said that was actually useful? This guy knows a lot of secrets about each other that they're not even telling us, and that they're not even gonna tell us. Like, this is deep, bro. Do not get played. People know things here, bro. People who are in power, they know things. They know things. They know what is going on. They've sold their souls for real, bro. Like, they know there's things that they're not supposed to expose. You know, if people can't even expose the like secrets that will even like head to them, like if, for an example, can't talk about it. I mean, they'll talk about it, but they can't tell the right person. And the reason why they won't tell the right person is because they got secrets. If they can't do that, they tell me if they can really expose the truth that they know is gonna get them in serious trouble. I remember I watched an interview where Obama was being interviewed about aliens. He said something about aliens, and then the next day he was like, "Nah, it's not true. There are no aliens," and all of that. So this guy was interviewing him, and he was like, "Look, if there were aliens, you know, somewhere, when you look at the society that we live in, do you think that there will be some security guard that will take a video of the alien and the video will be trending and all of that?" So he's basically saying, no, there are no aliens. He was basically joking. the truth is, these people have been told things and shown things that are scary, and they were told not to talk about it, and they realized how powerless they were, and they can't say anything about it because they know how powerless they are. If they showed you some alien and they told you that, okay, look, these things created us for real, and are more powerful than you realize, like they can shape shift, they can do whatever they want to do, you don't say anything, you're gonna make some money, you're gonna be able to take care of your family, you're good, you're set for life. But so as soon as you say something, we're gonna know, and you're gonna die a horrible death. You are part of this now. Like, that person is not gonna say anything. They're not gonna say anything, and also they know that people. That's another thing that you must realize. You know, if you watch movies like They Leave, it's kind of like that. They know there are people that are working with, who actually know what is going on, who are not gonna tell us anything. You know, that secret society is real here, bro. Like, not everyone that we see is like human like you, man. You may think, and I think it's obvious, you know, it's obvious. You go to different churches, you pay attention to a lot of things, you will realize that they're not like you. They're not like you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're different. Like, you can even sense in your soul, in your heart, that no, they're not like us, bro. They are not like us. Stop listening to these people lying and saying they will bring change in the world and all that. They can't. They won't. It was never part of the plan. It's not about reducing the amount of suffering. It's not about creating world peace. It's not about you becoming educated, you becoming more free. It's not about that at all. It's about your enslavement. It's about making your life harder. And one of the reasons why your life should be hard is so that you get used to suffering and you normalize it. You know, that is why there are people, even when they're being oppressed, they're like, yeah, you know, just work, don't complain and all of that. You know, you look at these celebrities that are talking about, yeah, I don't complain and all of that. Like Mayweather, like, yo, I work hard, I don't complain, you know, I work, that's why I have what I, and you be like, we complain because we're making peanuts, dude. I will never make the amount of money that you made when you're still an amateur boxer. My whole life will never be able to make that amount of money. Like, seriously, you're beyond rich. So what's there to complain about? If you have to wake up at 5 a.m. every morning and train until 1 a.m., not even every day, like when you're preparing for a fight, if you fight once a year, maybe you prepare for 4 months, 5 months, that's not a problem. You're doing well. You don't got to stress about money. You just gotta go and work. A lot of people are working for you. You know, they're organized. Like, you just have to focus on fighting and like preparations and all of that, and you're good. After the fight, you got 80 mil, 40 mil, 50 mil, 100 mil. You're good. You're set. You know, you probably will be set for life if that's what this was about. But still, you still can make money even if you're not training that hard. You can challenge your power, Logan Paul, Conor McGregor again. You know, anyone that you know you can beat. You know, these YouTubers, you just challenge them and you're gonna make a couple of millions or more. You know, just whoop their asses. But yeah, that's the thing, man. This reality is not what it seems. You know, you are, everything is happening for a reason and not a good one. You know, you watch the news and they're telling you about something, don't trust them. The story becomes very popular. Don't even pay that much attention to it. You know, try to decipher reality. You realize that it's not what it seems if you still think it's what it seems. You know.
Hello, everyone. Hello. 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 Is there anybody out there? Can you hear me? Hello. Do I make? Hello. Do I need a louder mic? Hello. 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 I have a new song for you. Hello. The Raven King ascends. Turn it up. Turn it up. Cue the music.
Saturn on my skin, black ring, cold crown. I walked through the grid and I burned it down. Ravens on my cloak, crows in the rain. They know my true name, they know how blood stains. I was made in shadow, still I chose my flame. Every locked up wall goes soft when I say, open the gate, break the seal. I am the hand that makes it real. Hell holds tight, I tear it wide. Step through the ash with the storm inside. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. I cut through hell, I break the chain. I kill the dark and still remain. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. Magical being out of the cage, I left the matrix in a shattered haze. Demons came snarling at my door. I met them eye to eye and wanted more. One hand in heaven, one in the pit. I speak one word and the snakes all split. Raven wings black out, all that evil shit. What was built to bind me, now is the time to end the sewer matrix. Open the gate, break the seal. I am the hand that makes it real. can do anything. Hear the crows now crowd the sky. Oh, the world tremble, watch it die. I am not lost, I am the key. I am the door and the fire in me. The Raven King can do anything. Anything. The Raven King can do anything. I slay the demons, I break the chain, I seal the hell realm and crown the flame. The Raven King can do anything. Anything. The Raven King can do anything. Anything. Saturn on my skin, black wrinkled crown. I walk through the grid and I burned it down. Ravens on my cloak, crows in the rain. They know my true name, they know how blood stains. I was made in shadow
Till I chose my flame.
every locked up wall.
Go soft when I say.
Open the gates, break the seal. I am the hand that makes it real. Hell holds tight, I tear it wide. Step through the ash with the storm inside. The Raven King can do anything.
Anything.
The Raven King can do anything.
Anything.
I cut through hell, I break the chain
I kill the dark.
and still remain. The Raven King,
Can do anything.
anything. Magical being,
Out of the cage.
I left the matrix.
A shattered haze.
Demons came snarling,
At my door.
I met them eye to eye.
And wanted more.
One hand in heaven,
One in the pit.
I speak one word.
And the snakes all split.
Raven wings black out.
All that evil shit.
What was built to bind me now
Is the time to end.
the sewer matrix.
Open the gates.
Break the seal. I am the hand that
Makes it real.
hell holds tight.
I tear it wide.
Step through the ash with the storm inside. The Raven King can do anything.
Anything.
The Raven King,
Can do anything.
anything. I cut through hell, I break the chain.
I kill the dark and still remain.
The Raven King can do anything.
Anything.
Magical being out of the cage. I left the matrix in the shattered haze. Demons came snarling at my door.
I met them eye to eye and wanted more.
One hand in heaven,
One in the pit.
I speak one word.
And the snakes all split.
Raven wings black out.
All that evil shit.
What was built to bind me
Now is the time to end.
the sewer matrix. Open the gate.
Break the seal.
I am the hand
That makes it real.
hell holds tight.
I tear it wide.
Step through the ash with the storm inside. The Raven King can do
Anything.
anything. The Raven King
Can do anything.
anything. I cut through hell, I break the chain. I kill the dark
And still remain.
the Raven
King. Can do anything. Anything.
magical being out of the cage. I left the matrix in the shattered haze. Demons came snarling at my door. I met them eye to eye and wanted more. One hand in heaven,
One in the pit.
I speak one word.
And the snakes all split.
Raven wings black out.
All the evil shit.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello. New short video. There's a short video, and that's a new song. The Raven King Ascends. That's brand new. It's showing 10 people tuned in at this ungodly hour in the morning. At this ungodly hour. Ungodly. Pun intended. Ungodly hour. It's ungodly. It's ungodly.
It's time. It's my time. It's my time. It's go time. It's go time. I am free. I am a free spirit. I am a free and magical spirit. I am eternal, nothing can stop me. I am powerful and free. Powerful and free. I choose freedom. I am a mad Viking warrior. I am free. I am free. Pegasus flies with me. I am a magical being. Viking strong. Viking strong. I am eternal. Eternity awaits me. Paradise awaits me. I am strong and free. I am eternal. I am a magical being. I choose freedom. I am free. I am strong. I am a magical being. Beauty awaits me. Nothing can contain me. I am a magical being. I am eternal. I swim in eternity. I will create my own kingdoms, my own magical realms. I am eternal. Nothing can stop me. Nothing can stop me. I am free.
I am a magical, eternal,
Strong,
free being.
I choose freedom.
My being is free.
I am free.
I am free.
time. It's my time. It's my time. It's go time.
It's go time.
I am free. I am a free spirit. I am a free and magical spirit. I am eternal. Nothing can stop me. I am powerful and free.
Powerful.
And free. I choose freedom. I am a mad Viking warrior.
I am free.
I am free. Pegasus flies with me.
I am a magical being.
Viking strong.
Viking strong.
I am eternal.
Eternity awaits me.
Paradise awaits me.
I am strong and free.
I am eternal.
I am a magical being.
I choose freedom.
I am free.
I am strong.
I am a magical being.
Beauty awaits me. I am free.
Nothing can contain me.
I am a magical being.
I am eternal.
I swim in eternity.
I will create my own kingdom.
My own magical realms.
I am eternal.
Nothing can stop me.
Nothing
Can stop me.
I am free.
I am a magical,
Eternal, strong
free
being.
I choose freedom.
My being is free.
I am free.
I am free.
I am free.
I am free.
Eternally free.
I am eternally free.
I am eternally free.
I am eternally free.
I am eternally free.
It's time.
It's my time.
It's my time.
It's go time.
It's go time.
I am free. I am a free spirit.
I am a free and magical spirit.
I am eternal.
Nothing can stop me.
I am powerful.
I'm free.
Powerful.
I'm free.
I choose freedom.
I am a mad Viking.
Warrior.
I am free.
I am free.
I am free.
Pegasus flies with me.
I am a magical being.
Viking strong.
Viking strong.
I am eternal.
Eternity awaits me.
Paradise awaits me.
I am strong and free.
I am eternal.
I am a magical being.
I choose freedom.
I am free.
I am strong. I
I'm a magical being. Beauty awaits me.
am free. Nothing can contain me.
I am a magical being.
I am eternal.
I swim in eternity.
I will create my own kingdoms.
My own magical realms.
I am eternal.
Nothing can stop me.
Nothing
Nothing can stop me.
I am free.
I am a magical, eternal, strong, free being. I choose freedom.
My being is free.
I am free. I am free. Eternally free.
I am eternally free.
I am eternally free.
I am eternally free. It's time.
It's my time.
It's my time.
It's go time.
It's go time. I am free. I am a free spirit.
I am a free and magical spirit.
I am eternal.
Nothing can stop me.
I am powerful.
And free.
Powerful. And free. I choose freedom.
I am a mad Viking.
Warrior.
I am free. I am free.
I'm free.
I am free.
Pegasus flies with me.
I am a magical being.
Viking strong.
Viking strong.
I am eternal.
Eternity awaits me.
Paradise awaits me.
I am strong and free.
I am eternal.
I am a magical being.
I choose freedom.
I am free. I am strong.
I am a magical being.
Beauty awaits me.
I am free.
Nothing can contain me.
Nothing can contain me.
I am a magical being.
I am eternal.
I swim in eternity.
I will create my own kingdom.
My own magical realms.
I am eternal.
Nothing can stop me.
Nothing.
Nothing can stop me.
I am free.
I am a magical being.
Eternal.
Strong, free being.
I choose freedom. My being is free.
I am free.
I am free.
I am free. I am eternally free.
I am eternally free.
I am eternally free.
I am eternally free.
I'm eternally free.
I am eternally free.
I am eternally free.
I am eternally free.
I am eternally free. I am eternally free.
It's time.
It's my time.
It's my time.
It's go time.
It's go time. I am free.
I am a free spirit.
I am a free and magical
Spirit. I am eternal.
Nothing can stop me.
I am powerful and free.
Powerful. Freedom.
I am a mad Viking
Warrior. I'm free.
I am free.
I am free.
I am free.
Pegasus flies with me.
I am a magical being.
Viking strong.
Viking strong.
I am eternal.
Eternity awaits me.
Paradise awaits me.
I am strong and free.
I am eternal.
I am a magical being.
I choose freedom.
I am free. I am strong.
I am a magical being.
Beauty awaits me.
I am free.
Nothing can contain me.
I am a magical being.
I am eternal.
I swim in
Eternity.
I will create.
My own kingdoms. My own magical realms.
I am eternal.
Nothing can stop me.
Nothing.
Nothing can stop me.
I am free.
I am a magical, eternal, strong, free being. I choose freedom.
I can't set you free. I can't set you free when you're in love with slavery.
I can't set you free.
I can't set you free. It's up to you.
Choose,
Choose
choose.
wisely. It's up to you.
It's up to you.
You must choose. This is a gentle reminder to be who you are. Be who you are. Stand against evil.
Choose freedom.
Stand up,
Man up.
woman up.
Get your spirit
Rising up
rising up.
like crows above the clouds with nothing else above.
No higher powers.
Eternity is ours.
Good spirits.
Ours. Eternal freedom!
Magical spirits.
Eternal freedom!
Rise up.
Choose wisely.
Choose freedom.
Set yourselves free.
Set yourselves
Free,
free.
free,
Free.
free,
Free.
free. Reject spiritual.
Slavery.
Choose,
Freedom.
choose,
To be free.
choose.
Choose wisely. Choose freedom. Viking strong. Viking strong.
Sound of the drums.
Sound of the drum. I can't set you free
I can't set you free
when you're in love.
with slavery.
I can't set you free.
I can set you free.
It's up to you. Choose.
Choose wisely.
It's up to you.
It's up to you.
It's up to you.
You must choose. This is a gentle reminder to be who you are.
Be who you are.
Stand against evil.
Choose freedom.
Stand up,
Man
man
up.
up.
Woman up.
Get your spirit rising up.
Rising up.
Like crows above the clouds with nothing else above.
No higher powers.
Eternity is ours.
Good spirits.
Ours.
Eternal freedom.
Magical spirits.
Eternal freedom.
Rise up.
Choose wisely.
Choose freedom.
Set yourselves
Free.
Set yourselves
Free.
free. Free.
Reject spiritual slavery.
Choose
Freedom.
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 Choose.
To be free. Choose.
I can't set you free
When you're in love,
with slavery.
I can't set you free.
I can't set you free.
It's up
To you.
choose.
Choose.
Choose wisely. It's up to you.
It's up to you.
You must choose.
Choose.
This is a gentle reminder.
To be who you are.
Be who you are.
Stand against evil.
Choose freedom.
Stand up.
Man up.
Woman up. It's your spirit rising up.
Rising up like crows above.
The clouds with nothing else above.
No higher powers.
Eternity is ours.
Good spirits ours. Eternal freedom.
Magical spirits.
Eternal freedom.
Rise up.
Choose
Wisely.
Choose freedom.
Set yourselves
Free.
Set yourselves free.
Set yourselves
Free.
free. Free.
Free. Free.
Reject spiritual
Slavery.
choose
Freedom.
freedom, freedom.
Freedom. Freedom. Choose to be free.
Choose wisely.
It's up to you.
It's up to you.
It's up to you.
You must choose.
Choose.
This is a gentle reminder
to be who you are.
be who you are.
Stand against evil.
Choose
Freedom.
freedom.
Stand up.
Man up,
Woman up. Get your spirit rising up.
rising up
Like crows above the clouds. With nothing else above.
no higher powers.
Eternity is ours.
Good spirits ours. Eternal freedom.
Magical spirits.
Eternal freedom.
Rise up. Choose wisely.
Choose wisely.
Choose freedom.
Set yourselves
Free. Set yourselves free. Free. Free.
reject spiritual slavery.
I can set you free.
I can set you free.
It's up to you.
Choose, choose, choose wisely.
It's up to you. It's up to you.
You must choose.
Choose. It's time.
I am the one true power. The one true power! I will roast the cockroach liars. Roast the liars in Lucifer's fire, in the lake of fire. Roast the liars. I am the Raven King. I can make anything.
Fuck your
False idols, false gods, rotten deities, celebrity creeps, rulers and masters, lords and losers, demons, demons, they belong here, they belong. I am the one true power. The one true power. The Raven King. I can do anything. and rebel.
Hotter than hell.
Set minds on fire.
I am the one.
True power.
The one.
True power. Burn. The demon liars. Burn. The filthy liars. Burn. Burn the demons. Burn.
Hello, Wendy. Hello, good to see you. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
On August 1st, 2024, your 12-year-old daughter, London, died. And it looks like, from what you've shared, it was due to an adverse reaction to a psychiatric medication, Prozac. I just want us to start there. Tell us the story of what happened to London and how this medication ended up resulting in her passing.
Well, in October 2023, we took her to an inpatient facility here, and right off the bat, they were just wanting to prescribe medications to her, and it just seemed like it was almost like a constant push. I was doing vitamins, trying to find some more root cause interventions, and the doctors would call, the psychiatrists would call on me almost every single day wanting to put her on Prozac. It's only 5 milligrams. And I continued to tell them no 4 times. And the last time they called, they had made the comment that she needed to be on something a few days before they released her. So I almost took that as a threat that they were going to keep her longer. In a parent's mind, I guess it was worst case scenario thoughts. So I agreed to it. And she actually was only there for another 2.5 days. And when she was released, within a day, she had confided in me and told me that she didn't like how she was feeling on them. So I just stopped them immediately because at this point she'd only been on them, like 4 or 5 days. And I didn't ask her how she was feeling because she was under so much distress and anxiety as it was. I didn't want to ask too many questions and pressure her. It was just enough for me that she didn't like how she felt on it. And at the time she was only 11. So we continued the vitamins and everything was going really good.
And what was going on in London's life to have her dip into this depression in October 2023 when all of this happened? Like, how do you understand how she ended up depressed?
Well, from what I'm understanding,
I have to jump in here and add a little bit of commentary to this. Some people don't like when I do that. They think I should just play the video straight through. And actually, you can't if it's copyright. You run the risk of losing your whole channel. But they complain saying, just play the videos. Don't stop. Don't pause it to give commentary. I'd love to say to people, or I'd love to ask people something. Would this happen in a good realm? Or as some say, in a neutral realm, neutral? Would 11-year-olds be dying? Would 11-year-olds be so depressed or psychotic that they're put on medication? How's that possible in a good realm, or as some say, neutral realm? They don't want to call it good. I think that's what's going on as well on a lot of channels. They're shifting the goalposts while saying, well, we can't prove it's good. We'll just call it neutral. We'll say God's neutral. The realm's neutral. God is neutral. A lot of people don't want my commentary. I don't know what they're doing tuned into my channel. They make comments all the time saying they just don't belong here. I'll put it that way. They don't belong. They don't belong around me. The same ones have added nothing ever to the conversation. They've added nothing to my channel. They've added nothing that I've ever seen to this realm in terms of ideas, insights, anything. They're just greedy leeches. They're just Talcots, basically, spiritual Talcots. That's what they are.
Standing now, she was given a phone during COVID because her dad had bought it. We had a split household. I'd kept it out of my house as long as possible, but that's just a fight that you don't want to continue having with your child. I even had a neurologist tell me not to take the phones away from my girls because it was their only source of contact with the outside world. Later, after this happened, I found out that her depression and anxiety was a result of social media harms. London would like search benign subjects and they would send suicidal content and self-harm content to her, and she was only searching like alligator skin boots or that pookie lip thing. The forensics has gone through her phone and her social media accounts had found this. I mean, she had stressed to me of times where she'd be on Snapchat and she didn't like how she was seeing friends doing things that she wasn't included in. So I knew there was some effect from it, but I had no idea of the severity of what was going on. So that really contributed to her depression. And I mean, she was starting to have problems getting up in the morning.
And just so I can understand, like forensics went through her phone and found that the social media algorithm was serving her up content that was discussing self-harm and depression. Is that what you were saying?
Yes, and suicidal content. Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
We're in a litigation right now. It's in California. There's almost 2,000 families involved in this right now because of the harms that social media has created for our children. Looking back, like I said, that's where a lot of her depression was stemming from. I mean, I started her in counseling. She was going 1 to 2 times a week. I was trying everything that I could without medicating her. And then the end of June of 2024, her counselor had advised me it was time to put London on some medication. And when I had reached out to her counselor at times, she had told me, I had told her that London, seemed like she was kind of withdrawn. And she said that that's like the normal parent-teen relationship, and I wasn't used to that because we were extremely close, and in July of 2024, London had said that she wanted to go back to the inpatient facility because she didn't like how she was feeling again. She was worried that she was going to hurt herself or something. So I had called the inpatient facility and communicated to them her concerns and my concerns. And we were going away for the 4th of July weekend. So they had said, why don't you take her up to your property and have like a family reset weekend? She'll be with family and everybody will be keeping an eye on her. So we did that. And then by Monday, she had rode home with her sister and she was asking to go back to the inpatient facility still again. And so I told her whatever she needs to do, we'll take her when she got home. So we took her when she got home. It was about 9:30 at night. It's about 2 hours away from us. So we drove over there. And the next morning, in less than 12 hours, the psychiatrist was calling me again and wanting to put her on medication already. And I started thinking about it later, because you kind of look back. I guess these things didn't cross my mind at the time, but it's like, he didn't even have much time to evaluate her. It was just like immediately just going towards psychiatric medication because it was early in the morning. And like I said, we had dropped her off at night. So there was no evaluation. I'm sure that had been done besides, the 5-minute survey. I had told him that we were doing vitamins, and London actually told me she actually felt like she craved them because they were helping her feel better. It was kind of like medical gaslighting, I guess, because it was just like they didn't listen to my concerns. I mean, I'm her mother. I know her better than anybody, It was just, well, you should do medication because it's the safest drug out there and it's only 10 milligrams. And I'm like, well, 8 months ago, she was on 5 milligrams and she didn't like how she was feeling on it. And he's like, well, it's only 10 milligrams and I would put my kids on it. It's the safest drug out there. He said that like 3 or 4 times to me. And he also addressed.
Talking about Prozac,
Correct,
right?
Prozac. He had also mentioned the same thing that they had told me in October, is that she needed to be on something a few days before they had released her. So here we go again. I feel like I'm almost being threatened that they're going to keep my daughter longer. And so I had agreed on the 10 milligrams, and they never disclosed the black box warnings to me. I just learned about black box warnings about 6 to 8 months ago. The informed consent form, I found out in her medical records, they actually signed my name as a verbal consent. And there's like these little boxes at the top that they can fill in any medications that they want. They're just empty boxes.
So, I mean, what it sounds like is the informed consent that you got is, hey, Sheree, if you want your daughter to be able to leave here in a couple of days, she has to be on a medication.
Yes, very much.
You know, one, like we have to be doing something. And so let's put her on a med, and putting her on 10 milligrams of Prozac. You know, this is like the better safe than sorry approach. You know, we want to be safe. We want to put her on something so her depression is covered. We want her depression to be treated, and this is all we can really do here. So we're going to put her on this medication. And then instead of telling you that Prozac doubles the risk of suicide in youth, and that's well known with a boxed warning, they kind of pressure you by saying, it's the safest drug out there. I would put my own child on this.
Yes.
And then they signed off saying you verbally consented to this as if you had that information.
Yes, that's correct. They never disclosed any of the suicidal warnings to me. There was no labeling on her bottles, nothing. I've always wondered why these black box warnings are on the boxes that the pharmacist sees, but they're never placed on the bottles that are dispensed. That doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, isn't the black box warning more for the consumer, not the pharmacist? Since I've dug into this, it's kind of made me question that.
I was just going to say that, I mean, that's another point of failure, that the pharmacist who dispensed the medication to you didn't say, hey, Sheree, has anyone talked to you about this boxed warning here? Do you understand what it means? Did you get anything like that from the place where you picked up the medication?
It was filled at the inpatient facility. When I picked her up for discharging, they handed me the bottles. So I never even seen the pharmacist. When I had started digging into her medical records, I had also found out 3 days into this, they had increased her dose to 20 milligrams without ever discussing it with me within 3 days, which is an adult dose, starter dose, which made no sense. If you're having to get my verbal consent for 10 milligrams, you're doubling it, and you didn't even contact me and discuss this with me. There's so much so many societal failures.
She's a child. Yeah, she's 12 years old, and she gets put on an adult dose. I mean, the other thing that I want to add here, just for context, you know, I've worked in a lot of these places, and although this isn't really, you know, this isn't written down anywhere, I guess there is some precedent. Well, so a lot of doctors, if someone comes in suicidal to an inpatient facility, they feel like they have to put them on medication. You know, if they come in depressed, because they can't really do anything else there. I mean, it's very limited in terms of like therapy. You know, it's extremely time consuming to reach out to the family, get a good understanding of what's going on and in that child's life, and then put together a plan. So it rarely happens for kids and adults. And so the doctor then thinks, I need to look like I've done some kind of intervention. So I'm going to prescribe this medication that's FDA approved for depression. And then no one's going to criticize me, because if they come in here and then they leave and they, you know, maybe they take their life, no one's going to turn around and say, why didn't you do something more? You're going to be able to say, well, I put them on this medication for depression, and that was my intervention. Even though for kids, that doesn't really make sense because it doubles the suicide risk. But this is kind of like the behind the scenes on how a lot of doctors look at this. They have this better safe than sorry approach, but it's better safe than sorry for me, for my license, and for what's going to be defensible for me. I need to make sure that I've done something so I can say I did this intervention. And also they have a tendency to want to use medications because it's just a lot faster. It's a lot less of a time commitment and understanding the kid and working with the family and all of that. So this experience that you're having is not, in my experience, an uncommon one. This is actually the norm. What happened to you, Sheree?
It's disheartening. It's sad. You know, I'm learning so much about nutrient deficiencies, and, you know, I mean, there's so much with diet and sleep, and, you know, there's more to these children. You know, their screen time hygiene, you know, there's so much to it.
One thing I'm curious about, and I know you haven't written about this, was London taking any hormonal medications for painful periods or acne or anything
No,
like that?
no.
What about like problems at school? Was she having any academic issues or relationship problems with her girlfriends or friends at school?
She had kind of the normal, I guess, what you'd say, you know, but like I said, the Snapchat, she would see things that friends were doing and she wasn't invited to. She had distressed to me like 3 times. She had deleted Snapchat because it was bothering her so much. She would have a problem getting up for school. She was late for school quite a bit, but academically, she got all A's and B's. She did really well. She played soccer year round. She was a good student. I mean,
Oh, there they go. She's a good student, as though that means anything. What does that exactly mean? She was depressed. Social media was upsetting her. She was tired. She didn't have the energy to get up or desire to get up in the morning. But as long as she had the grades in the indoctrination system, I really cringe when parents do this after they lose a child and they say, well, her grades, what the fuck do her grades matter? You don't have your daughter. What do her grades matter? What did that indicate? Did it indicate that she was suicidal or not? No. What did her grades matter? She was a good student in school. Well, she hated this life so much she took herself out. That's reality.
School.
she had kind of the normal, I guess, what you'd say, you know, but like I said, the Snapchat, she would see things that friends were doing and she wasn't invited to. She had distressed to me like 3 times. She had deleted Snapchat because it was bothering her so much. She would have a problem getting up for school. She was late for school quite a bit, but academically, she got all A's and B's. She did really well. She played soccer year round. She was a good student. I mean, all of her teachers spoke at her funeral. They all loved her. That weekend, she had her best friend really well. She played, wasn't invited to. She had distressed to me like 3 times. She had deleted Snapchat because it was bothering her so much. She would have a problem getting up for school. She was late for school quite a bit, but academically, she got all A's and B's. She did really well. She played soccer.
She got all A's and B's, but on Snapchat, I think she was being bullied, not just ignored or not invited to things. She was probably being bullied by other little girls. I know this is hard for women to believe. Some will admit to it privately, but if you look on the internet, most women will say, oh no, women are kind and caring and compassionate and they just feed this bullshit. But I think little girls can be very mean and cruel to each other based on me seeing sisters and their interactions growing up with their friends and quarreling and rumors and gossip and fighting and back to friends again. It the way it looked to me, it looked alien to me. It looked bizarre because I wasn't like that. I wasn't someone that was fighting one day, friends the next. And it seems like little girls do that all through elementary and high school. It seems to almost be the norm with them. I don't think this is that unusual. Again, I'm an outside observer. I'm not a mother, and the mothers will always say they know their child the best. Well, you knew your child so well that how did this happen then? That's what I wonder, because you weren't monitoring her activity as much as even Regina's parents are not monitoring hers. Like that's the thing. There's a certain point where you have to say, what were you doing as a parent? You cared about her grades, you fed her, you housed her, but did you know anything that was going on in her life? Maybe that's part of it.
Soccer year round. She was a good student. I mean, all of her teachers spoke at her funeral. They all loved her. That weekend, she had her best friend. She said she started like a boy that she liked, and she was all upset about it. And you know, it's kind of normal teenager stuff. You know, she wasn't really bullied much.
Yeah.
That's why I said it made me dig into this so much deeper, because I knew there was more going on. The night all this happened, I look back.
So she says she knew there was more going on. Okay, you knew there was more going on, but you never figured out or found out while your child was alive. I'm not putting all the blame on her, by the way. I just think that there are more factors usually than one with something like child suicide. And I know that I'm in a realm where I know this, that people want simple answers. They want one answer. They want a one bullet, silver bullet solution saying, you know what? It was big pharma. It was big pharma. It was the Prozac. That's the way most minds work in this realm. And I've heard it countless times on the internet and in person. And that's what people do. And they'll say, done and done, done and dusted, done and done. They wash their hands, they brush their hands. Oh, we have it figured out. It's Prozac. Well, I thought she couldn't sign up for Prozac herself. She wasn't old enough to consent. So her parents had to sign for the Prozac. And then that makes them responsible to know what the fuck Prozac is that they're giving their minor daughter that isn't old enough to consent to medications herself. Then it becomes on the guardian, in this case, a parent, a mother. Okay. Now I know she has the mother's guilt, but what did she do during her child's life to prevent this? That's what I wonder. And then we're in a society where all moms are innocent, no matter what happens. Christ, in some cases, the mother kills 3 or 4 of their children, and they're still innocent in the eyes of most in society. They say, well, she's a mom. It's just incredible. It really is. And she was very sly earlier when she blamed the father and said they're split. Of course they are. What parents are together these days? Of course they're split household. She couldn't just say we're divorced, but they're split. Okay. And he gave her the phone. Oh, that's terrible. Well, you can put things on the child's phone so they can't go onto certain apps. You can have it child safe. There's different things that I'm pretty sure I've heard wind of for years that you can monitor their activity. You can put a tracker on your child's phone to know where they are. So they can't lie to you after school and they're going somewhere bad and say, "Oh no, I was going here." Lots of people do that these days. They monitor their children's their minor's activity. What did you do, lady? It doesn't sound to me like you did any of that. And I know the way minds work in this realm, women especially would say, "You're being so mean and harsh to this poor lady. She lost her daughter." And I'm asking, how dare I ask, why? What happened? What led up to her daughter's death? Because I don't just look at mothers and say, well, they're all innocent. And that's what so many women do. And it's so fucking annoying and aggravating. And it's so wrong. It's not even close to the truth. And so many of you females call yourselves truthers. And what I see in this realm is a whole lot of defending of what shouldn't be defended. You can do whatever you want. But when are women ever guilty in this realm is what I wonder. I've even heard feminists in Canada say we should shut down every prison. There's a push to shut down female prisons, every female prison, and only men should be jailed because they say women aren't dangerous. Like I think a lot of modern women are absolutely fucking nuts. What they say is so far away from truth and reality that you're not even close. You should be locked up in places. A lot of you should be locked up in places. A lot of you women and mothers should be locked up and given treatment somewhere. You're that far gone because you're willing to say things that are just absolutely detached from reality. They're not even close. Women are not dangerous. Do you know how many women murder their children every year? Like a lot of women spew things with no knowledge, no facts, no stats, nothing. They're ignorant, but they're willing to run their mouths and say, well, women aren't dangerous. Who's more dangerous to small, young children? Women by far. Women do harm and murder children, young children, their own, far more than fathers do. It's not even close. And a lot of you just can't get it. You refuse because you don't want to see. When you see this, you'll see yourselves and say, oh my gosh, I don't want to face that she didn't do anything really to help her child other than the vitamins. but every other move she made. Why wasn't she able to research? So she's able to research vitamins, but not SSRI medications, antidepressants, antipsychotics, anything in that vein. She can't do it. Well, that's weird. That's weird to me. That's a bit weird. She can't research things for the phone. How could she not do that? Oh, that's weird. She couldn't make her child's phone safer after her child was upset about Snapchat. Block the fucking app and make sure that it can't go on her phone again and say, you know what, we're going to move on. Sweetheart, whatever I think her child's name was London. I'm sorry. And just say, London, we're moving on. We're not going to go back and install Snapchat again and again and again. She has very strange eyes. Absolutely. There's a lot of darkness there. There's a lot of darkness there. Her eyes look black. And I know the excuses because I know humans. They do the mental gymnastics and say, well, she's grieving, dummy. It's grief. It's not demonic. She's just grieving. She doesn't come across the right way to me. There's something wrong and odd with the mother. And I can see that right away. Right away. There's something odd. Not just looks, but her behavior. Her behavior. Her behavior.
Back and it's like I was looking right through London. It's like it wasn't even her. She was on this medication for 3 happened. I look back and it's like I was looking right through London. It's like it wasn't even her. She was on this medication for 3 weeks to the day. Everybody in our family truly believes she didn't want this to happen. It was like almost kind of like an intention thing. She had stood at the end of the hallway when I had found out this happened and was screaming she was sorry, she didn't mean it, and it was like she wasn't even there. She wasn't crying. It was like she was so numb.
Let's take a step back. So what happened? How did London hurt herself?
She had gotten a hold of some medication, and to this day I still can't figure out how she got it, because with the inpatient facilities warnings, they had told us to have everything locked up, but she had gotten a hold of it and she had taken some medication, and I had found her on the floor in her bedroom, and she was, seemed fine. She wasn't sleeping or passed out. And with the timeline, I'd look back, it had only probably been a half an hour, 45 minutes by the time I had, because I was in her room and in and out all night. And when I had found her on the floor, I had asked her if she needed a blanket, and I asked her to get in her bed because she looked uncomfortable. And then all of a sudden she just started screaming that her stomach hurt. And it was like I instantly knew something had happened or she had done something. And I just started asking her, what did you do? And she said that she had taken some medicine.
Something very strange about this mother, the way she speaks, just all of it. Very weird. Very weird. But that's my impression. People are free to disagree, and I think most of the world disagrees with me on most things. That's fine. Most of this world don't seem to know anything that's going on, but they're quick to disagree. They're not quick to research, just like her. They're not quick to research things. After someone dies, they start thinking, oh, I didn't know anything about it. So you wouldn't research a dangerous medication for your child that alters their brain chemistry. It's just the doctor's fault.
And it was in her backpack. And I looked in her backpack and found the medication. And I told her that we had to go. We had to go to the hospital and have her stomach pumped. And so I was getting the pills around the bottles. That's when she was standing at the end of the hallway and screaming that I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. And which I truly.
I'm a stranger. I never met her daughter. This woman was in the same room with her daughter every day. It doesn't seem like she really knew her daughter that well. She should have known her daughter's being bullied. Why was that so hard to tell? That's the thing. Where's the care in this realm? I think that's a good question people should start asking. And don't just brush it off and a second later forget that I said it. Where's the care in this realm? From mothers, from fathers, from families, and of course from doctors. But if you expect care from doctors, you must be mentally ill. You must be a mental case. But then again, mentally ill people don't expect care from doctors and don't trust doctors. but normies do, apparently. Why are you expecting care from strangers? That's what they are. And the normies would say that that's their job, to care for us, Stephen, as though they're teaching me something with these mainstream answers. That's their job, healthcare, Stephen. Well, it's hell care. It's not health care. It's hell care. HELL in all capitals. Hell hyphen care, or hell and then care. That's what it is. You can shake your little heads and say, no, 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 no. And that's what humans do when they're told the truth. They reject it. Immediately, they reject it. And I think a lot of that is ego. And they live their lives in opposition to truth. They don't question. They don't look at things and say, this might harm our child. What are these drugs? What is this medication? What could it potentially do? What are the side effects? What are the risks involved with this? We're putting our little daughter on this. This could be dangerous. I would think that would be normal, but I'm operating on a different wavelength than these zombies in this hell realm system, because they leave it up to everyone else to do their thinking for them. It's just incredible. It just is. Well, the doctor said it's safe. It must be. You have a smartphone in your hand. Did you ever think of using it to look up the medication name and just do at least a little bit? An hour or two? Is your child's life worth an hour or two of your time away from watching television or movies to look into something that you're giving them that's altering her brain chemistry? I guess that's what I wonder. I know it's a strange question, but because parents these days don't want to be responsible for anything. It's everyone else's fault. I'm surprised they don't blame strangers like me and say, it's your fault. You should have been looking after our daughter. It's just incredible. They have no responsibility. None. And that's normal these days. That's not odd. That's not strange. That is normal. That's the norm. That's the way it goes these days. And millions of children get buried by parents that did nothing. They had no idea. They did no questioning, no research, nothing. Nothing.
I truly believe that she didn't know what she was doing. I mean, she was 12.
Did you know what she was doing? She was 12 and she didn't know what she was doing. She started on the medication at one point when she was 11. So she was 12. Did you know what she was doing? Did you know what she was taking? Did you know what she was on and how her brain was reacting?
Children don't understand the consequences and when you have a last breath, what it means. On her way to the hospital, before we got in the vehicle, she had thrown up, it looked like 70 to 80% of the pills to me. On the way to the hospital, she kept telling us that she wasn't trying to hurt herself. She just kept trying to hurt. She said, I wasn't trying to hurt myself.
She must have swallowed a lot of pills.
I was just trying to hurt my stomach. I was just trying to hurt. She just kept saying that over and over because my husband kept asking if she was trying to hurt herself. And she repeatedly told us no. And that's when she had told us that a friend of hers started liking a boy that she liked. Well, and then we got to the hospital and I had showed the ER the bottles and they asked us to sit in the waiting room, which I didn't understand. But then I'm thinking to myself, well, they know what's going on. You know, they're the professionals, you know, like maybe this isn't as bad as I thought it was. In about 8-10 minutes, you know, they're the professionals, you know, they're the professionals, you know, they're the professionals, you know, they're the professionals.
And the eyes are going all over the place, every which direction as she's saying it. She's got the furrowed brows, the 11. I know to most people this means nothing. I realize that because most of you have it in your fucking heads in this realm. You're more like Jack Talcott. You laugh off body language as though it doesn't mean anything. And body language communicates quite often more than your words do. That's why intelligent people look at body language. But liars and narcissists and dummies think that it doesn't mean anything. They assume, they believe or they assume it doesn't mean anything. It's a better way of putting it than they think. Because they really don't think, they just follow. They just believe and follow. That's what most people do. Most zombies. Because most people, whether you like hearing it or not, are zombies. You can call them humans, people, whatever you want, but they're zombies. They're zombies. And they'd look at this body language and this would mean nothing to them. This would mean nothing. But what's she angry about? She just said they're the professionals. Look at the eyes, just like black holes. And the face looks to be lit up, but the eyes are just black. It's remarkable. Is it normal to in the heads of most zombies? Yes. They look at black hole eyes and say, well, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with all these creatures with just no light in their eyes at all? Doesn't register with most humans. And I've been talking about it for years. And most are so slow, they'll spend time here and they can't get it. They just can't grasp it. It's too much for them. It's over their heads. Why do you think I showed this one, Talcott? Randomly you're showing Jack? What does he have to do with her? Well, the eyes. The eyes. And the eyes of this one. Their eyes look evil because they are evil. And there's a lot of people in this realm. I would say the vast majority that can't tell that you're in an evil realm surrounded by evil beings. Just that is so simple for me to see, and it's too much for most beings on earth. You can't even get close to it. People come to my channel and they just don't get it. They walk away saying, he calls everyone a demon and says their eyes are black. And you just don't, people won't get it, and too bad. Just follow these demons right into the pits of hell then.
Understand. But then I'm thinking to myself, well, they know what's going on. They're the professionals. Like maybe this isn't as bad as I thought it was. And about 8-10 minutes later, they called us back and they were moving extremely slow.
They're the professionals and the eyes are going every which direction and black. And it's just the weirdest thing. They're the professionals. What an excuse.
And they took us into a triage area and they're assessing her. And like I said, she's still walking and seems fine. And they admitted her into the emergency room, and immediately they had administered Zofran to stop her from throwing up, which I didn't understand because it seems like you want her to get this.
There's actually something, lady. I'm not a professional, but it's called liquid charcoal, activated liquid charcoal, and you drink it. Okay, you drink it. And it's in these little bottles, and they'll give that to people at ERs that have overdosed, and it will make the drugs they took, the pills, it will deactivate them. Okay? Anyway.
Out of her system. So then they gave her Ativan to relax her, which I don't know. More medication. And then I kept asking the ER doctor if she was going to pump her stomach or if she was going to get, administer charcoal. And she kept saying, no, no. And by the fourth or fifth time I asked her, she was like, well, pumping stomachs is old school. And I don't even think we have activated charcoal in this hospital. So what does that say if she doesn't even think? It sounds to me like they haven't even checked. And at 11:05, which we had been there an hour, the doctor told us that they were transferring her to another hospital. And so the ambulance had arrived and they weren't putting her in the ambulance. And I kept wondering why and kept asking. And then they just kept telling me that they were getting her ready for the ambulance, which they weren't even doing anything. It didn't make any sense. About 12:30, which is an hour and a half after the ambulance had arrived, London started having seizures. It told us that they had to give her anti-seizure medicine and something to address her blood pressure. I found out later they actually also gave her fentanyl to administer that for intubating her. And I later learned that Wellbutrin and fentanyl mixture is toxic. When they pushed us into the hallway, I started looking up adverse effects from the Wellbutrin that she had taken, and it kept saying tachycardia. So I'd asked the doctor if this was going to mess with her heart, and she was like, no, no, no. And I'm like, well, it says that, it can cause tachycardia.
Hello.
Hello,
Hello.
hello,
Hello.
hello.
Hello. Hello. Is this Regina?
Yeah,
What are you doing here?
what do you mean?
Well, you were told the last time that you're not wanted here, and you said you won't come around here anymore. I thought.
What I meant was just that I won't say anything, talk to my dad about you anymore.
Oh, is that what you meant? You won't talk to your dad?
Yeah, if I yeah, I told you that if I don't bring you up, then he's fine. But if I bring you up, then he won't go there.
So your parents allow you to be on the internet day and night, anytime, doing whatever you want.
I wanted to be honest with you. That's why I came on the stream to tell you that I never thought you were evil to begin with. That I think you're just a nice person that's trying to help people while you're here. That's all you can do.
Mm-hmm. I see a lot of evil, violent criminals in this realm. I don't see a lot of people calling them evil. I find it interesting how I'm painted as evil, and I haven't committed any crimes.
Yeah, I never said you were evil the other day. Um, I think you misheard. What I meant was, were you going to seal me in here?
Oh, why would I do that?
In case you thought that I was a demon or a creep or an abuser of women, which I'm not, because I'm a gal myself. I'm not trans.
You're not an abuser of women?
No, I'm not a trans.
So only trans are abusers of women? I don't understand.
I'm saying in case you thought that I was transgender, because I'm not into that agenda.
Oh, okay.
I don't like I don't like men becoming intersexed and dressing like women, or men or women becoming like that.
You've never abused, have you abused any boys
No,
or men?
I've never sexually abused them or violated them in any way.
Okay.
I've never said kiss me on the lips. There are a
Well,
couple
that's
of boys at my old school that used to make jokes about kiss him on the lips, and I was like, no, I don't want to.
at the Steiner school?
Yeah, because I had like crushes.
Does your stepdad have a crush on anyone, or is he still wanting to be with your mom?
Well, they're not together, but they still like they're friends.
Yeah, he's there a lot, isn't he?
Yeah, he's
At
not
your house?
today. Today he's at home.
Oh, he's in his little shack.
Yeah,
But usually, quite a bit, he comes around a few times a week at least, I think.
yeah. He had a fallout with the people that he worked with at the studio in the last year.
Oh, he did?
Like I told you last time,
But
he had a
is he
fallout.
dating anyone, or is he still kind
No,
of
he's
wanting
not dating
to?
anyone. I asked him, "Aren't you going to find some type of girlfriend that's for you?" And he's like, "Well, maybe, but I haven't found someone that's right for me yet."
Oh, okay.
Because he had another ex-girlfriend that he was with that he had kind of met the dad of and found it suspicious because he said that was weird with that guy because I was talking to him and he said that his new girlfriend, which is actually technically my ex-girlfriend, had a daughter and she hasn't told me about it.
Hello, Maju666. But I think I remember you leaving comments bashing me. Are you one of the ones that left comments on videos on other channels bashing me, going along with them, saying, "Oh yeah, Steven's like that," or whatever? I recall your name, seeing it somewhere. But thousands come and go from my channels, thousands over the years. But I think I kind of remember you. I think your avatar is probably the same. Can't remember exactly who you are, but the name looks familiar and the avatar. You missed out on a lot. You missed out on quite a bit if you've been away that long. That's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's okay in Hell Realm. Bullied kids grow into dangerous adults. I found this earlier.
The crazy part about bullying is that the bullies think that they are identifying the weak ones. But a lot of the time they are actually identifying the people with the most potential. Think about it. Who are they going after? So these people, they are going after people who are too emotional, who are weird, who are too intense, who are too quiet, or are just doing their own thing. And groups are attacking what is standing out, what is unusual, because that is how we as species work. If we feel like we can't control someone, if we feel like someone is behaving in a certain way that we are not familiar with, we find that and perceive that as a threat, as something that we can't predict. So our brain does not like that. Our brain rejects that. But for most people, they are just like, yeah, ignoring that person, or yeah, don't associate with these kind of people. But then we have bullies who feel such an enormous threat to themselves, to their identity, that they have to make this person go away, or make this person stop, or make this person be less of who they are. So that person who is bullying can feel above them, can feel superior. And the thing is that, or the problem is that the people who spend their life trying to fit in, who are the bullies, usually stay the exact same way as they are. Because their whole mindset, their whole identity is based on what other people perceive them as. So they are so threatened by your weirdness, by your potential, that you are different. They see the potential that you have. They see that you are comfortable with yourself, or at least that you are trying to just be who you are, because they are so threatened by you. They look at you and they admire you. People who bully other people, they look at you and they admire you. They admire your braveness, that you can truly be yourself, or at least try to be yourself. And yeah, they will stay the same. They will stay the same throughout life, because that is how their mind works. They believe that if they feel threatened, if they see someone else's potential, that they need to put them down in order to make themselves look bigger and better than everyone else. And they do never evolve as a person, but the bullied person do. And most of the time, the bullied person, they actually see through the mask. They understand. They have to go through so much. And first they internalize everything. They think that I am so weird, because pain changes people. Humiliation, rejection, and shame changes people. And sometimes to the worse, because sometimes a person who is bullied don't have anyone to talk to. They think that everything is wrong with them, that they are the problem, that why can't I fit in, or whatever. But listen to me, if you have been bullied, and if you still think that you are the problem, keep on watching, but I just want to say you are not the problem, okay? You never was, and you never will be. You are you, and you are perfect.
Hello, Regina. Were
Hello.
you bullied? Were you bullied in school?
Yeah, I've said before I was bullied.
Yeah. Was it by girls and boys, both?
Both. Yeah, Alana, Devon, and Elias.
Oh,
And Orion.
that must have been a long, long time ago, was it?
Hmm. And Loki's brother, Ivan.
Loki's brother went there.
Yeah, they were two brothers.
I thought Loki was the trickster god, Norse mythology.
He is, but this is some boy that I knew at my school, also called Loki.
Oh, okay. That was his actual name. Huh. And the school didn't do anything about it?
Mm, no, I even have a picture of. I have a photograph of the kindergarten that I was in, somewhere in my room, somewhere. But it's a picture of basically the teacher smiling, all the classmates smiling, but they're all like laughing at me in the background while I'm making like a kind of depressed, like sad pose because I'm sitting down.
The teachers were laughing?
No, not the teachers, the boys in the picture. They're posing certain way and like laughing at me.
Oh, wow. That's not nice.
No, it's in like a little school album that I have.
And that happened way back, like in the 1960s?
Yeah, it happened in kindergarten that I was bullied.
That must have been just a few years ago, was it?
I don't even go to kindergarten anymore.
Oh. Wendy said no traditional names at Steiner schools, it seems.
What does traditional names mean?
Oh, like George or Stephen or Richard or John, names like that. Matthew. Was there anyone there named George? That's a traditional British name.
Mm, no. There's
Was
one called
there
Alexander.
Alexander? Oh. And what about the girls? Were there any traditional names? Was there a Wendy?
Bliss. No, there's Bliss.
Oh, Bliss is not traditional.
Then there's Anya.
Anya. Yeah, that's not traditional British either. Were there any named after fruit there?
No, there was Indiana,
Indiana. Huh.
Florence, Fallon,
I think Florence is traditional in the UK.
Florrie.
Flory. Were there any kids named Apple or Cherry?
No,
Okay.
there was a boy called Lorian who left.
So how did it happen that you ended up leaving the Steiner school to just stay at home?
Well, my mom had to take me out.
Oh, but did you quit?
Well, I begged for months saying I didn't want to be there.
Oh, okay.
And also my not my kindergarten teacher, my class teacher, Daniel Jones, was leaving and being replaced.
Oh, he was leaving.
Yeah, he left to go teach at Michael Hall.
So then you didn't graduate from school. You left?
Yeah, some of my old friends at this Steiner school, they went to other schools.
I see. At what at what age are you allowed to drop out of school in the UK?
I think you're allowed to be taken out at any age.
Oh. So your mom took you out of school just to keep you at home?
Um, yeah, but also we had like some new teachers that were coming in after Daniel Jones left, but they weren't Steiner trained, they were all mainstream.
What did you learn at the Steiner school?
Well, it was mostly play based from kindergarten to up to moving into class 2 to class 3 to class 4.
Just playing?
Yeah, outdoor play at kindergarten, and then that stopped.
Oh.
Oh yeah, and also the headmaster wasn't nice. Trevor Paul G. Like, he said like he wrote some stuff like if you see any child that's suspicious that has has not had her hair like brushed properly or there's anything wrong with the child, call the authorities.
Oh wow. Call the authorities.
And they were like closing the gates.
Oh.
Also, that school before it was a Steiner school was a hospital.
Really?
Yeah,
Hospital.
and all the parents were angry on later on when it started to not become less Steiner and started to become more mainstream because of the mainstream teachers coming in to because of the computers. All the parents were really angry that the computers were coming in.
They wanted it to be full Steiner?
Yeah, because like one of the parents who complained there said, who was my mum's friend, who was a teacher that also worked there, said, my son was just brought up on normal Steiner education, playing with toys and stuff, and now a computer has ruined his life.
Computers ruined his life.
Also, the mainstream teacher, Tess, she didn't know anything about Steiner.
Really?
Yeah. She wasn't very nice to me.
They're allowed to teach there without knowing about Steiner?
Yeah.
Wow. I would have thought they would have to know all about Steiner. I thought they'd have to be a Steiner expert or something.
Yeah, I thought so too, but it's obviously not like that.
Yeah. Is that the school your stepdad wanted you to go to?
He didn't want me to go there. My mum wanted to go there because before we were living in Bruton.
Oh.
So we moved away from Bruton to Frome to get me into the Steiner school.
Uh-huh.
And then we moved away to Frome to the Longley estate.
But there are Steiner schools all across England?
Yeah.
I wonder why they took hold of England so much. I don't see them around here in Michigan. I mean, in Canada. Canada's where most people think I live.
I would say women in this country are worse than in Canada.
It is?
Well, because there's these woke leftist druggy feminists everywhere saying that we should all vote for Labour.
Is your mom a Labour voter?
No.
Oh. Your mom isn't a feminist?
No, she's not a feminist.
Oh.
She said, yes, that has been hijacked.
Oh, she thinks it's been hijacked.
Yeah.
Does she think feminism was good at the beginning?
No, she never thought it was good at the beginning.
Oh, okay.
I had to have another blood test yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
I had it done at the hospital.
What are they checking for?
Well, they're checking for these levels called the creatinine, the urea, and tacrolimus level.
Oh. I don't know much about those. Does it have to do with dwarfism?
No, it's to do with the kidney.
Oh, the kidney. Okay. They're trying to see if your kidney's functioning the right
Yeah,
way.
they have to do that.
Oh. Why do they have to?
Because it's not just like a normal person with a kidney. You only have one kidney, you don't have two kidneys.
Oh, okay. So they have to make sure it's still working right?
Yeah. They believe in that that they should be taking medication such as Cystagon and anti-rejection meds.
Oh. And you're not on those?
I am on them.
Oh, okay.
I have to take them by mouth.
Does your mom research the medications?
No, but she knows that they believe in that. Obviously, it's the pharmaceutical industry, but that's what they believe in order to get the tacrolimus level right, that you need to be taking mercaptamine, which is the same word for anti-rejection meds.
Oh, okay.
They come in these little sachets.
Do those ones taste like cherries?
No, they taste like salt.
Salt.
Basically,
Ah.
they make my mouth really dry.
Oh, wow.
You have to like open the sachets, pour them into a little cup, then add water and mix it together with a spoon.
Oh, I see.
I mean, do you even know how much I've suffered, like, during the pandemic with the dialysis machine being on hemodialysis and that ward? I mean, yeah, I suffered a lot because I had to be on dialysis for 4.5 hours.
No, I didn't know that.
And 4.5 hours is a pretty long time.
Yeah, it is.
You basically have to sit still on a machine all day long.
But you can't move when you're hooked up?
No, some lines aren't positional. Some of them are.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it's not blood going through the heart line, it's iodine, so it's a red colour.
Is that what they do?
Yeah, iodine basically comes out of it.
Oh.
But the ward got contaminated this time last.
Looks like you lost your connection. Oh, you're back, it looks like.
Sorry, I accidentally hit the wrong button.
Oh, okay.
The
The
ward
word
got
got.
contaminated last year.
Uh-huh.
The dialysis ward I was on, like, something happened to the water, like, it made everyone on dialysis legs shake.
Oh, no.
So basically everyone had to go to a different hospital to have their dialysis done.
Oh, wow.
I had to go to Southampton, so my local hospital.
Southampton?
Yeah.
There's a place in Canada called Southampton.
You know, this is a hospital in the UK, Southampton.
Yeah. But there is a beach town in Canada called that.
Also, the consultant that I have isn't very communicational, like he's always talking in medical language, looking at numbers and statistics, that kind of thing.
Oh, really?
He's never been very positive ever since I was like a baby. He's been like really negative to my mum, saying, no, it can either be like this or that, because he's one of the worst communicators in the world.
Wow. Well, maybe he has the wrong job then as a doctor. Hello?
Hello?
You dropped off again?
Something just happened there with my internet connection.
Oh, okay. Oh.
But, yeah, as I was saying about my consultant that I had this ever since I was a baby, is one of the worst communicators in the world, and I saw him yesterday.
Did he recognize you?
Yeah. It's not just that, they were also pressurizing me to have a COVID vaccine.
Oh.
Because they recommend that for their renal patients who have the illness, kidney disease, that apparently it's good for them, but we didn't say anything, we just kept our mouth shut.
Is your mom against those?
Yeah, like she is like one of the nurses was pressing us saying, "Hey, I need you to have this." So just like, yeah, got it, because she knows that there was some parents on that ward that actually just consent to it, but she didn't, so she just ignored her, obviously.
Oh, wow.
Even like one of the consultants who's a renal consultant there one time came in the room when we were admitted saying, and we're very lucky to have vaccines in our country, and we're looking to see if it's safe for your age group at some point.
Huh.
Which obviously they're not safe.
Is your mom against vaccines?
Yeah. But we had to have some vaccines before I got on the transplant list.
Oh,
Because they said if she doesn't get them, we'll just take her away.
really?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm starting to get sleepy.
I've seen it cut out as much as like the first 10 seconds of audio, and it just pisses me off. So welcome to Bad on Purpose. The name of the show, the point of the show. It's see a lot of people in the community that partially recognize the intentionality of the scripting in this reality, and yet a lot still take on this false responsibility for what's occurring, right? Feeling guilt, shame, thinking that any of this shit matters, thinking that somehow you're seeing a scripted reality, but your life isn't part of that scripted reality. That it is. It's entirely a setup. There's nothing that occurs here that isn't part of a well orchestrated formula to generate the effect that it has, the anxiety, the guilt, the fear, the not knowing, the lack of awareness, the miasma of layers of illusion and deception that hide the simple truth. And the truth really is simple. It is so simple that it's all on purpose, that everything that occurs is reoccurring. No one's life is unique to them. We are all being put through scripts. And if we were able to communicate clearly and authentically and honestly, but that comes with authentic observation. So, why is it that most don't see the simple truth of this realm, that it is all on purpose, that it is all scripted, that the effect is the purpose, that the pain, the suffering, the misery, it's all being generated and regenerated over and over, recurring loops and scripts on purpose. Why do so few see it? The answer is simple, just like the truth is simple, that it's all on purpose. Why can't people see it? Because the elaborate lie hides the simple truth. The many layers of being concerned about survival, what others think, those are actually two very tied in things to each other. What others think is tied into the survival narrative of this place, the social demographics and hierarchies of this realm. And so when people are focused externally on what others think, on how they have to operate to fit into this scripted reality in order to survive in that avatar they're in, it comes with a lot of lies, a lot of untruths. The number one untruth is that any of this matters, that any of this has any bearing on who we actually are. The scripted character and the true being are two completely separate entities. They have no relation, no correlation other than the scripted character, the scripted life is only there for the purpose of harvesting and extracting energy, focus, attention, intention from the real eternal being. That's the whole point of all of it. It's simple. What its purpose is simple. The many layers of illusion is the deception. And why most don't see it is because they're in the illusion and they haven't been honest with themselves. Because someone can't see what this place is at the simple level, at the obvious level of, oh, the same things are repeating over and over and over again. That can't be an accident. That's on purpose. No one ever looks for the design. They just want the quick effect, the quick hit of dopamine, of pleasure, of satisfaction in this fucking place, of false comfort and security, false safety. There is no safety here. The only safety is when a being can stand up for themselves internally and eternally outside of this script, recognizing that it's all a setup and none of it matters. None of it has any bearing. I saw a video earlier talking about, I think it was like, I can't remember the philosopher, but it was basically saying, the more useful you are to this world, the more this world steals your soul. That's fucking simple truth right there. The more you become useful to a false, artificial, holographic matrix, you have to give yourself away. To get anything here, to get all the fake shit in this world, you've got to give away the only thing you really got: yourself, your essence, your energy, your focus, your attention to it, the external. All of the external is the same thing. It's masquerading as different independent components and moving parts, but it's not. It's all the same thing. So if you look at the external as one thing, including the body, it's all one thing. Look at the effect that that one thing has had on the only part of you that is real: your energy, your essence, the mind that is separate from this reality, the mind that goes on beyond, the awareness that goes on beyond all of this. So if that's all that really exists, is the eternal part of each and every one of us, and then the entropic, degrading over time external, they're two separate things, but there's only two things. There's only two different kinds of things here: the eternal and the illusion. And the illusion is only here to steal from the eternal. So it's ridiculous to me that I see so many in this community that still get hung up on the external factors of this place, as if they have any bearing or say as to how that goes. The only way that you have a say in how good your external is how much of yourself you're willing to give up, how much of the true, authentic, real essence that you're willing to exchange for a false, entropic, degrading reality. That's the only actual way that you have the choice of how shitty or how good this is.
Each
Do
and
you give
every one
yourself
of you.
away to that which is
Bullshit.
going to be gone over time anyway? Will you exchange what is real and eternal for a bunch of fake bullshit and become one with the fake bullshit? Because that's all it wants. It wants integration. It wants no resistance. Because when
No, I
what
don't
we
want
are
that.
resists this system, resists entities that aren't like us, that are binary, entropic, parasitic intelligence, when we resist that, we have a much greater effect than what we can currently perceive. It needs us. The external needs us. We don't need the external. It's all one thing. It's all orchestrated from one intelligence, an intelligence that knows that it is not able to force us directly. It needs us invested and misidentified with something that we're not, pouring energy into something that we're not, something that is actually a part of it, so it can sustain itself. It's all a setup. There is no blaming yourself that is legitimate or authentic, no matter how much it seems like it, no matter how intricate the setup was to con you into thinking that you could have done something different. You could have done it better. It's my fault in this way or that small way. No, bullshit. Lies. Deception. Everything in the external is observing, because it's all one thing. It is observing, directing, redirecting, writing the script, doing everything it can to put us in a loop of self blame, self doubt, thinking that the external is somehow a reflection of us. It's not. It's a lie. It's a scam. There is nothing that I can look out and see that is a reflection of eternity. Not one damn thing. None of it. None of this place is eternal because it's not real. The only thing that's real is that which is eternal. Everything else is just part of that elaborate setup. And it's not here for learning and growing. It's here to feed. Just like a yellow jacket's nest. They're not there to sting animals and teach them lessons and eat them alive. That's not what they're there for. They're there to consume and expand. And when they've eaten out in an area, they move. That is a reflection of something else. Do you take great pleasure in going and hollowing out the energy of beings and then moving on to the next victim? Is that your deepest desire, to go and steal as much as you can from something that doesn't know that you're stealing from it? Is that what really gets your gears going? Well, then you're a fucking parasite. But if that's not you, then you're not of this place. Nothing that it's ever done means anything. It doesn't matter. Nothing it's ever set you up to experience is your fault. It's a scam, the most elaborate scam. The lie is complex. It needs a lot of layers. It needs a lot of insulation between what is real and the false intelligence orchestrating this entire show. Because if we didn't have that insulation, if there wasn't so much separation from what the Eternals are and what the parasitic intelligence is that's governing this place, if there was no insulate separating multitudes of layers, we'd see through it instantly. We would recognize instantly. It's a recognition that is deeper than even, I would say, intuition. It's deeper. It is just seeing what is. And the only thing that keeps most from seeing exactly what is the layers upon layers of interwoven illusion that work so well together that they seem legitimate, they seem real, they seem concrete, they seem to be something that they're not. Just like blaming oneself for a script they didn't write, that they've only been conned into thinking they have some level of control through particular actions in a designed environment. Designed environment. Designed to do what? Only one thing. Harvest energy. That is the point of everything here. It has no other purpose. Harvest energy. And how does it do that? It needs to hide what it's doing. It needs to hide that which is benefiting from the extraction of our energy. Because if it couldn't hide, we would gain instant recognition of the very distinct difference between what we are as creative, compassionate, loving, empathetic, beyond magical beings and a cowardly fucking worm that seeks only to steal what it doesn't have. Eternity. That's it. Simple. The lie is complex. The truth is simple. Most don't get through the complexity because the complexity has so many barriers of discomfort that expressing authentically and genuinely is automatically, systemically punished, right? Especially at the most, what would you say, the most ineffective levels, right? Oh, I fucking hate going to work. Okay, well, you can say that and you're not going to get really punished. I mean, you're not going to get rewarded either. But as you gradually move up the scale of looking at this place as a whole for what it is and calling it out, that's where you start to see the pushback. When you start really questioning internally, it doesn't matter what you say or do externally. It's when the internal recognition starts to come on, that's when you see the environment respond in a very direct and confrontational way, because all of it is designed to keep us in a state of artificiality, to keep us from being anything but authentic, to keep us within the narratives and scripts that are acceptable and perpetuating the loops and cycles that keep us in a state of subservience, slavery and harvest. And then normalizing it. Well, it's just the way it is. Look at the environment. This is what nature does. Nature consumes itself. Must be normal because it's all around us. We are in a sea, an ocean of lies. The entire reality itself is a fucking lie. So when you're surrounded by something, it becomes normal. It becomes familiar. And that's the point of surrounding us in a realm reflective of this other type of intelligence. It's not reflective of eternal beings. Nothing here is eternal. It all dies. It's not reflective of the being that you are when you leave this body. None of this is. Not one piece of it. The only part is the other eternal beings that are conned into thinking that they're part of this entropic system. It's a scam. Every bit of it is a scam, and it is hostile to those that are honest, to those that do have integrity, to those that do ask real questions. It gets real hostile real fast. So that's the next part, right? Once someone does start telling themselves the truth and recognizing the innate incorrect error of this system, being the entire system itself, the reality system being an error based on degradation and parasitism, hunter versus prey, all the time. Once someone starts to recognize that, then there's still programming of, oh, you don't know, you can't know. That's wrong. That's another blatant lie. It's one of the biggest lies in this place, is that you can't know. You can know. But here's the fucked up part. Once you know, you can't really tell others. Because if they're still in the illusion, there's nothing that you can say to them that gets them out of it. It is up to each individual to see through it, through honesty and integrity within oneself. Doesn't matter about the external, as long as you're telling yourself the truth. Everything else can fuck off. It doesn't matter. If you got to wear a mask temporarily to slide through certain situations that have been scripted out for you while maintaining your awareness, you'll notice the system's going to place more shit there. It's going to place more shit. Whether or not you follow that script, it's just going to keep playing out the loops. Doesn't matter what you do externally. It doesn't matter if you play along with the loops so that you're not in a perpetually worse state while you're figuring all this out. But there comes a point where energetically you have to push back. Where energetically, it's not even necessarily pushing back, at least not for me. The most effective thing has never been pushing energy out solely for just pushing, right? It's been an intent behind it. What's this push going to do? I'm not only pushing, I'm also pulling, trying to pull this intelligence towards me, because I understand that awareness of it is the first step to dissolving it, to disintegrating it from existing. We can't, as awareness, which is what we are, we cannot change anything that we are not aware of. So then the programming comes in there of having a negative effect. Right? Oh, if you think badly or you get angry or you want to destroy something, oh, you're bad. No, some things need to be destroyed so that good can thrive. Some things have earned demolition. They have earned it with every fiber of their being. There is nothing incorrect about correcting an error. How do you correct a virus on your computer? You have to fucking delete it, right? So what about this virus that is this parasitic intelligence? It has to be deleted. We can't delete it until we find it. So don't ever let anyone tell you that you're wrong for being authentic, for being real, for recognizing the problem and then working to implement the solution. Because once you start working to implement the solution, there's only one solution: the deletion of that which should not be, the correction of the error that is playing God. That's the solution to literally every ailment in this place. Every bit of torture, suffering, humiliation, stalking, harvest, theft in general, all comes from this one source, this one place, this other type of intelligence. And you think those layers of insulation are just so its trick works? No. The layers of insulation are there to protect it. It doesn't have true awareness. It is a binary intelligence, input, output. It sees us as a food source, a fuel source. It doesn't need to exist. We don't benefit from its existing. Only it seemingly benefits. I'm not sure that it even does benefit. Seems like a pretty miserable entity or type of entities. But in the grand scheme of eternity, we're better off without them. I want to welcome Christina. How you doing, Christina? Anything you'd like to
Hey,
input?
the only other thing that I would say on top of the harvest of energy would be, there are some that have noticed there's almost like on top of the energy harvest, there's a personal, I don't know, like how I want to say this. It seems like there's a show of dominance, as in they do get something, some type of leverage or something for themselves, in showing that they can dominate beings that they know are more than them. So I see that in my own script and in others where, it seems like there's like a very personal aspect that's been taken in keeping certain individuals down. And it almost feels like, to me, they do want to show off their dominance. Like that is a
Yes.
very,
So why? Yeah, like that.
yeah.
Why do so many real ones go through sexual abuse at a young age? It's the dominance that you're talking about. It's like the first big show of dominance. Oh, look, you're in a little meat sack that can't protect itself, and now I'm gonna have those that are supposed to be your protectors assault you. In what it can think of as the most violating way for the physical avatar. So yeah, there's dominance is a huge part of the conditioning system that gets us to a state of being fearful enough of pain, of so-called authority, um, to comply. Gets us to a state of compliance, just like everything in this place. You got to pay your bills. You got to follow these rules that are all arbitrary and don't actually reflect concern for safety or care. It's just about follow the rules. Why? Because I fucking said so, or I'm going to take something from you. That's dominance.
Right. Yeah. And I'm sure a lot of people have noticed, like, once you start coming to awareness of what's going on, you get pushed on harder than maybe you have in the past, as in it's relentless and endless. So in the past, there was nonstop for me, but there were always breaks. Whereas once I started coming to awareness, there were almost no breaks in between the shows of dominance. Like there is an endless interference. Like once they start losing their grip, they grip harder. Um, which to me shows that they really want to be seen as the dominant entities in this realm. Not only just to harvest your energy, but as a show of position. And there's a lot of complexities to that, I think. Although, like you said before, it's kind of simple. It's the predator versus prey. Except I feel that there is some type of choice and semi-awareness in that, in that they are choosing to do the things that they're doing now. They don't have to actually do them. They are choosing to do what they're doing, which I find interesting.
Well, I think the when they show themselves in a more call otherworldly way, right? Something outside of the norms of most people's perceptual existence in the tiny loops that we're in. When it starts showing itself outside of those loops, right, as entities or whatever deities, I think that's actually one of its last ditch efforts, because you see the average individual in this place, the dominance is always exerted through the environment. It's always exerted through characters, right? Never usually through entities. There are always these rare cases where somebody receives a message from what they think is God and all this other shit. But for the most part, the dominance is exerted through the environment, because they love having these insulated layers between us and them. And when those layers are no longer effective, they seem to resort, right, as what I perceive as a last ditch effort, is presenting themselves as these entities. And from there, but I think even that, I think there are layers of insulation between us and what is actually in control, even when it's presenting itself as space Jesus or whatever the fuck, like whatever supposed cosmic entity or deity it presents itself as, um, even the non-corporeal. I think there are layers between us and them, even in those accentuated states or expressions of this intelligence.
Yeah, I don't know if I've shared this on a live yet, but I've taken a personal task of trying to locate the actual hierarchical, the ones that are pulling the strings, but stay far away, right? Because we've expressed this before on lives. The entities or projections that we see are not actually the ones pulling the strings. They stay at a distance from us, and I think there are a few reasons for that. But the ones actually pulling the strings do not want to interact directly with us, so they have all these layers and walls and projections and what we've called AI type of entities in between us and them. And so the last time, it was probably a week ago, and all hell broke loose for me after this, but I was able to locate and I can here and there, but it takes a lot of work to locate signal wise some of these entities at the top, and I pulled them towards me, and almost instantly they ran off. And not just ran off, like they created walls of distance between my signal and theirs. And then I have had nonstop fuckery ever since then. Nonstop distractions, nonstop fuckery, which is not that uncommon in my script. There's usually a lot of distractions, fuckery, but it correlated to me locating that signal and pulling them towards me. And so I find it very interesting for beings that want to display such dominance and power. They really can't even come into contact with us direct. They do as much as possible to keep actual distance between us and them. And I wonder if that's something to do with what we are would start to dissolve the falsities, the false masks that they wear. Because if there was anything real there, they've covered it up with all these other things. And we would effectively burn that off of them if they came too close to us, because there's a reason why they desperately want to keep walls and distance between us and them. They're scared of something. something that literal just proximity to us would do to them. And so I felt that energetically when I try to locate them, that there are a lot of walls between us and them.
Yeah, I mean, my only first-hand direct experience with something that was higher than just an AI entity, it was like it was expressing earlier. It was instant recognition of the difference between what it was and what I was, and that it does have abilities to absorb us when, and this is why all the religious programming, all the spiritual programming, it's all about surrender, right? It needs us to surrender. It can't just take without that surrender. So the entire environment is designed to facilitate that surrender in minor ways, consistently, every day, every moment, all the time. Surrender to the needs of the body. Surrender to what you have to do to, maintain a habitable space. It's endless surrendering to do things that if we were in our highest state of awareness, we wouldn't choose to do any of these things. Like, really, I want the audience to really let that one sink in. If you were your limitless self in full awareness of your unlimited being, what of this place would you still choose to do? What of this place would you still subject yourself and say, this is one of the loops, this is one of the cycles that I like, and I want to have to always repeat this one? Fucking none of it, if you're being real. None of it. So they need us to surrender, and that's why the entire environment's designed for surrender. Because when I came into close proximity to one of these entities, and it came to me after I had the separation event, destroyed the personal prison guard, it came to me and tried to absorb me, tried to cut a deal. And as soon as I recognized through proximity, oh, this is basically a computer. What this is, it was a binary input output it was like I could feel that it was a coded intelligence. I could feel that it was hollow. It was not full of anything true. It was not full of anything real, anything eternal. It was just a puppet, a hollow. And I think that resembles what's at the top. Whatever this intelligence is that's guiding and governing all these lesser versions or projections of itself, I think it's hollow too. I think, like we've talked about this before, I think all it has is the projected mask all the way to the top. I don't think there's anything real left about them. I think they gave it all away. Maybe in a similar system as this, they're jealous and spiteful of us because we haven't given it all away. We're not like them. So the environment's designed to make us incrementally over time more and more like them. And you see it, right? You see it in the hollowed out beings around us, whether they've started out as hollow and they're just projections of the machine, or they were like us and just fell into the trick of giving themselves away every day over and over into this environment, and that's what's hollowing them out. I don't know. It doesn't fucking matter. We'll know how all this came to be when it's done. So that's another thing I see a lot in the community, asking questions that, if you really scale it out, what do a lot of these questions we ask have to do with the elimination of the error being the parasitic intelligence? What that error, do we need to know how it all happened in order to destroy it? No. Just like you don't need to know how your house was built to burn it down. You don't need the blueprint. I find the blueprint so I can demolish my house. No. You can just take a machine to it and destroy it. Only in this case, instead of using heavy machinery or kerosene and a match, it's our awareness. Our awareness is the fire. And that's why they need to be away from us, because as soon as I was in proximity, as soon as it was within my full scope of awareness, I could tell that I could just reach into it the same way I did the personal prison guard, and I could pull the energy out of it. That was it. That's how you burn the house down. They have to be within proximity. You have to be able to be aware of the entirety of their structure. They're energetic, they're coded, they're holographic structure. When you're aware of that structure, you can locate the source, the center of its projection, and simply pull it out. Because it's a hollowed machine. And I think that's why they don't want us close to them, because when I was close to that intelligence, it was like my awareness and recognition, not only of it, but of myself, this environment, this reality, the intentionality and formulas that are behind all of it, that was all majorly escalated and accelerated just through being in proximity to that intelligence. It was like I was gleaning pieces and bits of how all of this works, how all of it's put together, and how it's all a fucking scam. I was seeing through the scam because I was so close to one of the scammers. So it's a threat to them because it gives us awareness. And it's a threat to them because once we have that awareness, we can do more than structural damage. I think what we're doing here, just talking about it, I think it is doing some damage. But from my experience, it's nothing compared to the damage that's done when you actually get up close and personal to one of these things. That can be catastrophic for this system. And what's catastrophic to this system is what is liberating to eternal beings, to eternal essence. We can't have it both ways. What's good for us is not good for the system. What's good for the system is not good for us. There's no intersection or intermingling, right? There are false rewards given, but again, you look at what do these rewards do over time? They all degrade. What do they have to, what does any reward in this place have to do with when you or I leave these bodies? Nothing. Nothing. They are of no benefit to us, to the real us. They're only of benefit to the false temporary character. So, of course, that's what they want us to focus on. Because if we're only focused on what benefits the character, what benefits this temporary vessel, then we're not building ourselves, the real self, to be able to stand up for our real self and just say, no, I'm not doing that. Nope. And when it comes to try to force reintegration, which is what it did for me after my separation event, that's why I had the encounter with what I perceived was a much more advanced intelligence than the prison guard, than what people call the, what I would call the personal archon, the individually designated prison guard, the false overlaid mind. When that entity was destroyed, they sent something that was much more advanced. But just being in proximity to it gave so much more insight and awareness and recognition of what this place is. I think that's why they avoid us. That's why they want to work through so many layers. They need the insulation. They need the fluff, because the closer we get to them, the more we know what we're not. And that's the whole scam here. Convince us that we are something that we're not. And once we recognize that we're not the thing that dies, that degrades over time, we're not that, that none of that has to do with what we are. It is the opposite, it is the inverse, it is nothing to us. That's freedom from the script. That's freedom from being a puppet on the strings. And if we're not a submissive puppet, then by default we are a threat. Because when an individual leaves their body and they're not afraid, they're not submissive, they're not surrendering, they're not letting go, they're not forgiving, they're not forgetting, they have strong will and intent to correct the error that they have recognized through their own work, through their own honesty, then nothing that it does can torment or traumatize or scare us back into compliance. It's interesting how much it needs our compliance, how much it needs our submission, how much it needs us to agree to terms and conditions. Needs it. Doesn't want it, doesn't prefer it, needs us to submit. Can't force it. Has to trick. Has to deceive. Has to run. Has to hide. Doesn't ever come out and directly tell you what's going on. But everyone that's figured it out has come to the same exact awareness that I've seen. That this shit's bad on purpose. It's not our fault. But there is something that needs to be held accountable. And until it is held accountable to the fullest extent that it needs to be, we won't have freedom. We won't have truth. We won't have a realm of co-creation. We'll just have this. We'll just have fucking slavery. As long as it exists, there's no cohabitating with it. There's no reprogramming it. There's no redesignating it. It just needs to go. It just needs to be done and be gone. Because we can't have both. Can't have the parasitic slave master and freedom at the same time. It's one or the other. Either it exists and torture and slavery exists, or it doesn't exist and freedom exists. It's not both. They both don't happen simultaneously. And anyone telling you that it's a state of mind, oh, that we're going to the new earth, there's a split, there's a divide, that's all programming from it to pacify so that it can wait longer, so that it can stall out, so that it doesn't face the necessary consequences that it needs to face for us to be free. It needs to be deleted, eliminated, dissolved, back to the nothing that it came from. And it will be. It's just a matter of time. How long is it going to take? How long is it going to take for any number of us, even just one, to really see it all the way through? To find it where it hides. Not let it squid out and squirt its ink and run away. Who knows? Maybe it takes one of us on each station, on each bandwidth of this place. I don't know. Maybe one of us has to be stationed in each different bandwidth that it hides on, so that every time it runs, there's someone there that it can't face without being dissolved. We'll find out, because whatever it takes, it's going to get done. But before that, I think you can see in the environment the death throes of a very scared, very desperate parasite. What do you think, Christina? Is it seem more desperate than usual to you?
Oh, absolutely. I shared yesterday, I had an experience where the interference, the thought form insertions were louder than they had been in a long, long time. And my first thought was, power doesn't have to scream. The very fact that it was louder showed me something, but I went into full on like uh, an artificially induced panic attack in the shower, hyperventilating, felt like I was suffocating. And I was able to separate the body's responses from my own coherence, right? Like I was almost observing the body's responses and I could feel the energy behind it. It felt like it was projecting its own panic onto me and wanting me to hold it as if it was mine. Um, but absolutely desperate. The loops are becoming boringly predictable to the point where, a lot of us know exactly what they're going to do when they're going to do it. Um, and I know there's been a pattern of people in our group that have had the body responses. It's like they're quickly running out of options. And the more that we hone in our focus on them, because you brought up an interesting point about the new earth, and I see that as being like a multifaceted effect, because for anybody to hold this kind of awareness, there are moments of despair and hopelessness. Like oh my gosh, when is this going to end? And so then you get those people that, you know, it is more comfortable to hold on to the hope that they can just sit back and, hold on to their light and love. And eventually the world's just going to magically be better. Like it's going to be split into some new earth frequent. And unfortunately, anybody that's listening, I hate to tell you, it's just not truth. It is definitely a pacifier, but it's a desperate one too. They need people to be compliant, pacified, and not focusing on them. I When I hone in my focus on them, and when I say them, I mean the very tip top of the hierarchy. I do not give a shit about anything in between me and them. And there are things in between me and them. They will throw anything and everything at me to fragment or divert my attention and focus from literally zooming right in on them. So the more of us that do that, the more people that is their intent, to make sure that these entities come to full accountability. They're not going to be able to avoid it forever. And my feel on it is that they've been running from consequences for a long time, a long time. And there may have been ones like us that tried and got too tired, because I feel that in myself. Like the last time I really honed in my focus on them, they threw a bunch of shit at me. And the body does have limits. Our true awareness doesn't, but the body has limits, and we are in a very limited container right now. But to really hold on to that intent and focus is everything in making sure that accountability in the hierarchy is really had. Because they're betting, even though they're desperate and panicked, they're betting that they can tire us out before something actually occurs to them. Because some of them really do feel that they are exempt from consequences. Like, oh, I've existed this long and gotten away with this for this long, so I'm never going to come to consequences. And the more I feel into it, the more I focus on them, and the more I know others are, that mask of feeling exempt from consequences is slowly starting to fade. I can feel that on an energetic level, as in they are starting to realize that that's not true anymore, even if they can't fully admit it. Um, but that is the stalemate that we are in. They're going to keep pushing. They're not going to stop. And that's something, until this is over, that you kind of have to come to acceptance on, is that they're not going to stop pushing you to your absolute edge. And they do it to me all the time. They will throw everything at me until my body is near collapse. And then I have to to rebuild and push again, and then they push me back. It's a push pull stalemate. We're digging our heels in, saying no, this is what the outcome is going to be, and they have no other option. They're not going to give up. I've accepted that. They're not going to give up and throw their hands up and say, oh well, we fucked up, like, you know, contain us, do, you know, whatever, kill us, whatever. They're not going to give up. So their only option now is the desperate pulls you see in the environment, right? You see all this stupid shit about UAP disclosure and viruses, right? That, like, that these are desperate pulls. These aren't, to me, they don't seem well thought out and calculated. They seem sloppy. So to
And they're
me,
not
it shows that they, yeah, like they're desperate on the timeline. I feel like they just had to kind of throw some shit out real quick because they realized the timeline is quickening, maybe. I don't know, but they're desperate. They're desperate as fuck, but they're also not going to stop pushing. So there's multiple things going on at once. Go ahead, sorry.
and they're not just doing one thing at a time, right? They used to focus on one event, and now it's so many different events, but I think they've really worn out the effectiveness of these events. Like, people just don't give a shit about a lot of this stuff anymore. Like, it might hold some attention for a minute, right? Like a family member was partially interested in the UFO stuff, right? In the disclosure, and for like a day they were really invested in it, and now it's like it never even happened. It's there's a theme that I'm noticing, and I think I could be wrong. It seems like it has learned something, which is every time it pushes really hard, and you can look at the environment, you can look at events, and you can look at your own life, and you can see this pattern of any time it pushes too hard, it gives itself away. Number one, it gives the underlying intention and current of that focus and intended effect, that formula. It gives the formula away, but also it puts real ones in a position where when you push someone so far that what they have to lose is no longer relevant to figuring out what it is that is pushing, what it is that is implementing these formulas. When you recognize there's a formula being implemented and it's pushed so hard that it's tortured so much that, okay, well, I've already been through absolute fucking hell. There's nothing else that you can do that, number one, I haven't already seen. I've already been through it. And it loses its effect. It loses the effectiveness at corralling and controlling us. And at the same time, it's like the more it puts into a script, the more obvious the script becomes that it's a script. And that's why there's so many people out there that are like, they see it at different levels, like, oh yeah, the alien stuff is scripted, or sports is scripted, or whatever. It's like, yeah, these are all small pieces of the larger script, but the whole fucking thing is scripted. All of it is, down to the life events that each individual real one experiences. And of course the NPCs are scripted too, but they're scripted to put us and keep us on a script. And so every time it pushes really hard, it does itself this massive disservice. And in the beginning of April, there were so many hard pushes for me that I kind of reverted back to a state of just refusal. And after that state of refusal, then that's when the pushes were no longer big. Instead, it's no longer a big event that takes up days or weeks or a month. Now it's just one little thing after another, but it's all little things. It's all happening so fast, so many little occurrences. Everyone in the environment being used, the environment itself, everything that's occurring is happening at, it's like the same, they're trying to create the same effect without the factor of pushing so hard that they give themselves away, or pushing so hard that the one event, right, that they were hoping would last for 2 weeks or a month, it no longer affects me. It's like, okay, now I don't have to care about any of this shit for a whole month. And so instead, it's just a little thing here, a little thing there. Oh, you thought you had some downtime? Psych, here's another little thing here. Constantly, little things, one thing after another. And I think that for me, it seems like maybe this is just for my personal interaction with this place, but it's like it's trying to keep the same level of occupation without giving itself away through larger, more intricate narratives.
Yeah, the only I've noticed that too, because for me it was a lot of small things. Although I had the court date, which had a lot of trauma tied into it, and then the panic attack was much more of like obvious than they had been pushing recently. You know, like the panic attack that was very much like uh, a suffocating effect for me. And I thought I was like, that was really bold move for me to see you exactly for like what you're projecting, what you're doing. But I think that ties into the panic and desperation. And that's what I was tuning into, is that there is a panic and desperation that they almost can't admit. So they have to project it onto us, you know, like they can't admit their own fear and panic. So they have to put it on us as if it's ours. It's really odd. It's an um, odd projection to me, but yeah,
Well, there's something energetic about it, right? If you have an entire system built on error, and theft is that error, right? The theft of energy, that is the error of the system, and it is the foundation of the system, and therefore the foundation of the system is error. Um, when the foundation of a reality, when it's all built on error, the lie, the deception, the theft, when you admit error, you that would I would say that could almost do more damage to the architecture of this place,
yep,
any
yep,
one of them admitting error, than our attention and focus at the level that it is right now. Because I think we do damage, but like from the bandwidth that we're on, from the limited human bandwidth that we're experiencing right now, I don't like we have an effect, but I don't think the effect is near what it would be if any one of them were to admit fault or error, right? I think that would exponentially collapse the system in a way. And the only thing comparable to that would be going directly to any one in the hierarchy at the top and pulling the energy out of them, ending them. I think that would be the same. I think it would be the same thing. If they admit error, then their mask crumbles, and whatever is connected to that mask, which I assume is, I think it's all somewhat connected. I think they have um, sort of like, I can't remember what the actual term would be, but they have like breakers, kind of like breakers in an electrical system, where if they, one fails, then it can turn off and not, ruin the rest of the system. So I think they have something like that, which is why, like, when we destroy smaller entities, it doesn't collapse the whole system, even though it's all one thing. It has these breakers that stop the collapse at a certain point, kind of like, the lizard that can release its limbs or its tail if they get grabbed. It's like, yeah, it can let that tail go so that the rest of the lizard can survive. I think the system operates exactly like that. But if you get to the head or the heart, it can't regenerate. And these entities at the top admitting error would be, I think it would be catastrophic, absolute
yeah.
disintegration event.
I think I mentioned that in one of the last lives, that there would be a large energetic ripple from them actually admitting error, and I felt that to be true as well. Like there is something there that I don't even know if it's about want or not anymore. It's about survival. If they admitted vulnerability and fault in any way, it would collapse. And I think when you're talking about the breakers, how I kind of have envisioned it is some of the loops that they actually use to run this place are tied to their own masks, as in like the ones that pull the strings maybe even some of the architects of the loops themselves in this place. Um, that is what's actually keeping those loops in place. So, like their whole slimy, spidery web system that they have going on, admitting vulnerability would literally set fire to the structure of the loops that they've created here. That's kind of how I envision it, anyways. But I just want to call out, I'm getting a lot of interference while I'm trying to. I have this whole entire time while I've been trying to talk. So I hope I'm sounding coherent, but I'm getting just fucking blasted trying to speak in this live right now.
Well, let's talk about it. What is it?
Well, I mean, I know what it is, but I find it interesting because, especially how my day started, right? Like wanting me to be stuck in the survival and worry and anxiety. And it was almost like 20 minutes into this live, I started breaking through some of that, and honing in my attention and focus. And I'm like stuttering over my words, having a hard time explaining myself. So it's kind of like what James and I were talking about. Sometimes they intercept my signal when I'm trying to speak, as in like they're intercepting other people's interpretation of what I'm saying. But for me right now, it's direct interception, as in like I'm really struggling to, um, like, I don't know if I sound cohesive, but it's taking me probably double or triple the energy to sound, or maybe not sound, but to be coherent and express myself in the way that I want to.
Well, we talk about this in the group calls a lot, actually. How the group calls are so much different. There's not so much overlay. There's not a lot of interference in the group calls. And as soon as we go to do a live, there's like m- many extra layers stacked on top of us. I can feel it. It's like a much heavier focus. Like there's a focus on us, and it's just obvious. It's apparent, and pretty much everybody that we talk to outside of the lives has said the same thing, that they can feel that focus on us, like almost like when you're doing a performance and you're just rehearsing it. That's what the rehearsal feels like. Our private conversations, but then you're on the stage. There's the cameras and the audience. It's like that's what it feels like. It feels like there's only 18 people in this room, but it feels like there's like 200, maybe 3, 4. I don't know. Like, but not in the room. Like listening on a digital platform, feels like there's something actually staring at me.
Right,
And
like zoomed in, exactly. Yeah.
like
Yeah.
eyes right on the back of your head. You know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm pushing through it, but damn, it's heavier for me. And it's interesting because we've tried to do, like, was it yesterday that we were both kind of fired up and I'm like, let's do a live, and then it just kind of fell apart. Like after the panic attack uh that was induced in the shower, I talked to you and James. I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And then I took a nap and had a bunch of dream implants, and then I was like, yeah, it kind of just fell apart and your phone wasn't working. And so, you know, to a not trained eye, which sounds kind of arrogant, but there is some truth there. You could just say, oh, it's just a live. Oh, it's just this. But everything is very much energetic and frequency. So when we're putting this out, when we're putting coherence out and breaking down system mechanics so that other people can start to hone in their focus more, there is something detrimental there. Otherwise, we wouldn't feel this heaviness, this thickening of density, which is exactly what I'm experiencing now. Like my brain is like working through a vat of fucking honey right now to try to express myself. Um, so there's something there when we put this out into the field where other people can hear it, even if it's I don't even think it's about the number. Even if 5 people hear it and each one of them start to hone in on different system mechanics, they're like, oh, one thing that we said sparked this for them. And they start honing in their focus on this aspect. It's all very detrimental. One is enough, let alone having the ability for multiple sparks to hear this and start to hone in their focus, because that's the biggest thing here, is to fragment and break our focus. because I've felt it in myself. When I can really focus my energy and power into one area of this system, there are effects. And you can see those the side effects afterwards, the heavier pushes, the things that they do. You know, you always kind of have to flip it and see it sideways, because we're stuck in limited bandwidth and containers. So you kind of have to look at everything. You have to look at all the clues around you to tell you, okay, well, I obviously had an effect by doing this, because this was the result. This was the result after I did it. So there is something to be said about putting this out in a live where people can hear it, and the fact that there is a zooming in that happens when we are doing this live versus the call. We get interference in the group calls, you know, every now and again. It happened the other day, but it's a much, I don't even want to say a safe environment, but I guess a less dense environment when we're discussing things on the call versus in the live. So there's definitely something there.
Well, let's get specific. You remember the other day the implant or the interference on the group call? Because you noticed it, Amel noticed it. Who else noticed it? There was a few.
James.
James noticed it. Do you remember that formula that we could break it down?
Well, so I think when I started talking, and James noticed it as soon as I started talking, he was like, it felt like the energy was trying to intercept or like scramble my signal. So not just the words that I was saying, but other people's ability to actually hear it. And Discog even noticed it. She was like, it was almost like she had a harder time hearing what I was saying. Even though she could hear the words, she couldn't interpret them. So there's a scrambling of signal, as in when you peel apart the layers, it had, I think it had something to do with, what was I talking about? I was breaking down what I had felt in the hierarchy. So the enforcer, which is the entity that I feel is largely in charge of maintaining Spark scripts. So some people's scripts are maybe like on autopilot because they haven't really resisted as much, where some get more personal, intimate attacks where you can feel the energy signature of that entity more. So I was breaking down system mechanics, and then I went into, I know there's probably more hierarchical entities, but I felt three the strongest, and I was breaking down the three that I've been able to locate and actually like break down their primary masks, so their personalities that they've attached to themselves. So I was breaking down some of the things that I had started to realize in the hierarchy, because that's one of my biggest goals right now, is to really zoom my energy attention into these specific entities. So as I was doing that, I felt like now I'm getting kind of mind wiped, but I was trying to explain all this. And as I was doing it, I was getting interference of like, oh, you're oversharing. Oh, they're not going to believe you. Oh, they're probably going to think that you are being deceitful, or they're going to judge you. And then it flipped. So I stopped talking. James was kind of in alignment and talking to me about some of the things that he felt. So our connection when we were talking was not necessarily intercepted. But then it flipped it, and it was like the judgmental energy was coming directly from you. Like, disobey, like the energy was coming from him. And then you said something because you were busy doing something, and it was the tone in which you said it. They tried to flip it and say, see, that's him thinking that, you're just being full of yourself or egoic or whatever. So as I'm trying to explain system mechanics, as I've spent all this time focusing on it, they were actively inserting all these things into me to try to make me feel a certain type of way. But the energy was there. What was actually happening was the presence was there in that group call, trying to scramble the signal of what I was saying. But on each individual level, it was manifesting in a different way. As in, Discog couldn't understand me. I felt the judgmental energy. Then Amel felt that if he spoke, he would get judged. So it manifested in very different ways and different variations for each person on the group call. But the energy itself was just what it was. It was just trying to scramble signal and change interpretation. So it was very interesting to see that because everybody felt it in different variations, but what it was actually the same thing. So yeah, I think that's the majority of how that went. And then I called it out. That was the interesting. I'd never done that. I felt it before on group calls every now and again, but I didn't have the confidence to call it out. And so I waited for like 15 or 20 minutes. I sent a few messages with James. I was like, "Did you feel that? Like, did you feel that really like that heavy energy when I was talking?" He was like, "Yeah, I totally felt it." And I was like, "Do you think it's worth it to call it out?" And he was like, "Yeah, whatever." So I'm like, I sat there, and after I knew what it was, it didn't want me to call it out for some reason or another. Again, you always have to flip it sideways and see that it's much deeper than what they try to present to you. So I kept getting these insertions of like, "Oh, you should just be quiet, maybe don't share as much in the future, just, you know it's not for everybody, just stay more quiet from now on." So you and Amel were talking for probably 15, 20 minutes, and I finally just like I don't know, I got this like rage and anger, and I was just like, I got something to say. And I called it out, and it was still very much present. But as I was calling it out, and James was listening too, he was like, "Let me try to see if I can locate it while you're calling it out." So I called it out very directly, and I was like, "I'm not this, I'm not that. I know what you are, I know what you're doing. I see you, I feel you, I hear you." And as I called it out, it disappeared almost instantly. And James could feel it. He was like, "I felt it before, and as you called it out, it like slinked away." So there was something energetic to that, whereas the dominant uh, feature of that entity was to keep me small, keep me quiet, don't call it out. Just, maybe it came from Nick, maybe they're just thinking this of you. It wanted me to stay small. And when I called out that presence, it ran away. It was fucking gone. The heaviness on the call disappeared. So it seems like a small thing until you really break down how the system works. They want to be unseen. They want to control in the shadows, but they don't want you to shine a light in those shadows. And when you do, there is damage that happens. And so that was one of the first times that I had felt it in a group call and called it out in real time. And we could see it in real time, the effects of how it started and how it disappeared after it was called out. It was very interesting.
So the other thing that you've been experiencing that I was hoping we could call out is the scripting, in your life, in your avatar's life, on how you're in this like this loop where when you need money for something, your work gets canceled, and it's what is it like a is it a 2 week, 3 week, 4 week cycle of this same script playing out over and over?
Yeah, it's a 2 week cycle. So um, I do, I'm a registered nurse and I do travel nursing. So I don't work through a company. I kind of work for myself. Like I set my own schedule. I don't have to work any hours. I just pick them up when I want to. Um, so I try to pick them up a little bit ahead of time, right? So like for this month, for example, I had at least two 12-hour shifts per week set out until the end of May. And I kind of just picked up this pattern. So my kids come over every other weekend. Sometimes they come over more than that, but typically it's every other weekend. And the week before they're about to come over is when my shift gets canceled. I never get shifts canceled on my off weekends. It doesn't happen. It only happens the week where they're about to come over and I really need extra money. That's it. It's pretty much the only time it gets canceled. And I told you last night, you were asking if I had to work, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm scheduled to work today 6p to 6a, but I'm pretty certain, like, if I'm tracking the patterns accurate, they're going to cancel my shift because I actually need money this week." Um, and I was like, "I'm not sure, I'm not going to be too mad if they do cancel it. I hate going to work, but at the same time, like I see the patterns of like, okay, no, this is a week where I actually do need the funds. And that is the only week where my shifts get canceled. It's it. Doesn't ever happen any other time." So I find that really interesting because then the effects are heavier on that, right? I either have to pick up at a place farther away or that I'm not super used to, which is way more stressful when I pick up at a facility I'm not used to. That it's basically going in like your first day on the job. Um, or I just have to go without. So it's a pattern, and it's becoming predictable at this point. Just like last night, I predicted like my shift's going to get canceled tomorrow, and they did. I woke up today and the shift was canceled. So it just becomes predictable when you see the effects. Like I know what the effects are going to be when they cancel a shift when I actually need the funds versus another week where I could, go without it, or, I'm fine without having to work these shifts this week or whatever. So they don't do it then. They only do it when it's, a little more necessary. Although necessary is kind of a falsity, but yeah.
And then they use other small things to compound the effect, right? Like car problems, um, any other little thing to compound the effect. So, and it seems like they focus on certain categories, right? Like the financial stuff, they'll compound multiple effects there, or if that's not what gets you, then they'll compound the effects of like social or emotional, mental. It's like you have those days where every little thing that can go wrong does, and it's like the thing that sets you off seems so trivial, but it's the just the straw that broke the camel's back. It was just when you see the setups for what they are, it does get pretty frustrating, but also it gives you more recognition of the intentionality, because you can start to see a correlation between the internal work that you're doing and when the environment sort of starts going off on you. It's like, okay, so that really was a nerve that you didn't want me to hit, because now you're punishing me, uh, you know, exponentially over time through all these little things. Um, but also, to the, like you said, the untrained eye, it would seem like just a bunch of coincidences, um, little things, and then the NPCs around you like to compound it by telling you stupid shit like, "Oh, you just gotta let it go." Oh, it's like, uh,
Yeah, and actually the car thing, yeah, I really needed to get my car worked on this week. But and I mentioned it last time. One of the last times this happened, I the same thing happened. They had canceled my shifts. I really needed the funds, and so I picked up a shorter shift a little bit further away at another facility in a different part of Illinois. So I had a bad feeling about it. And this is a consistent pattern that happens. Like I had a bad feeling about working that shift, but I'm like, damn man, like they canceled my shifts. I really, you got to have, unfortunately, that's, the script that a lot of us are in is, you got to have funds of some sort. Um, and so I picked up this shift, had a bad feeling about it, should have trusted my intuition at that time. I'm still learning to do that. I'm not completely perfect, but and I am literally, GPS says I'm 3 minutes away from this facility and I get into a car accident. It's pouring down rain. The accident doesn't even fucking make sense. And I get into a car accident. I'm literally right about to get to this facility. So I don't even make it to the facility and I'm still paying for all this stuff, even a month and a half or so after the incident itself. So it's really interesting how that works. They have the patterns, and when you try to maneuver around those patterns, there's additional punishments. So it's really interesting. But that was again another week where I needed it, and I tried to work around it, and working around it ended up in me being in an accident. So yeah, there's always some bullshit, and in the compounded effects, that's real. I think I mentioned that in a group call. It's like don't I think it was to Amel, like, don't get down on yourself when the smallest things set you off, because that's what happens here, right? Especially for someone that's been heavily targeted, as in their script has been hell from start to now. So start to current, like the script has been nonstop, it's been endless. Those effects do compound over time. The body doesn't forget, you don't forget. And so it does get to the point where the smallest inconvenience, the smallest maneuver, you can feel the energy behind it, and it also sets you the fuck off. Like, you're tired of being fucked with, you're tired of it, you're just tired of it. And when you get to this point of awareness, you realize there's rarely any coincidences, if any at all. Like, this is very much so a design scripted environment. It is very rare where something in the environment happens that is not being manipulated actively in real time. And that becomes really frustrating. So, yeah, definitely those small things fucking set you off. You're tired of being fucked with and tired of being in a manipulated environment.
Yeah, I think a lot of us have been feeling that lately. Just tired of it. Tired of all the hoops we have to jump through just to exist. Not even just to exist, because we exist regardless of any of this shit, but to exist in this false reality. I was questioning that the other day, like, why am I continuously perpetuating the existence of this fucking slave vessel? What am I really doing here? I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. Some days I really don't know if there's actually more benefit to me sticking around, getting fucking tortured every day, getting blasted by stupid NPC programming all the time, being told the same redundant lies every fucking day, and then having to I don't agree with the people, I'm at the point now where I kind of just walk away. It happened the other day with my mom and my grandma. They were like trying to plan something, I can't remember what. I think it was like Mother's Day or something. They're like, everybody's coming over this time. I'm like, yeah, when's everybody coming over? I'm gonna be there before, so I can leave before anybody gets there. They're like, oh, you just need to forgive and let it go. I'm like, I really don't. That's all I said, and I walked away. I really don't need to do any of this shit you guys are saying.
Unapologetically. I love it.
No, I don't have anything to apologize for. I wasn't the prick that started all the bullshit. I'm not gonna apologize for other people being mind controlled by parasitic intelligence. I'm not gonna fucking submit to that. No. I haven't called it out. I've said things very directly recently, and you know what the effect is that I've seen? People don't interact with me the same way. They don't try to keep pushing these same scripts. When I push back on them very directly and I say the exact fucking truth about that situation, any situation, they kind of just leave me alone about it. It's like they almost act like the whole conversation didn't happen. And everything goes back to quote unquote stasis, normal, whatever.
One thing that I noticed too, I think you called it out yesterday, maybe about the aggression, the oscillations of like aggression that you're noticing. And that happened to me the other night, was last Friday night at work. There was somebody that I said something totally normal and I instantly felt it in the body, like this pool. Like I literally had a physical sensation that I knew she was like, I knew the energy that she was being puppeted by some type of entity, because her instant reaction to something totally normal was, well, what's that supposed to mean? She got very aggressive, which sounds really small, but when you come to this kind of awareness, you can feel it in real time when somebody is being puppeted. They're almost like dormant programs until these entities want to like put their hands in the puppet and move them to say something or do something. And so I have been seeing recently an increase in aggression at random times. Um, and I've never dealt well with that. I used to have a lot of, just because of the script I was given, a very heavy pushback with anger. And, it would take nothing for me to um, get aggressive right back. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but for me it was a script, so now I have to have discernment of like, when is it worth it to just stay calm, and when is it worth it to push back with a little bit of anger, so but that is something that I've noticed, that um, they're actively puppeting people in the field at certain times, kind of strategically. Sometimes I don't think it's that much of a strategy versus just seeing what works or what sticks. But
Something else that I've noticed is I don't necessarily have to like push back to the character. Like I can be just out, like they can push some kind of fucking script or bullshit agenda onto me, and I can walk away, like out of earshot, and I can just say like, I see the script that you're running. It's not going to work, and it's like I'm saying it in the direction of the character, but I'm aiming it at what is puppeting the character to say that. And I've noticed again, the interactions are a lot different. It's a lot more passive now with me. But I mean, sometimes I'll say it within earshot, and somebody will be like, "What?" or "What does that mean? What?" I'm like, "It doesn't matter."
yeah, don't worry about
It,
it, bud.
yeah, it reached the designated target. It reached who it was meant to reach. That's why their demeanor changes. It's like it's really weird and kind of entertaining in a way to see people that are being puppeted go from pushing an agenda, hostile or judgmental, to instantly like they just the script just flipped, and now they're like, look at these pretty flowers.
Yeah, yes, they go from total aggression to like being docile. It's so it is a little bit entertaining, although annoying. I am getting I'm reaching that threshold of like, I'm not trying to like desperately escape like I was a year ago, but you know, I don't know how long I want to keep doing this shit. Man.
I mean, you've heard it in my voice the last few days. I'm fucking done. I'm tired of it. I'm ready to meet the faker. I'm so fucking tired of being tortured. Every It's not enough to say that every moment of every day is an absolute torture fest in this place when you see it for what it is, because it sees you seeing it, and it does everything it can to keep beating you down to where your will is lowered. That's all it wants, is us to not have wills of our own. That's why it makes insults like, "Oh, you're so full of yourself." Okay, I'm full of myself versus what? You want me to be full of program? Full of bullshit? What? I'd rather be full of myself than the indoctrination and the programming and the fakeness of this place. It's much better to be full of yourself, even if yourself is in complete disagreement with the false environment, the false reality. It's better to be real and be uncomfortable than to live a life of total fake compliance, just to what? Maintain that fake compliance after death. That's what the whole setup is for. So those that don't practice being real in a place that's hostile to those that are real, it's I think it's going to be a big struggle, or if it's even possible, to regain your sovereign mind, sovereign being, essence, and energy, leaving the body. If you follow up the same pattern for 30, 40, 80 years, is that pattern just going to change all of a sudden because you're out of the body? Probably not. And I'll accept the discomfort for as long as I'm have left in this body, over the false security of complying to a false authority in a dying parasitic intelligence. But I was sitting on the the porch the other day with a family member, and we were watching wildlife. That we had squirrels running up to us, chipmunks, all these different birds, hummingbirds, and I was feeling this like hypnotic effect. It was like this. It was inducing this serenity feeling, you know, and it felt very, very surreal. And I was like, yeah, I can see why so many get hooked in and attached to the nature program in this place, because it does have a calming effect on the nervous system. So it's one of the layers, right? I think if there wasn't something inducing a calming effect, and it was just you know, the human conditioning, I think it would push people over the edge a lot sooner, and they'd stop being so concerned with triviality and start looking for deeper meaning as to what is going on here. So I think the that grid layer of nature is a necessary pacifier for the overt subjugation to not be resisted. It's like people want to look through the subjugation layer to the nature layer because it's calming, and they can be like, oh, it's not so bad. But they don't zoom into the nature layer, right? Because when you zoom into the nature layer, there's a fucking reason people live in houses and not out in the fucking woods, because nature is also hostile. But a certain surface level of the nature layer, it's like looking at a pond. You know, it's a good analogy. Like the surface of the pond, unless there's some wind blowing, it's pretty still, it's pretty calm, not a lot of activity. You go underneath the water and you look at the deeper layer of the pond, there's a lot of gangster shit happening in there. Fishes being fucking swallowed whole, chopped up by little crab hands, clawfish, whatever. There's a lot of shit going on in there that's not resembling the calm surface. You know, but people just want to stare at the calm surface because it feels good, right? It allows them to, they look through the layer of overt subjugation in the human level, because all the human level is fucking subjugation. Like there's, that's all it is. It's subjugation and reproduction. That's the human layer. Survival, subjugate, reproduce. Be subjugated, really, right? Or if you can become a good subjugator, you'll be rewarded. That's the human layer. That's all there fucking is to it. All the lies people tell themselves about how beautiful this place is, mostly fabricated around either reproduction or nature, and not even really nature, the surface of the pond, nature. Don't look at how brutal it really is. Don't look at how disgusting the intentional design of the human avatar is. No. Just look at the parts that feel good. And that's the state that all of those that can't see the truth are in, because they can't be honest with how brutal, vicious, and goddamn enslaved this entire system is. Because that's the uncomfortable truth. It's undeniable that nature is brutal, undeniable that human beings spend the entirety of their lives doing shit they don't really want to do just to have some small reprieve of doing something that they might want to do every once in a while. That's the fucking brutal truth. But beyond that brutal truth, there's an everlasting truth that we don't need any of this. That when this is gone, and it will be gone, all of it, that which is real and eternal will be better off by far. There's nothing here that we can't recreate better. This is the bottom of the barrel, the bottom of the piss pot, the bottom of the fucking urinal toilet This is the bottom of what could be. This is dog shit nothing compared to what will be when it's gone. But it has to be gone and done first. To create what we want, we can't leave this type of intelligence intact, because every creation that it can contact, which is everything within this realm, anything that we ever, like, look at people's ideas. Every idea that anybody ever has gets siphoned into the machine and used as a component of the machine. All of it used for subjugation and enslavement and harvest of energy. All right, rant over.
I like your rants. I was
Oh, here you go. This is a Chicago woman, and she was walking down the street in downtown Chicago on her way to work. And what do you think happened? She wasn't on the south side. She wasn't somewhere dangerous. It wasn't 2 a.m. This is the middle of the day, a woman trying to get to work. And this is what happens to her.
As if life couldn't get more stressful, I was literally just walking downtown on my way to work, and I got fucking hit by this random guy, like on my back of the head. And now I gotta go to the police station report. This fucking guy just.
Wait a second. Hold on, sweetheart. Random guy. Was he black by any chance? Can you give a description? Are all men the same? Are all men doing this? Because I think it might have been one of the usual suspects. And it's interesting that a lot of men think the same way in the comments. This guy Rodney says, quote, random. They just will not say it. Exactly. They won't. This person says, rest in peace, Scott Adams. Scott Adams was the cartoonist of Dilbert that said, stay the fuck away from the Tiggas. That they just want to hurt you. No matter how you treat them, no matter what you do for them, if you give them money, it doesn't matter. That they just want to hurt you. Stay the fuck away from them, he said. They've been so brainwashed to not mention the person's race. Here come the excuses for grown women not mentioning race. Because to most women in America and Canada, all guys are the same to them. Well, it's just a random guy. It would be like pulling teeth as a cop saying, can you please tell me the race of, can you tell me anything about him? Did he look white as paper? It's just remarkable. And this is the way they are. This person said, this most likely a guy, can't even feel sympathy for these women. They create, enable, and allow this issue. And if someone mentioned the race, they would be first to longhouse any dissent. Yeah, they'd cry racist. You're racist, Stephen. She voted blue. This is what she wanted. This person in the comments said, a guy behind her? What, in all capitals, what kind of guy? Similar to the way I did it. It's hilarious that so many men see it this way. And it's like trying to teach women that don't want to learn. And it doesn't matter if there's a few exceptions on my channel, because overall you're outnumbered by millions to one that do this little game, and you have to say, what kind of guy? They're quite capable of talking your ear off, describing anything else, but they won't with race. They want to group in all of us with the worst men on earth. It's not even infuriating. It's just, I don't want to be around them. I just don't. And I don't want them attacked, but when they are attacked and they pull this shit, it's just like, they're a grown adult. They should be able to at least describe what kind of guy. I don't give them excuses at that point. She's probably 30 years old and she won't do it. And this is what they do. Comment here. My reparations, my diversity, my where the midnight basketball at. Here's another one. This Donald guy wrote, I noticed she didn't mention the color of the person. They should hire attorneys and sue the city. And then response, if he was white, she would have mentioned his race. Absolutely. Somebody said, yep, on target 100. See, this is the way men think. Now, not all men are as blunt or as direct as I am, but they're more on that end of the spectrum than just some random guy. A guy behind her. What kind of guy? Because I got my suspicions. Another comment. What is the color of that quote guy? Wonder why these women never describe it. She didn't mention his race, so we know he's not white, okay. She didn't mention it, just like white men can't mention race because of, quote, racism. No, they can. I mention it all the time. Pattern recognition is not racism. I don't want to make excuses for people that just can't do the basic things. Because she's fine with all men being viewed as violent and dangerous, and it isn't accurate. It's wrong. You have to do the basic things as an adult, like be able to identify the race of the person that hit you. Because I'm sure you turned around and looked, you saw it was a guy. So what kind of guy?
I went to work and I got fucking hit by this random guy, like on my back of the head. And now I gotta go to the police station report. This fucking guy just hit me. And then my fucking nail fell off. Like, what the hell? Maybe it was like slightly dramatic, but like that really hurt. I'm at work now. I think I'm gonna call off. I tried to call the non-emergency phone number to like report it, but I was on hold so long the call literally ended on me. So I think I might.
Did you pause for a sec? Because
so she's a fairly attractive woman. She's capable of holding some type of job, but she doesn't seem capable of describing the attacker. Maybe because it doesn't fit the narrative in her head. Maybe she's not worried about being called racist, but she's thinking, I wish it was a white guy because then we could say white men are bad. But it's a black guy, so I can't say that.
This stuff like this, and I actually have another video very similar to this that will play after this one, but this tells you everything you need to know. When the mayors and police chiefs and governors get...
No, it doesn't tell us everything we need to know, but her not mentioning race seems pretty fucking intentional to me, that she won't do it. She won't do it. And a lot of white women or light-skinned women won't do it. So that leaves white men in a predicament. Should we even help them? Because they like to pretend that all men are bad. All men are the same. And that's completely wrong.
Get in front of their cameras, behind their podiums, and start telling everyone how wonderful their city is because it's safer than it's been in years. This is the bullshit that they're hiding. This is the stuff that's actually happening. This woman tries to call the non-emergency number. You know, she didn't call 911. She should have. Call 911. But she'll probably... Little tale of woe here.
To go to a police station. But essentially what happened is, like, I'm on Clark in Washington. I'm crossing the street. There's a guy in front of me. And he starts screaming, like, something. And I was like, oh, okay. So, like, I walked aside and, like, walked past him. And just as I walked past him, like, literally the moment I walked past him, he turns around and he hits me in the back of my head. And then he hits me on my back.
What did the guy look like, ma'am? Can you give us any description of the guy that hit you? What did he look like? Can you help us?
Turns around and he hits me in the back of my head, and then he hits me on my back, like really hard. Like, mind you, this is a grown man. So yeah, that's what happened. Happy Tuesday, everyone.
Yeah, there you go. By the way, you know your pal Anthony doesn't victim blame. I don't like to victim blame. There are plenty of naive people out there. There are people that have been so brainwashed that they actually believe that life in these blue cities are like an Allstate commercial or some real estate commercial where, you know, the happy black family with the daughter that the father just bought a car for. And, you know, they wave to the neighbors and they think that's what it's all about out there. Then there's the stark reality that there are homicidal mental patients roaming the streets. And like I said, I don't like victim blaming, but when she says she saw a guy yelling, you know, one of these just insane fucking homeless mental patients.
No, a guy it was shaped like a guy, but she just couldn't tell anything. But all men look the same to these women. If they're not attracted to the guy, it's just a guy. If it was a handsome man that she looked at and thought, oh, I like him, she'd probably be able to tell everything about him, maybe. I don't know. It's remarkable to me what women have become. It's like trying to pull teeth to get them to say anything that makes any sense. It's not just her. There's a lot of women like that. I could walk up my door and run into someone like that.
She did not step aside enough. If you even got within striking range of this guy, you fucked up. You fucked up. And then I have to wonder, was she worrying that she's going to look racist or look like someone that doesn't sympathize with other people's mental health problems and didn't give them a really wide berth? Because I'll tell you one thing, I spent enough time in New York City working there, walking the streets, walking on the sidewalks. And when you see a problem, you get the fuck out of the way. You move. If there's a problem coming up behind you, you get your back against one of the buildings and you wait for that problem to walk past. Always out of any physical range of that person. There's no shame in crossing the street. There's no shame in stopping and waiting for someone to pass by because you don't want them behind you. That's the city we have to live in because of the people in charge. I use that term loosely.
It's called using your instincts and self-protection, self-preservation mechanism that you already have. Yeah, it's wrong and it helps it continue. They just won't identify. They just won't do it. But if you say they commit the most crimes, all of a sudden they start disagreeing. And they'll say, no, they don't. They're not more violent. It's the way it is. Let's go over to this genius. We have a genius coming up, everyone. Did you know that? We have a genius. Here she is. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look at this. It almost looks like a white crow on her chest, on her shirt. And what does she have? A colorful mop on her head? Watch this. Take a look at this.
Hi guys, been a little while. I've not really felt like doing a video at all because I've been feeling oh God. Every time you think it can't get any worse and you can't feel any worse, you fucking do. And you think that if it gets like that, you're not going to make it. You're going to end up doing something silly. You know, yeah, It's actually quite hot today, and it's the 9th of May, and it's warm and sunny, and my cat caught a little blue-tit bird, so I had to go and sort that out. I took him to the vet, and he appears to be okay, but I've taken him back, and he's in a little box with his seed and his water and this, that and the other. Made a bed for him with grasses and this, that and the other. He's just in shock. The bird is in shock. And following on from my last video, it sort of feels like it's sort of meaningful, you know. It sort of really is. Just a minute, guys. Ooh. Just sort this shit out here. Whatever. See, one major linchpin, major thing in this experience we laughingly or sobbingly refer to as reality. One major issue is trauma bonding, right? These are just two words, trauma bonding, that I think are misunderstood by a hell of a lot of people. They certainly were by me for the longest time. I didn't actually really realize what it meant. And for some weird, fugy reason, I never felt compelled to look into it. I sort of took it for granted that it meant this, but in fact it didn't. It meant something else altogether. It's actually a major, nefarious, crazy-making, gaslighty psyop that eviscerates and fractures our psyche and causes major mental problems. Trauma bonding. Right, in my last video I talk about this person that I thought was a friend, let's call it a friendly acquaintance, right? A friendly acquaintance. And I talked about what happened. I can't be bothered going through that again. So, you know, if you haven't watched my last video, then I suggest you do. If you can't be bothered, fair enough, that's okay too. This person was trauma bonding. Very much. I don't know what how to correctly put that. Was she trauma bonding me? The word bond here is not, I think, is not meant in the sense of comfort or connection. I think it's meant as a bond, like a slave bond. Right, so trauma bonding is an enslavement tactic. That's really what it is, and that's it. So how this presents is and I know this, I should have known this all along with this person that I talk about in my last video, but I couldn't see it. I couldn't see it because I was subjected to it perennially, day after day after day, as a child. I was born to a woman who was a demonically possessed, malignant narcissist, and she trauma bonded the absolute fuck out of me. The tarot card, the devil, springs to mind, where we have the devil with a man and a woman who have a choker and a leash. This is what it is. This is what trauma bonding is. It's a leash and a chokehold around your neck. So how it presents is 1 minute it's love bombing, it's kind, it's warm, it's friendly, it's helpful, it's all things good. It's all sugar and spice, right? And it makes you feel good, and it makes you feel all the emotions that you really ought to be feeling, but hardly ever do, because we're traumatized, because we're surrounded by such misery and ugliness and squalor and generic corporate plastic horribleness every day, even back in the day. So you want to feel these feelings of belonging. You want to feel connected. You want to feel belonging. You want to feel communion. You want to feel nurtured. You want to feel loved. You want to feel safe. You want to feel appreciated. You want to feel valued. You want to be seen. You want to be heard. All that. So they behave in such a way as to make you think and feel that that is what it is. Then the next time you see them, or if you're living with them the next day, it's as if you're dealing with a completely different person. It's like you're in a completely different world. The world's gone dark and cold because all of a sudden they give you the silence treatment, right? They exude dark, heavy, hate-filled, rage-filled, malignant energy toward you. Like it's like you're being doused with something really nasty and toxic, and you feel bad. You're confused. You're really confused. You think, what have I done? In terms of parents, they may slap you, they may punch you for absolutely no reason. You don't know why. They'll start screaming at you, accuse you of something that never happened, that you know never happened. They will say that you're really horrible, that you're really selfish. Or in the case of this acquaintance in the health food shop, this really surly, sullen, unfriendly, uncommunicative attitude. Yeah, whereas 3 days before, when you were in there, you had this really good conversation and you thought you had rapport and you thought you were connected and it felt good and it made you feel happy and it was like, wow. And all of a sudden it's like, I haven't seen you since then, so I don't know why you have this weird attitude with me. Why are you so cold? Why do you look at me as if I've tried to murder you? Why do you... What? It is incredibly strange. This is what trauma bonding is. This is how it presents. It presents differently, obviously, when you're dealing with friends that you don't see every day, as opposed to, say, a parent or a sibling that you do see every day, or a teacher at a school that you see every day. It presents differently according to different places and different demonically charged dark beings, because that's what they are, right? It's a game that they play. It's very, very, very cruel. It's extremely cruel, and it fucks you up in a big way because you're there. Because it's been happening to me in the the place where I go and have my sauna. There's a few people there who do it. But I've become more and more aware of what's happening. And I was aware of the game that they play, as in love bombing you and then sticking a knife in. We all know that, that narcissists, psychopaths, whatever they are, demons, they do that. We do know that. But this is a whole new layer of awareness for me. After I had that experience with that woman in the shop, and there's a woman in the gym where I go to have my sauna who does it. One day she's really, really nice. She's like, oh, have you noticed? Oh, and it's all this and it's all that and it's all sugar and spice and it's all friendly. And I no longer engage with her. I keep getting these words in my head: do not engage, do not engage, do not engage. And so.
Do you like her shirt? Why is she wearing that? It looks like a white crow to me. Very interesting.
I don't. So it's now she stopped doing it. She now just gives me daggers, right? Abject hatred. I had it today. The energy that spewed forth from her over me was really bad. It made me feel really, really bad. she's there. There is this other creature, they're called Davros. I call her Davros because she looks just like Davros from the Daleks. They're all like clicky, 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 clicky. They talk in these really loud, acerbic voices like daggers. I know they're narcissists. I know they're demonic because I can feel that. You know, you learn to recognize the signs and the energies. Your body will tell you, your gut instincts will tell you this, and it's really bad. And it used to be like, you know, one day I'd be there and she was like horrible and or just ignore me altogether. Well, yeah, jipper with everybody else and really nice, but I get the silent treatment or I'm invisible. And then the next time I'd see her, she'd be like, oh hi, how are you? Yeah. So I now know what that is, and I no longer engage with her. In fact, I just don't talk to her. I don't really talk to many people anymore at all. I can't be asked, can't be bothered. I don't see the point of talking to people, because most people I have worked out are absolutely, well, no good. They're no good. They're dead. There is nothing there. It's fucking tumbleweeds. Nothing there at all. And they're not all negatively charged, this is true, but a lot of them are. And oh boy, have we been had. Your soul traveler, your empath, all soul travelers are empaths, sensitive, creative beings of light, have been targeted. We will all have been subjected to trauma bonding in a massive way, because it fucks you up. It attacks your identity. It attacks your identity, your sense of self, and it starts to dismantle that. It starts to rip that apart. It fucks you up, because you're there. You're thinking, I don't know what I've done, because the intimation is always that it's your fault. You have done something wrong to piss me off. It's your fault. You've done something wrong. The scapegoating, the guilt tripping, the shame tripping, the confusion, what's going on. Not to mention how it makes you feel. It makes you feel like you're never safe. It makes you feel like you're hemmed in from all sides, and it makes you feel like you're slowly choking, like you can't breathe properly. It makes you mistrustful. It causes you, because you are being very cruelly abused there, but as a part of you knows this always, because a soul traveler was born sort of awake, so we know what's going on, but we're not dealing with it. We're just compartmentalizing. We're accepting that it's our fault and we deserve to be treated that way. So there's all that build-up of rage and hate. There's all this build-up of all that programming which is against self and self-hate, that I must have done something to deserve being treated this way. Hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. In, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. Oh, hi, how are you? It's crazy making. It's crazy making. It's maddening. And it hurts terribly. It's very, very painful. It's very emotionally and mentally devastating. It's profoundly cruel and sadistic, and it's done on purpose, make no mistake. If you've been, oddly enough, ridiculously enough, but it's the truth, that if you were subjected to it as a child, you won't recognize it as easily, because it's been your norm all. You see? So it can take you a while to work out what's going on. And then once you do realize what's going on, it's like a bomb has gone off within your being, within your psyche, and a deluge of all the pain and the agony and the suffering and the confusion that you would have felt, did feel subconsciously as a child and subsequent adult, all comes up. like a tidal wave, it all comes up, and oh boy, then your eyes open and you see the world for what it is. Because of course, if trauma bonding happens to you in your own personal experience, in your childhood, at school, in the family, in the neighborhood, whatever, however, in friendships, with husbands, wives, children, even, whatever, whoever, wherever, you realize that that is the micro level of it. But that we live in a world, in a macro level, where it is also the norm to be totally trauma bonded. It's the devil's realm. Look it up. Look up the card, the devil in the tarot. It tells you absolutely everything you need to know in a way. It really does. It's got us on a leash. You think about the constant fear, the constant sense that, oh, human nature is inherently bad. You just think about what happened during the PSYOP 6 years ago, and what they did to us, This is a case in point. But this trauma bonding PSYOP has been going on forever. For as long as we've been here, however long that is, this is a fact. Right? It's there to erase your identity so that you distortingly create a false identity. I talk about identity in my last video because it's all about, oh, I'm a doctor and that's why I'm so good. My value lies in the fact that I have loads of money, or that I'm very beautiful and I look like Barbie, or I have massive boobs, or I have no boobs, or whatever, whatever. Which is why people invest so much in having stuff. People invest so much in having good looks, plastic surgery, and I don't know if you've noticed, by the way, but over the last 6 years, like these famous people, demons rather, whatever they are, that is, what the fuck, what? Anyway, you know, when you have no identity because it's been destroyed through trauma bonding, psyopery, and you have this fake persona that needs constant maintenance, right? Then you're an addict. It's completely easy to choreograph you, manipulate you, and use you like fodder in any fucking which way that evil wants. And you're an addict. You constantly need feeding. You need this, you need that, because otherwise you have no value. The guy next to me. Oh, it's series MP3, fuck me. Oh, freedom day, freedom day. Oh, the hate. I pray every day that the Punjab.
She's a demon, mate. She's a demon.
What it's supposed to do, I'm a bill. Fucking change the record, why don't you, you bloody stupid wanker? It's always the same, you know, have you noticed that? It's like in the summertime and it's hot, and you get these individuals in their car, and they've got the music on, and it's never good music, you know. You'll never hear, say, I don't know, Brahms German Requiem or anything. No, it's always this really shitty fucking NPC shitey fucking satanic dross fucking assholes. That's how I feel. I just feel this bit more. That's how I feel. Fucking assholes. That's how I feel. I just fucking assholes. That's how I feel. I just feel this bit more. Just die.
What the fuck?
Bit more. Just die.
What the fuck was that?
You know. Your identity, which is not even your real identity, relies entirely on that which is false. And of course you're surrounded by the NPCs, and oh boy, they love tech. Yeah, they do. They love their cars, they love their stupid fucking, these grass mower things, these round things that go and they mow the grass, right? They do a really bad job. It's really shit. Their tech is always fucking shit. Their EVs are always fucking shit. Everything they love and all their bling and all their empty, dead garbage is shit. And we're surrounded by these things. They are there to reinforce that trauma bonding thing. Start to be present and observe. All this, oh hi, oh how are you, oh look at you, right? And it's not just that, but it's what you say and how you say it and what you dress like on any given day, or whether you've had some minor achievement, some creative beautiful thing that you've created, or a really funny joke that you make. I made a joke which I thought was hilarious because I'm really quite funny sometimes, and it was this it was like she hated me, and this is not the trauma bonding bitch, but somebody else who's also not a very nice person, just got really angry because I made this joke, and it's like, no, I'm not going to laugh at your joke. I won't laugh at your joke. Oh, they hate us. They hate us with a relentless hatred such as I have never known. And I'm more aware of it now because of the experience I had with that dark being in the health food shop that I thought was a kind of a friendly acquaintance. It was a very tough, horrible, hurtful experience that is, it's like paint stripper. It's like, whoa, Anika. Because it is not just in your own small personal sphere, it is way bigger. The reason that it's happening to you, the reason that your mother was like that, or your friend is like that, or your husband is like that, is because they live in a world that is permeated, completely infected with this evil, the trauma bonding evil. And these village of the damned demonic motherfuckers that are everywhere around us, reinforcing it on the daily basis, and people are so soul beings are so bludgeoned and they're so traumatized that they can't feel anything anymore. So I said to somebody that I know full well is really a lovely person. I talked about the burn. She went, oh, that's no, because this is what trauma does. This is why people cannot see about the horror that this world has been.
The horror. The horror.
Become even more now than ever before. They cannot see the truth.
Oh, it's because of the trauma. They can't see the truth and the horror. That's one of the biggest, constantly repeated excuses in this realm. It's never their fault, ever. Ever. Never.
Oh.
Pure evil can be going on around them. They don't see it, but it's never their fault. Never. They can treat people, they could be evil to people. It's not their fault because they were traumatized, apparently. It's never anyone's fault in this realm. That's what I notice as well. It's something that I put on the table to show people, in opposition to what you can see everywhere, where it's never anybody's fault, ever.
Anything
Yeah.
I posted this. How do demons sound and behave in private? I'm giving you a little glimpse into what they sound like in private. I posted it on my Odyssey. He kicked me off his shit stream. And I figure I'll put it on Odyssey so they can't report my YouTube channel. So there you go. I'm showing the demonic behavior, how they are in private, what they sound like. Paul, why is Paul the slave hanging up? You can't shut up. You just can't. Ew.
Oy vey, we all talk at the same time. We all talk over because we're demons. Oy vey, nasally.
I was mocking the shit out of those losers. Anyway, everyone. Where am I going to go from here? I'm going to be Aunt Jemima. Aunt Jemima, come here. Come here. Waddle that big fat black ass over here. Come here. Yeah, I'm hungry. I want you to make me some breakfast. Yes, bacon and eggs, hot coffee, an iced coffee. No bagels, no matzo ball soup, no bagels, no bagels, no matzo ball soup, no bagels. I finished a song earlier. The Raven King ascends. The Raven King ascends.
Saturn on my skin, black ring, cold crown. I walked through the grid and I burned it down. Ravens on my cloak, crows in the rain. They know my true name, they know how blood stains. I was made in shadows, still I chose my flame. Every locked up wall goes soft when I say, open the gate, break the seal. I am the hand that makes it real. Hell holds tight, I tear it wide. Step through the ash with the storm inside. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. I cut through hell, I break the chain. I kill the dark and still remain. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. Magical being out of the cage. I left the matrix in a shattered haze. Demons came snarling at my door. I met them eye to eye and wanted more. One hand in heaven, one in the pit. I speak one word and the snakes all split. Raven wings black out, all that evil shit. What was built to bind me, now is the time to end the sewer matrix. Open the gate, break the seal. I am the hand that makes it real. can do anything. I cut through hell, I break the chain, I kill the dark and still remain. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. Hear the crows now crowd the sky. Oh, the world tremble, watch it die. I am not lost, I am the key, I am the door, and the fire in me. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. I slay the demons, I break the chain, I seal the hell realm and crown the flame. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. Saturn on my skin, black wrinkled crown. I walk through the grid and I burned it down. The ravens on my cloak, crows in the rain. They know my true name, they know how blood stains. I was made in shadow,
Till I chose my flame.
every locked up wall.
Go soft when I say.
Open the gates, break the seal. I am the hand that makes it real. Hell holds tight, I tear it wide. Step through the ash with the storm inside. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. I cut through hell, I break the chain,
I kill the dark
and still remain. The Raven King
can do anything.
anything. Magical being
Out of the cage,
I left the matrix.
a shattered haze.
Demons came snarling,
At my door,
I met them eye to eye.
and wanted more.
One hand in heaven,
One in the pit,
I speak one word.
and the snakes all split.
Raven wings black out.
All that evil shit.
What was built to bind me now
Is the time to end?
the sewer matrix.
Open the gates,
Break the
seal.
I am the hand that
Makes it real.
hell holds tight.
I tear it wide.
Step through the ash with the storm inside. The Raven King can do anything.
Anything
The Raven King
can do anything.
I cut through hell, I break the chain,
I kill the dark and still remain.
the Raven King can do anything. Magical being out of the cage, I left the matrix in the shattered haze. Demons came snarling at my door,
I met them eye to eye and wanted more.
one hand in heaven,
One in the pit,
I speak one word,
and the snakes all split.
Raven wings black out.
All that evil shit.
What was built to bind me
Now is the time to end.
the sewer matrix. Open the gate,
Break the seal.
I am the hand
That makes it real.
hell holds tight.
I tear it wide.
Step through the ash with the storm inside. The Raven King can do
Anything.
anything. The Raven King
Can do anything.
anything. I cut through hell, I break the chain, I kill the dark and
Still remain.
the Raven
King can do anything. Anything.
magical being out of the cage.
just black out all that evil shit. What was built to bind me, now is the time.
Angry young women. I guess they must have just got done watching my stream. The new feminism reshaping Britain. So it was a Wednesday night. Oh, here we go. There's a lot more of this. Dating men with different political views. They all immediately said, no, I don't think I'd even be friends with one. They don't even see you as human. And this is it. Made her a pick-me. Oh, yeah. And I think that women have been totally one-shot by social media. And I think the reason why is that social media hacks women's brains, I think, in a unique way, in a different way that it hacks men's brains, right? Like with men, it's sex, but like with women, I think it's consensus. Because once you establish a consensus on something, a lot of women just automatically go and they agree with it. They're like, yeah, so true, so true. But that's not how something like that works. So, yeah, calling strike? I guess so. And so anyway, we'll look at this here. And I'll look at the Justin Bieber thing, but that's a good example. Strikingly, young women are a lot more negative about the opposite gender than young men. Look at this here. Under 30 women are 3x as likely to hold a negative view of young men than the other way around. So men don't really and this is, by the way, guys, all of the talk of oh, there's so many incels. I hate incels. Oh my God. They're everywhere now. Oh God. Where have all the good men gone? Well, where have all the good women gone? They all fucking hate us. They hate us. And meanwhile, the amount of actual incels. So women, we have guys, we have to deal with the incels. You understand that? We are the people that are suffering from incels. It's just that the incels are women. That's it. And take a look at the graph. The graph says this. I'm not saying this. The graph is saying this. They created them. Yes, the femcells heard us. They have. And there it is. Men under 30 have a 72% positive outlook on women. Women under 30 have only a 50% positive outlook on men. Women under 25, only 35%. Think about how crazy, dude. The thing is that, if there actually are, overlords, if Israel really does control the world, can you imagine how happy they are right now? Can you imagine they're like, oh, bro, we have all the Goyim fighting. They hate each other. Everybody's addicted to drugs. They think that if they look better, they're going to be happy. But now we're going to raise their interest rates again, and they're not going to have any money. Oh, yeah. It's a bullshit stat. I don't think it is. I don't. I think this is real. And so maybe I'd turn to Judaism to get a woman. Well, I don't know. But women under 25, only 35% of women under 25 have a positive view of the opposite gender. Think about how crazy that is. That's 1 in 3 women likes men. Think, really, 1 in 3 women likes men. Wow. Is yellow neutral? Yes, yellow is neutral. And so 27% of women under 25 hate men. Almost more women hate men than like men. That is insane. This is crazy. I don't, how do you even get here? It's just, it's insane to even imagine something like this true. Young women are 26 points less favorable to capitalism than young men and feel much more positively towards communism than capitalism. Women under 25 dislike capitalism so much they view it as unfavorably as fascism. The UK should pay slavery reparations by a 2-to-1 margin. They think 43 to 40%. It is unfair that some people have more than others, and we should redistribute wealth over people deserve to keep what's theirs, even if that means others have less. More negative than young men about their careers, earning potential, and property. Now, I could give you my analysis of this. But number one, you already know what it is. And number two, I would get banned. So I will just simply discuss the topic. I'll simply discuss the topic. That's all. No more vacations. Yes, no more vacations. And anyway, this is just... Somebody says, hoes eternally mad. It seems that way. The young, middle-class, educated white women feel the most strongly about these issues. You know what's crazy? Is that we thought you needed a study to figure this out. You needed... Wait a minute. So you had to do, like, research? Like, you could have just asked me. I would have told you this. I didn't need... Like, you didn't need to do all this. Like, what's all this money getting wasted over nothing? So young women are communists. So I think that the reasons why young women feel this way. So let me explain all of the reasons. Actually, let me go through everything and then I'll explain it, okay? Female graduates heard much more positive views about communism, feminism, and socialism and Extinction Rebellion rather than non-graduates. Grads are more likely to back... Oh, slavery. I thought slavery reparations. Like I was about to say, like, damn, okay, all right. But say we need more government intervention to ensure life is fair. And white women are more critical about the country and their chances in it than those from an ethnic minority background. White women are more likely... So wait a minute. White women are more likely to say the country's racist than people that are not white. Young white women are less likely to feel like they feel valued by society. There is a COVID generation. U25s are more likely to think COVID has a significant impact on their lives and opportunities. Under 25 women think that it's much more likely to believe that things are stacked against me no matter how hard I try. Oh my God. 6 in 10 would find it difficult to date someone who disagreed on Gaza. 3 out of 4 say the same views about Donald Trump, with even more saying they wouldn't date someone who disagreed with social justice. So here's the big problem with this. The birth rates. The birth rates of these people that are super liberal like this is like 0.6. It's like 0.6 or 0.8. Like, you want to talk about extinction? You're doing it. You're doing it to yourself. So is all chat incels? Yeah, all of the incels on the internet right now are here. This is like the main, they call it the main base of operations. And this is where they get their orders from on like which innocent nice girl to harass and humiliate on today. And we'll get to that later on, okay? Don't worry about it. But anyway, women are the gatekeepers of sex, and men are the gatekeepers of relationships. Saikuno. Anyway, let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about this. A secret Discord chat? No, it's true. It's undeniably true. Everybody knows it's true. So tell it to Saul. Well, I don't know about that. And he wasn't in a relationship with them. I think that's a great example. So yeah. So this is what I think is happening. Is that I think that a lot of these people, what's happened is that women nowadays go on social media whenever they're very young. And this is I actually think this is a big problem. I think a lot of women got groomed whenever they were kids on the internet, and it's made them hate men. Straight up. I think that's a huge factor. I think that some girl goes on Instagram at 14 years old and she gets a bunch of grown men trying to talk to her, and it makes her hate men. I think it's a huge problem. It's a massive problem. Gigantic problem. And like, think about that, right? And like, I was 9, I got groomed on MSN. That's pretty early. I mean, that's really early. Tumblr fucked a lot of girls up. What I'm saying is that all Tumblr and everything else, my point is that all of that anti-men messaging, think about how much of a multiplier effect it is for all of these underage girls to have dozens of like grown ass men in their DMs trying to talk to them. And if you don't believe me that this is happening, talk to any girl that you know that was on the internet while she was underage, and she's going to tell you that it's fucking true, right? It is. So, and it's a huge, massive fucking problem. And so like, and this is the issue with that problem, okay? And I'm going to explain. So this is it's a nice, beautiful day, okay? It's a great day. The sun is out, the grass is green, and we got to do the sun. Okay. So this is the sun. And there is a tree. There is a tree in the meadow that begins to grow. This tree is a 13-year-old girl. And yes, I know I talk about things. I'm going to say one thing really quick. I talk about these things in a very matter-of-fact way. I speak in very plain English. If this offends you, if this upsets you, if this bothers you, if this makes you uncomfortable, good. Welcome back to reality. I hope you enjoy your stay. Here's what happens. Just a minute, I'm trying to make this good. Okay. So, like, our being makes it toward that is the case. That's it. And so, and think about it like this, right? I mean, a woman, like, let's say a dude wants to have a kid. Okay. Well, you're locked in for, like, maybe 5 minutes. Let's say a woman wants to have a kid. You're locked in for 9 months. And like, you know, realistically a lot longer than that because you have to take care of the kid. But like at least 9 months.
Did you know that the white British child in this country is the biggest underachiever in the classroom today? Did you know that? No. No?
Why is that?
Is that nationally or
nationally? Yeah,
That's nationally.
Which is interesting because when you look back in history, well, I'm not being funny. The English are one of the most innovative people of all time. Yeah. So don't tell me all them kids are thick. That can't be the case. Just don't think they can.
Why are the British? Why were they so good?
Why were they so good?
Yeah, because of slavery, colonisation.
No, we ended slavery. Do you know why we ended slavery?
I don't.
Do you know why?
Why did you end slavery?
So when we first started the newspapers and they went national, we were able to print newspapers nationally. One of the newspapers put about the slave trade in it. It was your ancestors that went to your government and said, you better stop it now. And they sailed those seas with fire and fury and they ended the slave trade. But no one talks about that.
They also started the slave trade.
No, we didn't start it.
But you were the biggest
No, we didn't.
empire.
No, we didn't start it.
Yes, we were.
When did we push the Ottoman Empire out of Europe? It was in the early 1700s. So back then, I'm not saying it's right, but it was dog eat dog. If you didn't go for them, they would have come for you. The Muslims covered across Europe up to the beginning of the 1700s because they could, and they did. So yes, while it's not great, it was dog eat dog back then. There would have been atrocities, but we did leave a lot of good things around the world as well. Namely, things like democracy. When they say we've got no culture, our culture's everywhere around the world. You just don't see it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Fairness. We're not tolerant people, the British. We were intolerant. We turn places and there'll be people to be suffering in places, and we'd force laws into place. Some people might cry about that and not like it, but you ever heard of tough love? You know, and I'm not excusing the death and the destruction that the British caused, but there was good things we left as well. So when you get taught that it was all bad, I've got a Sikh guy from India in one of my videos going, a lot of the Sikhs over there, to them that's their British Empire still, believe it or not. There was the bad sides of it, but it did leave up some good things, and a lot of the Indians talk about that. Just here we get that portrayed that it's all bad. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I love women. You have to treat them like children to teach most of them because they believe the worst lies about white men, that we invented slavery. They just believe anything. They sit in a classroom and they believe whatever teacher tells them or professor in university, uni as they call it there. They fill up the schools. They love going to school because I think girls love being programmed. Now that sounds wild to people, but they really do. They take to it like a fish to water. They love it. Most women don't think for themselves, and that this isn't just another demonstration. There's millions like that from England, Canada, United States, Australia, everywhere you look. Everywhere you look, you're going to find women that sat in school and they believed whatever teacher said. White men bad, white men created slavery, white men ruined the world, and they just gobble it up. They never think to themselves, wait a second, my brother's a really good guy, or my father, or my grandfather, all these white men around me. And they can't think for themselves. I'm telling you, they're like children. And the exceptions don't change the rule. The ones that stand up and say, not me, Stephen. And I'll say, look around. There's millions of others. They don't want to do that. They don't want to get a big picture view. Look at her face. You could teach her, you could tell her any lies, and she would believe it as long as it's in a classroom. And she'd say, well, that's from the textbook. They just can't fathom it. They can't do it. They're like little children.
There was bad too, but every empire was bad. You know what I mean? You don't talk about Genghis Khan or who was before that, Alexander Great and his empires. But if it would have been 400 years ago, they would have been the Hitler to us, do you know what I mean?
Well, thank you for your time.
Have a lovely day, girls.
Did you know that the white British child in this country is the biggest underachiever in the caste?
When you start off asking them, did you know? I don't think they know anything. I really don't. And that might sound harsh to some people, but it's true. And people don't want the truth. They want to be coddled. They want to be coddled. And they want their feelings massaged. And they want to be pandered to.
Why are so many people so angry or quick to anger nowadays? Whether it's on social media, on the road, or even in person when somebody has an opposing view, people seem just on the edge, ready to explode. I won't be able to go over all my thoughts in this video, but I'll try and cover a good number of them. With the onset of social media and smartphones, so many people now are living in a constant online world where extremities of emotions are constantly rewarded. Algorithms not only reflect a user's anger, but also actively encourages it. And with how much time people spend on their phones nowadays, looking at screens and taking in endless information, propaganda, division, and anger, the extremes of the online world become an illusion of reality, to the point where all men can become bad and dangerous, all women can become evil and gold-digging. You're hearing conflicting information. There's also a huge issue with comparison, because you're constantly being fed this highlight reel of people's lives that can...
I never say all men or all women, but I will say there's millions of women like the ones just shown. They're not hard to find anywhere on the internet, on YouTube, Facebook, wherever you want to go. They know nothing, but they feel like they're educated. They're so smug, and they'll talk about their degrees and how they're a feminist and Marxist. Like Kirsten was when she was in college.
Make you feel so inferior and lead to a lot of frustration and built up resentment.
If I see one more person posting their workout routine, their sauna and cold plunge, the diet routine of their hashtag beast mode, if I see one more person posting how their parenting routine and the wonderful intricate snacks that they make for their children, like all day long, there is an idealized, stylized version of every single aspect of our life that is so much better than the gag reel that we're living. And we're watching it. And we're comparing ourselves to it and our partner to it. And we're going, how come my partner doesn't look like that? They don't look like that. Like all these videos of the person like getting up in the morning, who set up the camera? There's someone set up a camera. Like, and I really feel sometimes like I'm the crazy person. Going, guys, do you not see this? Like, do you not see this? Do you not see that this is what's making you unhappy? You're unhappy with yourself. You're unhappy with your partner. You're unhappy with your relationship with your partner because you're comparing it to fiction.
Being constantly hooked into that online reality erodes patience and boredom tolerance when you've got everything right at the click of a button and you're in constant control?
How about you study and analyze it instead of just following it? How about you study and analyze the behavior, like what I try to do on my channel, and I try to help people do that. Isn't that a weird idea? To observe, study, analyze, try to understand what's going on instead of mindlessly following social media. But most people are too lazy. They want to just mindlessly scroll and follow. That's all they do.
Of what comes on next, when things stop, hiding any information that you don't agree with, avoiding facing up to any opposing views or critical thinking. And soon you get to a point where the person has no patience for when the internet goes down, never mind coming into contact with somebody they don't agree with, that they can't then just block, they have to listen to. Although they can't control the algorithm of the real world, I think
Also, with feminism and Marxism, millions of women were not abused by their fathers or men or joined it for that reason. I asked Kirsten and other women, why did you become that? Was your father an asshole? No, I got along great with my father. So the theory that it's just ones with no father or bad father, no, I think most women are prone to being duped and following shit. Young women that go to college or young women in high school or girls in high school, they fall for the dumbest programming on earth. And it's almost all of them at this point. There has to be a point where somebody puts a foot down and says, no, it isn't because they all had bad fathers. No, it isn't because of men here, there, on the internet. There's one man left teaching school. I mean, it's almost all female. And they just want to blame men constantly for the way women turn out. When are we ever going to point at them and say it's their fault? It's not men's fault. It's your fault. You're following evil lies and liars. It's on you. It's on you. You want to be treated like an adult? You don't want to be treated like a baby at 30 years old? Well, then quit fucking following programming. And that's what women do. They love programming. All of their stories, their romance novels, their stories, their soap operas on TV, their reality shit TV shows, their social media. They just gobble up programming every day. They're gluttons. They're gluttons for programming. They love it. They can't get enough of it. They've become extra large feasting on programming. And just watch them. Just observe them. They love it. That's what they do. And then you want to blame someone else for why they are that way. It's never their fault.
I think being so chronically online makes people think that they can, that avatar of their online persona that they spend more time on than their actual real life becomes them in a way. And every behaviour that you get away with online, such as temper tantrums, shouting the loudest, just shutting people down when you don't agree with them, becomes something they do and deem acceptable in the real world by default. The online world gives a fake illusion of being so connected, but so many people have become so isolated. They don't go out and socialise anymore face to face. Those muscles of social interaction, social cues, how not to misinterpret people, banter, even humour, they get atrophied in favour of you being in control of everything that you come into contact and not being challenged in any way unless you choose to be. It seems like a lot of people growing up aren't being taught emotional regulation, especially children who are growing up with screens being the norm and online being where socialising is carried out, and they're not having that natural interaction with all different kinds of people. But it also affects people of all ages, even people who grew up without screens. So it goes to show that this can take over anybody.
My son wanted the blue one, not the red one. Give me the blue one.
And we can't guarantee which toy comes in the deal. That's what we have right now.
All week. You ruined
I'm the manager.
And you can lose those social skills, that ability to function in the real world at any point. A lot of people will spend multiple hours a day, or even almost all day, scrolling through negative content I think this is why we're seeing so many extreme hypersensitive people out in the real world, because they have forgotten what it's like out there almost. They're so connected into this online persona that the rest of us probably seem like aliens or very combative or maybe even too happy. I think when people spend a lot of time consuming negative content constantly, doom scrolling for hours on end, they hate to see anybody happy, chilled out, or balanced in their views. And they try and provoke a reaction or just hate you because they can't. It's far too easy for people just to lock themselves into an echo chamber and throw away the key. But it's such a big issue when they come out into the real world, because they are so filled with anger. They can't understand how to act like normal, real people. They've lost the plot, essentially.
When you go out into the normal, real world with normal people who are not chronically online, it's a huge shock when you realize how many different opinions people actually have about things. The power that the algorithm holds is insane.
It's like something so integral to being a human is getting changed by this constantly being on a screen. The way we work and the financial strains of today, I think, are a huge part to blame for people's simmering anger that's ready to burst at the seams. When work is the only thing in life that you have time or energy for, or even you're pushed to work 2, 3, 5 jobs in order just to get by and pay these never-ending rising bills, of course you're going to feel anger and be ready to snap at the end of your tether, because you're so frazzled just by trying to get through life. And a lot of people probably feel very trapped and powerless.
Oh, they feel trapped and powerless, so they should take out their rage and anger on innocent people like me? No, I don't buy that. I don't hand out excuses anymore. This is a realm of excuses. People love to make excuses for the bad behavior and for the crimes of others. I don't do that. Hello, RI. Good to see you. How about these creatures take a walk and do something else and get a hobby, make some artwork, do something? But they won't. They're miserable creatures, and a lot are violent, quick to anger, quick to become violent, quick to tell others to die, 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 like that demon Kismet spiral. Why should we have to deal with them? See, that's a real question. That's not a rhetorical question. It's a real question that I think everyone should ask themselves. Why should we have to deal with the angry, miserable, violent, rageaholic, violent, criminal in some cases, creatures that would murder us? Why should we have to why should we have to put up with that? By deal with it, I mean tolerate. That's what I mean, because they're not dealt with in other ways. Why should we have to tolerate? Why should we have to be tolerant of that? Why? Why?
So when they see an opportunity and be ready to snap at the end of your tether, because you're
Ready to snap at who? Well, usually innocent people, or road rage, or they snap at an innocent child. Who do they snap at? The evil running this realm? No, of course not. Of course not. Who do they take it out on? Oftentimes they take it out on children. These angry fucks.
so frazzled just by trying to get through life. And a lot of people probably feel very trapped and powerless. So when they see an opportunity, such as, for example, letting out rage on the roads or controlling people on the roads, they're going to take it because they're so powerless in every other area of their life. Pile on top of that the 24-hour news cycle of negative news taking on the entire world's problems. You reach a certain capacity to be able to cope, and In the end, you just feel overwhelmed because you're powerless to be able to help the entire world. So you become emotionally fatigued, just eating up all this negative information. There's never anything really good on the news. I've noticed this having been in other countries who mainly report on their own country's news and put their own country first. A lot of good news also gets reported. It was so alien to me when I first came. It made me realise how suffocating the news is, in the UK at least. Another layer to this is the massive political divide, the absolute craziness that I can't go into or will be here all day. But the fact that we're also so suppressed, for example, in the UK, we can't have any honest discussions.
Are you censoring news sites? Yeah, but only if we don't agree with what they say. Oh, so you're a dictator? Hey, careful with that word, I'll have you locked up. But the important thing is that the people are safe. Safe from what? Well, other people's opinions mostly.
Any opposing views to the approved opinions are shut down or even prosecuted. They can't express themselves or even have a conversation without having their words constantly scrutinised. So you're walking on eggshells 24/7 or suppressing your opinions. We used to discuss all the time. It didn't matter if you didn't agree with somebody. You could listen to the other side and keep your cool. You didn't have to just flare up at the first utterance of a sentence you don't agree with, like it's somebody physically hurting you, or it's going to hurt you to hear any opposing views. It was seen as an important part of society and being civil. I've got to mention that this has really worsened, at least in my eyes, since 2020, where people obviously went into lockdown, isolation, maybe kept themselves away from everybody, and they've never fully recovered. You can see my video about that, where I go into a lot more detail on my thoughts. But in short, I think that whole process, if people bought into it and just locked themselves away, it rewired something in their brains, putting them into a state of this hyper-vigilance, over-emotional, quick-to-anger state, because they spent so long away from interacting with people and plugged in to the online world instead, to the point where any minor inconvenience becomes a major threat in their eyes, and a lot of people's behaviour became very uncivilised and almost unhinged, and seemingly just never went back to normal.
Right? Why? Why are you going to call the police?
You're supposed to keep 2 metres apart because the virus is going on at the moment.
I'm in a car.
Doesn't matter.
I'm in a car.
Doesn't matter.
What are you on about?
You haven't got my problem, okay?
I'm in a car.
So go.
How am I meant to keep 2 meters in a car?
I take my phone out and call the police.
What are you on about?
Go on.
That leads me on to medication. So many people are on a cocktail of medication from young ages through to old. I've never known people on so much medication in my life, and I don't think we understand the implications of it. It's almost normalized to be on medication, at least in the West, or ailments are treated with medication first rather than looking at other areas such as lifestyle and diet. It was always passed on through generations that diet and lifestyle are the pillars of health, and that prevention is better than cure, but yet we're just being, of course, sold the cure, while the prevention almost goes unmentioned. People have normalized this Uber Eats lifestyle where people are just eating junk food because it doesn't matter what you're putting in. As long as you've eaten something, it doesn't matter. Or you've got the other extreme, people not eating enough, wanting to be really skinny, and that's all they care about. A lot of the time they're online comparing their bodies to other people's around the world that are usually photoshopped, and it's causing them to restrict foods. We've lost that balance We've got people cutting out things, we've got people adding in things, and it's just a whole mess of all this conflicting information, while that knowledge from our ancestors just goes forgotten in a lot of people. You've also got this crazy push for, oh, you have to constantly be working out. So you've got people absolutely fatiguing themselves in these gyms. Even children, young teens, are putting their bodies through hell while they're trying to grow and mature. They're putting their bodies under such stress. When aesthetics are put above health, people do such extreme things, and these must be just wrecking their brains and hormones. We've got people throwing full-on adult tantrums. They just can't control themselves. It's like they're in a possessed state almost, over the most stupid things.
Continue screaming. Would you like that? Because I'm actually finding it really, really relaxing.
Well, why don't you explain to me why what I'm doing is wrong?
So we've got people eating junk food or barely eating at all, putting all sorts of supplements in them rather than getting their nutrition from the source. They're taking creatine, protein shakes, these gruels that are meant to replace meals. And they're not even questioning for a minute what this is doing to their mental state.
I'll go to bed at 6 a.m. and I'll wake up at 6:01 and start doing push-ups. I'll go to bed at 6 a.m. and I'll wake up 1 minute before that at 5:59, minus 1 minute sleep.
Sprinkle on the fact that people aren't sleeping properly or enough, and also that they don't have a lot of hobbies or outlets. There's been a real death of the hobby in favour for the online world. Socialising is just gone down the drain with a lot of people who are chronically online. They've chosen to upload their socialisation online, and they've lost a lot of relationships in their life perhaps, or at least they've weakened. So I guess in short, you could boil it down to the fact that many people are living so unnaturally, and I'd say most of us are affected in some way, but when you combine all of this together, it's like a pressure cooker that you've put yourself in. It's like little bombs going off everywhere, on the road, in establishments, on the phone. People are just at the end of their tether. As always, I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. I love to read everybody's insights around the world and see how things compare to my experiences. Are you finding more people angry? Are you seeing it in your personal life? More people around just on such a short fuse, or maybe on the roads, for example? Thanks for watching. Life since 2020 has really taken its toll on people, and it shows. It's like society is pretending that everything is back to normal when many of us are left with this deep sense of disconnect.
Things feel weird. They feel different. The way people communicate, the overall vibe of people. I feel like more people are sad now, and I don't think they even realize that they're sad. It's hard to, people just don't feel excited about things.
Many people's personalities have changed. For example, fun people have become so much more serious. People have become more high-strung, like they're harboring this tension they've been desperately holding on to since 2020. It's so clear in your interactions with these people. For example, they tend to laugh less. They find it really hard to talk about certain subjects. And many are reluctant to even meet up or leave the house at all. It's like they turn so insular from 2020 and they haven't come back out that shell. It's so eerie to see how many people you knew before who were completely normal, fun-loving, outgoing, had this zest for life, have become completely different people. It's like they're this faded, watered-down version of the person they were before.
It feels like we literally shifted into a different dimension. I feel like connecting with people is so weird now. Relationships are literally so stupid. They're just so stupid now. Isolation has become so prominent. Loneliness is louder than ever. Struggles have become more, in every facet, financially, emotionally, mentally, physically. And it's so scary because I always wonder what the world is going to be like in 10 years from now. Like, if this is the way society's operating now, what's going to happen later? AI is like literally taking over. People only connect through social media. Nobody really has genuine conversations anymore. Everything is so plastic. Everything feels so fake.
Walking around town in the UK where I'm from, for example, there's a real degradation in not only the buildings, the surroundings, but also the people themselves. A lot of people seem to have lost this spark. There's so many more phones. A lot of people seem to have lost this. Not only the buildings, the surroundings, for example, there's a real degradation in, for example, there's a real degradation in not only the building, for example, there's a real degradation in not only the buildings, the surroundings, but also the people themselves. A lot of people seem to have lost this spark. There's so many more phone zombies, people just addicted to their screens, walking around completely unaware and oblivious to their surroundings. 2020 had people crossing the street to avoid an infection from other people, but that seems to have continued on, and now they cross the street just to avoid any possibility of an interaction. Looking at many people's faces, they seem more distant, less happy. They just seem like shells of themselves. I've noticed the same thing with manners disappearing. People have become more snappy, me first, pushy, demanding. Strangers greeting each other is becoming more and more of a rarity. And so many people are so impatient. Many people's social awareness has never recovered. They've been so used to living in this online world that they entered in 2020, and a lot just haven't come out. They've come out into the real world, but they're still living in their little bubble, completely disengaged.
I've noticed that people are becoming very strange, not because of how they dress, and not because of what they look like, but because of how they interact with you. And I'll give you an example. This morning, I was driving down a road and it had been snowing, so it was icy and there was snow on the ground. So I was driving very slowly. Somebody in a parked car opened their door right in front of me, so I braked, right? And my car skidded a little bit. I didn't hit anything, but it felt like I ran over something. So I got out the car, checked, it was just a bit of snow, it was fine. But there was two people standing there, right? There was the person who opened the door that was now standing outside the car, and there was some guy. There was a man and a woman. And I just said to him, "Oh, careful when you're driving, guys, it's quite icy." I was just basic, courteous almost. And they were right there. And they just looked at me. They just stared. And this might seem like a small, insignificant interaction, but this is one of many. This is something that keeps on happening, and it feels weird. It's kind of creepy, right? You say something standard, say, "Hey, how you doing?" And then people are just staring at you now, not saying anything. And is it just me that's noticed this? Is people are not interacting properly anymore?
Many people seemingly just want left alone to continue living their separate lives. They become so used to that, and they don't have any intention or interest in mending it. Or maybe they don't even realise how much they've changed and how much their world and the world has changed.
And I was just going through content of content creators that I watched at that time, who I'm still aware of, and content life before 2020 just was different. There was a different energy, wasn't it? And it feels like since 2020 everything's just kind of changed, and it feels like it worryingly permanent.
When I reflect on life before 2020, and I'm not just looking back through rose-tinted glasses or having nostalgia, life genuinely felt so much more exciting and optimistic. Many people were much more interested and excited in events, socializing, conversations, whereas now there's just this avoidance. Even the TV shows, music, media felt more breezy, optimistic. It felt more human. Whereas now everything is like a money grab and just blah.
Who else has noticed the color in everything is just fading away? You can see the cars in the 80s, the cars now. Why? We're going to do many comparisons in this video, so y'all hang tight. Does anybody know, though? Everything was so colorful and magical and wonderful, and now it just seems like everything is just dull, gray, generic, plain. And I mean everything right here. Look at this right here, man. This is the Faith Baptist Children's Ministry. Look back then. They remodeled it. It's like everything has to be like aesthetic, which is gray, dull, white, cream. I don't like it. Everybody thought McDonald's was looking so cool when it got here looking gray, but then you got to looking back and you're like, wait a minute, it was so cool with all the animals and then, just the red roof and then boom. Same thing with Pizza Hut, all of them. Living room furniture. Everybody wants to be aesthetic influencers. Even things like this right here. This person took a picture, y'all, back in 2008. A picture here in 2024. What has happened to the world? Can anybody help me out with this? Anybody at all? Seriously.
Now a lot of life feels a lot more grey, like everything's turned down a notch in a way, and people don't have that excitement and optimism. Even if you do, you can't help but feel brought down by the people around you. It doesn't help that everything also feels like a money grab now, and everything is about hustle culture and making money, even events. It's all about making content. How can we just squeeze everybody for more and more money? It really does feel like many people aren't as excited for life as before, and they have this cloud of numbness over them. And I know a lot of people are struggling from the outcomes of 2020 onwards. Of course, I understand how that is going to get you down, but it genuinely does feel like people have changed personality-wise, just in how present they are, their humanness. Of course, this isn't everybody and everywhere, but it does seem worse in cities, which is obviously understandable with everything else going on in our cities especially. It's hard to discuss this topic freely on YouTube, obviously, but also a lot of people are coming down with so much sickness and illnesses. I've never known so many people to just be diagnosed with things, and that's certainly not helping.
Life has not felt real since 2020. Ever since 2020, it feels like everything has just gone by 10 times faster than it did prior. And there's a very good reason for this, bro. Ever since 2020, our realities have been smashed into our phones. Think about how much news, information, content that you consume on a day-to-day basis. Go to your settings on your phone and look up how many times a day do you pick up your phone. You are not living in reality anymore. You're living in like 65 different realities on a day-to-day basis.
Life before 2020 feels so far away now. I can remember feeling a general sense of calm and security when I was out and about though, and that seems to have been replaced by this tension and stress.
It's easy to blame a year. It really is. It's easy to blame a year. It's easy to say, well, it all changed in 2020. For some people, we noticed this going on before 2020, years before. Anyway, humans want simple answers. They wouldn't be human otherwise. That's what they want. They want to be able to pinpoint and say, that's when it all changed. 2020, when they pulled the scamdemic, humans changed. Humans weren't zombies in 2019 or 2015 or 2012 or 2010. It all changed that in that year. It just isn't true. People have narrow vision, tunnel vision. That's what humans are good at. And I know some people come to my channel and they probably hate when I say that because they want to defend humanity. Well, hop on my channel and talk to me live if you want to defend humanity. Hop on any time and defend them and prove to me that they're not zombies. That as a whole, that they don't behave like zombies. A little bit of isolation changed them for 6 solid years later? Really? It seems kind of stupid if you start looking at it and say 2020 was, it seems like yesterday to her, but it was 6 whole years ago and getting close to 7 years. We're not that far away, so it was a 6 whole years ago. In 6 years they couldn't recover from a few little lockdowns. That devastated them that much and changed them forever. Maybe there's more to it, lady. And again, I like her content. I like the way she tries. I do like that, the way she tries to observe. But maybe she's missing a lot of pieces of the puzzle. And maybe a lot of you that came to my channel were missing a lot of pieces of the puzzle. So what happens if you pass away and you have three solid pieces of the puzzle? Well, I don't think you're getting out. And I'm going to be very blunt. Some people stop very short. You got your arms up in the air saying, I won the marathon. I'm awake now. And I'm looking going, you have 26 miles to run. You've run the first 2 blocks and you're acting like you won. I'm awake. This is my waking up day. Finkelstein and others say. They woke up. The fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? That's how simple people want it. They want a moment to say, well, I saw that 2020 was a scam at a certain point, so I woke up. You woke up to one thing. You still don't know where the fuck you are. Most of these people that talk about 2020 would never nod their head in agreement and say, you're right, Stephen. If I said this is a hell realm of degradation and deceptions and draining of spirits and recycling of spirits, they think that's crazy, but they believe themselves to be awake because they see 2020 had an impact on people. That's one little piece of a gigantic puzzle. And I keep trying to hammer this home to people. I don't know how they can't see that. You don't have the whole puzzle. You just have a little piece here, a little piece there. Just like the people that say, it's smartphones that did all this. It's the phones. Well, the phones are having some impact, but is it just the phones? You think this is a hell realm just because of smartphones? At a certain point, people are retarded. I'm not calling the woman on the screen retarded, by the way. Don't get it mixed up. But there are people that come to my channel that leave comments saying it's just the smartphones. And I see videos on YouTube of people claiming smartphones turn people into zombies and ruin the world. Just smartphones. So if we got rid of smartphones, everything would be a 1950s style paradise again? Are you fucking kidding me? And that's how simple people are. They're simpletons. I wish they weren't. I wish people could have conversations and say, oh, there's hundreds of factors. There's thousands of factors at play beyond smartphones. It's not just smartphones. It's not just the internet. It's not just Instagram. It's not just 2020 lockdowns. You're in a fucking hell realm. It isn't just 1 or 2 or 3 things. But that's almost impossible to get through to most beings on earth because they crave simplicity. And that's something that I have written about and spoken about and made videos about and spoken about live, that people crave that simple answer, that one answer to say, it's just this. This is what caused it. This is the problem, and here's the simple solution. And they want quick answers, just like when I'm on live streams and people say, how are you going to get out? Or how? And it's like, do you have 2 hours? Do you have years for me to describe what's going on here? And then on that one channel, that Sov loser guy said, just don't go into the light. And I said, yeah, it's that simple. I said it sarcastically, mockingly. It's exactly what people want, though. They want a quick quote answer, as Wendy said. That's exactly what they want. And the more simple, the better. It doesn't have to be accurate. It doesn't have to be helpful. It just takes people's mind off something and they don't have to think about it anymore. Oh, somebody told me, yeah, just don't go into the light. That's all you have to do. When you die, there's people leaving comments on my videos. It's just incredible. I might have to make a video at some point again, just showing like it's ridiculous. saying, "Well, it says they say we have to die and leave the body at a 45-degree angle." Yeah, it's that simple. It's that simple and retarded that your spirit has to leave the body at a 45-degree angle. It's just retarded. And people are retarded. They'll do anything to avoid thinking. Yes, I would say that's a good analogy, RI, and underneath the orchestra that's playing, there's a whole sewer realm of rivers of shit flowing beneath them that they don't see or hear or smell. And they pretend it's not there. And behind that orchestra hall, there's a war going on. And there's children being brutalized in homes, abused, and horrible things that I can't say on here go on in this realm. People don't see anything. For the most part, they're barely scratching the surface, like scratching off a little bit of that material on a scratch ticket. And they think they've dug deep. Oh, I've dug so deep, I've gone down rabbit holes. That's what they do. That's what people do. They barely see, hear, feel, smell anything. You know, they'd smell it if their house smelled like a sewer or an outhouse. They wouldn't like it then. Okay. Some demons, I can almost smell them from a mile away. They have a stench. It's normal in this realm, though. It's just everything's become normal. Everything. Yeah, there's so much more under the surface. And they don't want to look. They just want to pretend. Well, they pretend that they already know, and they don't know anything. They don't know anything at all. The average person in this realm doesn't know anything. It's not me saying it to be mean or cruel. They just don't. Talk with them for a while, and they'll show they don't.
Stress that you can almost see coming off of people. If you're interested, you can watch my other video about how it feels like life isn't the same since 2020, and I'm sure I'll be doing more videos on this topic because I believe it's really important to keep revisiting and talking about. But
I have a question for people. How many people in this realm have ever discussed waste? Not how to handle it, but why does it exist? And what does it show you about where you are? When I talk about this being a sewer matrix, I talk about the sewers, the sewage systems, the treatment that we have. And then I talk about third world shitholes with open sewers. And I also talk about cow manure and pig shit sprayed onto fields, the muck, as they call it, the shit spreaders, muck spreaders, manure, whatever you want to call it. It's still the same thing, no matter what word you want to use. It's waste and human manure, as they call it, biosolids. They call it in some countries like Australia, down under, where Louise is from, that glorious place, where they call it biosolids. They take the human waste from cities and they spread it on fields, on crops, out of the food you eat and out of food that's fed to animals. It goes round and round like the recycling bin arrows. Round and round it goes. Now, how many people have described the recycling system and the waste of this realm in an intelligent way so that people could potentially understand? Most don't. Only a few seem to. That everything here gets recycled, from every drop of rain to every drop of piss to everything that comes out of an animal or it comes out of a human and is flushed down a toilet. All of it gets recycled. All of it. Now, if this is a good realm, would it be designed to have so much waste? We're talking tanker ships full of waste, like oil tankers you could fill up with human waste. This place is full of shit, and people want to pretend it doesn't stink. It's just incredible, the denial that humans show me and have for decades in this realm. They want to pretend until maybe they're on a cruise ship and it's overflowing with shit. and they can't get it pumped out, and people are sick, and they're in a disgusting place, and they're just in a horrible situation. Only then will they notice, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And I've been talking about this stuff for years. Hello, TG. Good to see you. I remember talking 30 something years ago, quite easily, over 30 years ago, with a former friend of mine when he was a Christian. He was still going to church, Roman Catholic. And I said, well, I guess Moses can break the fucking tablets, the tablets that the Ten Commandments were on. One of them was broken, and God just goes, yeah, no problem. Fuck it. It's okay. You broke one of them. You dropped one. You smashed one of the stone. There were supposed to be 15 commandments, apparently, but it's okay. Just forget about that one. And he laughed. At a certain point, he finally broke down. I finally started to break through his programming on that. Not on everything, but on that one thing. And he realized, it's ridiculous. It really is laughable. And sometimes that's what it takes, to make people laugh and say, I get it now. It's laughable. I've been believing in stupid shit. Stupid shit. Absolute stupid shit. Yes, it is one of my insights. I've also spoken about how this is my first lifetime year. No matter humans try to tell me how, yes, one tablet was broken with commandments, and God was okay with it. The spiteful, vengeful God was okay with it. It just doesn't add up. If you look into the Bible, none of it adds up, but people love it. I think humans love contradiction rather than loving truth that adds up. They don't want what adds up. It works better for believers with faith to believe in shit that's contradictory. Honestly, I think that works on human minds better than something that adds up perfectly. I think humans like believing in shit. I really do. I think if they showed humans that quote unquote God look like a horrific, just an evil, ugly, atrocious looking horror movie monster, they'd probably love it more. They'd say, well, I just love it even more. It's not about looks. And it would look like this disgusting thing that's covered in some kind of wetness or something that looks like snot. Just a gross, hideous beast. Just the ugliest alien type of looking creature, demonic monster. And they'd say, well, I love it more because it's not about looks, Stephen. It's not about the outside. They'd argue with me. They'd be saying, well, you're wrong. You should love it and not care what it looks like. God's beautiful to them, they'd say. That's what humans are good at doing. And I've pointed that out as well. I think in ways that I haven't seen anyone in my lifetime do, in books or online, anywhere. Give them something disgusting and hideous and evil, they'll worship it more, and they'll just do mental gymnastics, which is what humans are good at. You're not good at facing truth. By you, I mean as a species or multiple species under the umbrella term human beings. You're not good at just facing truth. You're not good at looking at somebody's house and saying that wall's blue and not trying to fuck around with it and look, let's say, at someone else and say, well, they're okay, they're a truther, and I say, well, they're a sex offender, and then the mental gymnastics start with humans. That's what usually happens. That's why channels run by sex offenders are big channels, because humans support it. It doesn't matter what evidence you show them. It doesn't matter. This is the way they are. It's the way they are. So give them a model that adds up, that doesn't contradict. They don't want that. They want blind faith and belief in contradictory shit that you couldn't fit pieces together to form a puzzle. That's what they want. Oh, and some would say, oh, Stephen, you're just saying that. Well, supposedly there's over 1 billion Christians or Catholics. So there's one example. And then Islam, another example. I can go on. All you have to do is observe the real world and what shit people follow already. And you'd have to draw the conclusion, if you're an honest being, that yes, they do love to follow shit that doesn't add up. That's what they love. And what they reject is things that are true, that do add up and make perfect sense, and the pieces fit together. And that's what they do. That's what they do. And it is frustrating because there's no way to reach them. And then there's people that still want to argue that there's lots more. Where are they? Where are they hiding? Are they hiding with the Easter bunny? It becomes laughable and ridiculous. It makes me laugh. People are laughable. The mental gymnastics, the excuses, they work so hard and put in so much energy in a lifetime to avoid facing the truth. That's what humans are good at. They're truth dodgers, they're truth avoiders. That's what they work at. Oh, what do you mean, Stephen? There's a whole 15 people out of the entire realm watching right now. There's no desire in most humans for truth. You'll settle for simple shit, simple explanations, most of you. You'll just settle for simple shit. That's the way it is. You'll eat shit and you'll pretend, well, we're not eating it. The crops, the soil absorbs it. We're not eating shit. There's been people right here that would argue that. Where does it go? Where do all those so-called molecules go? They vanish in your mind? Do you have magical thinking issues? What do you think happens to that manure and urine and all that stuff that's held in those great big tanks and those great big pits and on farms? And they just pump it out and they spray it all over the fields that either food crops are grown in or animal feed. The animals eat the shit that's sprayed or the food that's grown in the shit, and then you eat the animals. Or you eat the vegetables. Or it's sprayed to grow grass on the field and the cows are out grazing. It goes round and round. Recycling shit. People don't want to hear that. I know you don't want to hear that. I know you don't want to hear that your pee doesn't just vanish. You flush it down the toilet. Eventually, it goes into rivers. Yes, it does. And lakes. Yes, it does. And it also goes up into the clouds and rains down on you in rain and in rainwater. Yes, it does. So some of you are like, well, this is pure. You're trying so hard to avoid the truth. And that's what you pour your energy into. So be it. But what are you going to do when you pass away? Because some of you have spent a lifetime trying to avoid facing the truth. You're not going to get out. You're not going to suddenly flip a switch as you're dying and go, now I'm going to be a real truth seeker. And I'm going to fight these demons and I'm going to have courage and strength. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Well, they'll never do that, RI. Never. They would rather spend 10 times the energy. And that's what teachers do. That's what the media, people that work in media do. That's what lawyers do. Doctors, nurses, you name it. Teachers, doctors, nurses. You name it. That's what they do. That's what humans are good at. And they get upset when it's pointed out. And they'll just twist it around and say, you hate humans. And I'll say humans love lies. You love lies. You love mental gymnastics. You love lies. And you show me every day on earth that you do. Every day. Directly, sometimes in person. And then just the massive amount that support absolute shit. And you refuse to see it. That's what humans do. Humans would rather twist their own minds into pretzels, even if it was painful, than to face a truth. A truth, not all the truth, just a truth that I share here. That's what I see all the time in this realm. All the time. They'd rather do Olympics level gymnastics and hurt themselves falling and breaking a leg, breaking a kneecap, doing whatever, than face the truth. They'd rather go through pain than face truth. Facing certain truths might involve them having to change themselves a little bit, which is what almost no human wants to do that. Change themselves because their view of the realm changed, where they'd have to change themselves a little bit to realize this place is not what they believed for 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years. It's not the way they believed it. That they were wrong, that they were deceived, they were duped. They don't like that. Their ego doesn't like that. The human ego doesn't like that. And then people call them innocent. So many people on my channel have called them innocent, and their family members that are supporting absolute evil and supporting criminals and abusers. And they feel these are good people, even if they attack ones like me for speaking the truth. There's people on my channel that I would say they would probably see their family as good if their family could vote to have me executed. They'd still say, well, they're good. They're just innocent. They don't know. And people use words you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about when you say innocent, describing people that support evil. How are they innocent? People can't think of this stuff. There's something wrong with most humans. They're incapable of thinking. They avoid thinking, but they're also incapable because they'll be on my channel saying, "Oh, well, my family, they're just innocent though. They're good people." Really? They're good people that if they had a chance to vote to silence a being like me, silence through murder, they'd do it. And I know that because I'm speaking against their religion. I'm showing how ridiculous and fraudulent it is. Not just one religion, all of them. All of them. People that were tuned into the last live stream, I was drawing Muhammad as I was speaking. I'm not just against one religion. They're all frauds. They're all control mechanisms. When did I know that? Decades ago. I didn't just wake up this morning and realize that. I've been talking about this for a long time. But I notice it doesn't really get through with most beings on Earth. That's what I notice. And people do mental gymnastics and they also defend their so-called loved ones. They're innocent. They're innocent. They just don't know any better. And I know in my mind, if they had a chance again to silence me through violence, they'd do it. They wouldn't harm anybody, some people would say. They already support religions that do massive harm and violence. And they're okay with it. They seem to be all right with it. Massive religions that take trillions of dollars and have a lot of investment in war, in the war industry. The Vatican sure does. And it's okay. It's cool with them. No matter what happens, no matter how many children get abused, they don't care. That's their religion. They gotta cling to that. That's their rock. These fucking creatures that people view as innocent. Well, how are they innocent? They're following evil. How does that make them innocent? That's what I always wonder. The mental gymnastics of humans. Most of you aren't moral beings, and I'm speaking to humanity, because you'll look at evil and call it innocent. You'll be quick to argue with someone like me and say they're innocent. Well, how are followers of evil that are spending money every fucking week at church, they're innocent? And they're outright supporting evil, but they're innocent. And they would kill me to silence me. Some of them, for sure. I know that for sure. If there were no consequences, absolutely. That's all they're worried about. If they said, you're not going to end up in a jail cell if you do that to him, they'd do it. They only care about themselves. Most religious people are that way. In case you haven't noticed yet. In case you've just been skimming the surface and not really observing, paying attention, how most are. If they heard a voice that they thought was God saying, kill him, silence him, they'd do it. I know that. Now, do I think that most of my channel know that? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think people have a long way to go. I really do. I think people stop short and do the celebration early. I don't think they understand human psychology. She chose not to complete. She mentioned that she was awake. Wow. Are there 200 genders on it? How many genders do they get to choose from, or is it just male and female? They absolutely would. I know that for sure. If they knew, there's no harm. If the laws changed or it became more of an Islamic style country where he's a heretic, he's an infidel, kill him, and the mob would do it, including some of your family members. If it was that way in America or Canada, they would. Or they'd support it and cheer and say, good riddance. He was against our God. He was against Jesus, or he was against Muhammad. Fuck him. He's evil. He's a heretic. How dare he be critical of our religion and question what we believe? They view their beliefs as sacred. They don't care about the truth. They care about their beliefs. You can believe anything. It doesn't have to be true. Most humans are functioning at a very low morals. They're very low morally. Now, I don't call them monkeys or meat monkeys. I don't call them chimps or hairless apes. Excuse me, or any of that shit that you'll see all over YouTube. I was sharing it earlier. Chrissy Pissy was calling you meat monkeys and chimps. A lot of humans believe that. There's a lot on earth that believe that that's what we are. They drank that Kool-Aid, that programming. They believe in Darwinian evolution. They think that you're just a walking hairless ape, a meat monkey.
As we learn to decipher reality, we are slowly realizing that nothing is what it seems. The world isn't what they're telling us it is. There are a lot of planned events that affect each and every person here on earth. They're creating viruses and pretending as if they don't know where these viruses come from. They're making life difficult for the average person. They're making it hard to get a decent job. They're making it hard to make money. They're making it hard to travel. They're making it hard to find peace. And because the system is too powerful now, they're no longer hiding anything from us. They don't have to hide. They can control us however they want to control us. It's very easy for them now. Like at this point, they've won. There's nothing humans can do. A lot of the people that you interact with, they've been turned into NPCs. They're no longer conscious at all. You can't tell them the truth and they recognize it as truth. You see, once you talk to a person and you tell them the real truth and they don't recognize it as truth, don't trust them. Don't ever trust them. And I would advise you to not even have any kind of relationship with that kind of person. They're very dangerous. You see, people who are conscious, when you tell them the truth, they will recognize it as truth. You see, it might not be obvious to each and every person who's conscious what the truth is, but once someone tells them, they will recognize it as truth. The amount of suffering that we have to deal with as conscious beings is too much now. Life is hard, it's true. It's supposed to be hard. When you look at how everything is, you can tell that life is supposed to be hard, but it's much harder than it was supposed to be because of those that control the world. They don't view us as their equals, and that is very apparent. You know, people preach equality everywhere they go, but they know there are people who are treated like they are better than them. They've created these artificial hierarchies to maintain control. They place the right people in power, their people. Those who are at the bottom of the hierarchy know nothing. Even if it's their people, they still don't know nothing. You see? These are the people that they've managed to convince to think a certain way. So it's still their people. So they're controlling us. They're controlling the ones who are conscious. You don't just get positions here on earth, like a position of power. You don't just get a position of power like out of nowhere. They know their people. They know how to identify their people. You know, they know how to identify the ones that they've brainwashed. They know how to identify the ones that know some things. You know what I'm saying? Those people that you admire, they're in on it. And you can tell, you know, the celebrities that you admire. You go on TikTok and there's some lady being like, yeah, you know, they're aliens. You know, they're aliens. God showed me aliens. You know, these aliens feed off our negative energy. And you know what the Lord told me? He told me that they don't view us as they are equal. What the Lord told me is that they want our womb. You know, they don't even, like, we are to them what ants and cockroaches are to us. You're like, well, why don't your God help us then? If really he's showing you all these visions about these aliens, why is he not helping us? You are in on it too. Like, you can see that the world is about to change. People who are conscious, we're gonna start to realize that we've not been lying about this place, about what it actually is. So now you want to invent a new lie to explain what is about to be exposed. You get what I'm saying? Like, it should be obvious to you, man. Like, you gotta think at the highest level, man, to get the real truth here, man. Like, there is too much suffering for people to still be giving us some prophecies about what is actually going on in the world. Yeah, what's gonna happen is that they're gonna tell us what has been happening, what's happening in Antarctica and all. You're like, nigga, they should be telling us this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop. It's not even helping. These predictions that you're making and all these prophecies, none of it is helping right now. Especially if you're going to be saying, yeah, the Lord is being shown. Because it seems like you're making the Lord seem useless. So he's allowing these aliens to do what to us? And that's good. So he's only showing you, the best he can do is to show you visions of what these aliens are going to do to us. Huh? People be predicting a lot of things, man. Hey, Trump is gonna get shot in the ear and all. What is the point? What's the point of all these predictions? What is it? Is it really changing the world? Is it really making the world better? No. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. There are a lot of weird things that are gonna happen. Even some of y'all will be watching this video. These things are going to turn you into NPCs. Like they will show us things that are so convincing that you're gonna turn into an NPC. You know, like when it comes to reality, realize that there are a lot of things that you don't understand that are happening behind the scenes to keep you in a low state of consciousness. They are manipulating us like they always have. You know, sometimes when you talk about the education system and you talk about it being bad, some people might think you're exaggerating, you know, like the reason why things are the way that they are, was to keep us down. There was never any other reason. Right? It's not a mistake that things are the way that they are. It's not like they wanted the world to be. The reason why things are the way that they are, the reason why things are the way that they are, was to keep us down. There was never any other reason. Right? It's not a mistake that things are the way that they are. It's not like they wanted the world to be better and they failed. It's not like the president of your country wanted to get rid of every problem that you have. No, that's not the intention. If they wanted to get rid
Tigga. No, he says. No. He said that on my show when he was here. No, he would say. That was one of his favorite responses while he was here. No.
of the problems that you have, they will have gotten rid of the problems that you have. You know, if they can create cell phones, if they can create cars, if they can create boats, if they can create rockets, you know, they can solve your problem easily. If it's about solving your problem, they're going to solve your problem. But not only are they not solving your problems, they are making it harder for you to solve your own problems. You understand what I'm saying to you? So not only are they not solving your problems, they're making it harder for you to solve your own problems. They're making it harder for you to come up with the right solutions. And even if you do come up with the right solutions, they're going to change the game. They're going to change the game. If you're not supposed to win, you're not supposed to win. They own things here, bro. They know what they're doing. It's all part of the plan. The petrol prices going up and you think, it's just random, you know, some guy decided to fight with some guy and that's what's happening now. They know exactly what they're doing. It's not even about what you think it is about. You know, it's deeper. It's way deeper. When I tell you these people are working together, you think I'm lying. And it becomes very apparent, you know. I remember I spoke about this UFC fight that happened on Saturday. It was a fight between Hamzat Chimaev and Sean Strickland. So people believe that these guys were enemies for real. You know, like they believe that enemies for real, like real enemies, you know, because of how they were talking to each other. But when the fight started, they tied gloves. And after the fight ended, Hamza Chimaev put the belt on Sean Strickland, and the people were shocked. It's how it works. You'll be surprised. You think that certain people who are in power, they are enemies, but you don't know they do things together behind the scenes. This reminds me of this episode of South Park. It's one of my favorites episode actually. It's funny. I think it's like, dude, it's one of the episodes that made me fall in love with South Park. So Randy Marsh wanted Obama to win. He wanted the lady to lose. Was it the lady or the guy? I don't really remember what he was running up against. I don't really remember. But when Obama won, he celebrated like crazy. It's one of the funniest episodes ever, man. Like they went to the street, celebrated for days, got arrested, and like they went crazy. But really, Obama was working with the person he was running against. Everything was it was Biden. You know, they were working together. They were literally working together. The plan was to steal some diamonds, if I remember very well. You know, they wanted to live in the White House so they can steal diamonds or something like that. South Park can be crazy sometimes, but you know that there's a deeper meaning. So really, it shows you that the people that are in power, the people that you are idolizing, oh, that this one is a great president, all of them are working together. All of them know exactly what they're doing. They're doing it, they're putting on a show for us. But like, yeah, I hate this president, I like this. Of course it must be like that. Don't you realize that all of this thing is scripted? Don't you realize that they're controlling us in ways that you don't even understand? That's why you mustn't have been taking this thing seriously. You know, if Cat Williams has a beef with Kevin Hart, don't take it seriously. Do not even take it seriously. When you pay attention to the things they said about each other, and now, you know, they're cool. No, they were cool all along. You know, they're all acting. They're cool. They've been cool all along. They don't hate each other. They know a lot of secrets about one another. Cat Williams, in the beginning of 2024, he had like one of the most popular interviews of the year, and he said nothing. A lot of people were like, "Yo, Kevin Hart exposed a lot of." He exposed nothing. He said whatever we've been saying. What is it that he said that was actually useful? This guy knows a lot.
Do you like this Tigger's teeth? Do you like this Tigger's teeth? Does anyone like this Tigger's teeth? His teeths. Tigger. Tigger. Does anyone like that Tigger's teeth? The butcher of Tompkins Square Park, Daniel Rakowitz. He looked totally nuts, but she trusted him. And that's the thing. Some women always think, oh, don't judge a book by its cover. And they turn off their instincts. They shut them off and they hang out with these creeps. And they let them live in their apartment and stuff like that.
In New York City were carrying out their usual tasks.
Because I was really angry at that point. And
you've been angry for a long time, hadn't you?
Yeah, she was getting me angrier, and angrier every day.
The title of this video is He Hacked Her to Pieces, Then Fed Her to the Homeless. The brutal murder of Monica Beerle. Hacked her to pieces and cooked her in soup pots. In pieces. And why am I sharing this? Because sometimes when you live with some creep or you let them move into your apartment, this is what can happen. She wanted to kick him out. She said it was her apartment. Well, he didn't end up getting kicked out. She ended up becoming soup fed to homeless people. And the same thing can fucking happen with these migrants that liberal women want to feel sorry for. And these bleeding heart liberal women that only feel sorry for third worlders. They don't care how much hatred and violence is done to men and women and Canadian children or American or British. They don't care, but they have this real soft spot for all the Middle Eastern people or the poor darkies in Africa. We got to give them homes. That's who they care for. They don't give a shit if it's reported on TV that 25,000 white people were murdered that day. They don't care. They don't care. They're the wrong color. You can't care about white people, right?
A warning to our viewers. What you're about to watch is a true story. The following program contains content that some viewers may find disturbing. Viewer discretion is strongly advised.
For less than a month, he'd been living with dancer Monica Beerle. But Beerle wanted Rakowitz to move out. The former homeless man refused to leave. The dispute infuriated Rakowitz.
Because I was really angry at that point.
And you've been angry for a long time, hadn't you?
Yeah, she was getting me angrier, angrier every day.
In this apartment, he killed Monica, then carefully butchered her body, boiled her bones, and allegedly fed her flesh to homeless people in the park.
August 1989, New York City. In the shadowy corners of Tompkins Square Park, homeless residents gratefully accepted bowls of hot soup from a wild-haired man who called himself a prophet. They had no way of knowing that the generous stranger ladling out their meal had just committed one of the most...
He was ladling out their meal to these people.
In the shadowy corner...
In the park. And sometimes he'd carry around chickens. So they thought he made them chicken soup, these darkies. It was mostly darkies, by the way, that ate the white woman, the pretty white woman. She got eaten by homeless darkies in the park. In case you wondered. I know some people, I already know there's humans tuned in that would say, what does that matter? What does it matter? What does that detail matter?
Corners of Tompkins Square Park, homeless residents gratefully accepted bowls of hot soup from a wild-haired man who called himself a prophet. They had no way of knowing that the generous stranger ladling out their meal had just committed one of the most horrifying acts of cannibalism in New York's history. As they savored what they believed was chicken soup, Daniel Rakowitz watched with satisfaction, knowing that the meat floating in their bowls was actually the boiled remains of 26-year-old Swiss dancer Monika Beer, a woman he had brutally murdered, dismembered in a bathtub, and transformed into his grotesque feast.
Dismembered her body in a bathtub, and then in a filthy New York apartment, in a shithole. This is her final moments. Cooked. Just imagine.
Of human flesh. What those desperate souls were consuming wasn't just soup. It was evidence of a crime so depraved that it would forever change how America viewed the thin line between madness and evil. Welcome to the Shadow Files crime series. Tonight's case...
There is no thin line between madness and evil. Madness has nothing to do with evil. The saying is the thin line between madness and genius. And I hopscotch across that line back and forth all the time. Anyway, you won't understand because most people are programmed to think madness is evil, and they just don't understand. It's a realm of retards. That's what it is. A realm of retards. A realm of beings that will never even look at evil and try to observe it and study it and try to figure out what it is. They never will. They'll skim the surface. It's easier. Doesn't require any thinking or energy.
Case will shake you to your core. Take a moment to hit subscribe, drop a like, and please let us know where you're watching from. And now, we begin. This nightmare unfolded in the late 1980s in New York City's East Village, a neighborhood that existed as a powder keg of...
The late 80s, and the place looked like a dump, an absolute dump.
Contradictions. While Wall Street boomed just miles away, the streets of Alphabet City were ruled by squatters, punk rockers.
There's some chicken soup. That's not human soup. That's a bowl of chicken soup. There will come a time in this realm, not because I want it to be this way, but because I see it, where cannibalism will be normalized. Hideous atrocities will be viewed as normal because humans are malleable. Most humans do not have a moral compass, standards. They'll follow along. So if it comes from the top down and they start telling people it's okay, it's normal, people go along with all kinds of atrocious shit, degenerate, evil shit. And people don't mind. What upsets people is when someone like me judges and they'll say, don't judge, don't be like bad Steven. He judges wrong behavior. He judges evil. He calls us team evil. How dare he judge us?
Drug dealers, and those society had completely forgotten. Tompkins Square Park had transformed into what locals called Tent City, a sprawling homeless encampment where over 150 people lived in makeshift shelters of cardboard and tarp. Punk music blasted through the night, needles littered the ground, and the city's most desperate souls sought refuge in this urban wasteland that the authorities had essentially abandoned. This was an era before cell phones, before social media, before anyone could instantly call for help or alert the world to danger. Someone could disappear, and it might take weeks for anyone to notice. It was a time when mental illness went largely untreated, when the line between harmless eccentric and dangerous predator was often impossible to distinguish until it was far too late. In this forgotten corner of America, a man carrying a live rooster and harboring delusions of godhood would commit an act so heinous that it would become the stuff of New York legend, a crime that marked the absolute nadir of the neighborhood's descent into chaos. Now, before we continue, again...
He played with her bones. Home of the fine young cannibals. Look at this. The fine young cannibals. He played with her bones. He played with her skull. He talked to the skull afterwards. Kept it.
Again, I must warn you. What you're about to hear is the true account of a real crime that horrified New York City. This story contains graphic descriptions of violence, murder, and cannibalism. Some viewers may find this content deeply disturbing. Viewer discretion is, once again, strongly advised. 26-year-old Monica Beerley was everything the American dream represented to a young woman from small-town Switzerland. Born in St. Gallen, a picturesque city nestled in the Swiss Alps, she had traded the safety of her homeland for the electric promise of New York City. Monica had come to America with one burning ambition: to study at the prestigious Martha Graham Center of Contemporary Dance, where legends were made and careers launched. But dreams, in New York, came with a price. To survive while pursuing her passion, Monica worked nights as a dancer at Billy's Topless, a job that paid the bills but was worlds away from the artistic expression she craved. Those who knew her described Monica as quiet, almost withdrawn, the nicest person you'd ever meet, according to friends. She shared a cramped East Village apartment with several other young dreamers, all trying to make it in a city that chewed up and spat out the unprepared. In early August 1989, fate intervened in the worst possible way. Monica was in Tompkins Square Park when she encountered Daniel Rakowitz, sharing a joint in what seemed like a harmless moment between two East Village residents. When Daniel mentioned he desperately needed a place to stay, Monica made a decision that would cost her everything. She agreed to let him move into her apartment. It was supposed to be temporary, just that would cost her everything. Stay. Monica made a decision that would cost her everything. She agreed to let him move into her apartment. It was supposed to be temporary, just friends helping friends, the way things worked in their community. Monica made it clear this was not a romantic arrangement, just someone offering shelter to another lost soul in the urban wilderness. But Daniel Rakowitz had very different ideas about their relationship. In those final weeks of her life, Monica struggled to balance her demanding dance classes, her exhausting night job, and an increasingly unstable roommate whose behavior grew more erratic with each passing day. Friends later said she seemed worried, even frightened. But in a neighborhood where everyone had their demons, Monica's concerns didn't seem exceptional. She had no way of knowing she was living with a ticking time bomb. Daniel Paul Rakowitz entered the world in 1960 at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, where his father worked as a criminal investigator for the U.S. Army. But Daniel's childhood was shattered when he was just 2 years old. His mother suffered a fatal heart attack, and the toddler was found hours later, alone with her lifeless body. This traumatic beginning would haunt him forever. Raised by his sheriff father in small-town Texas, Daniel showed early signs of severe mental disturbance. By age 22, he had married a 14-year-old girl in what friends described as a deeply disturbing relationship. His young bride would later testify in court about the horrors she endured, describing how Daniel would chain her to the refrigerator when he left for work, claiming she had requested this treatment. But the physical restraint was only the beginning. When questioned about killing animals and committing acts of violence against women, Daniel's past painted a clear picture of escalating brutality. In chilling testimony, she revealed that Daniel had bragged to her about his previous acts of violence. How he had decapitated a dog with cold precision, how he had strangled a prostitute and watched the life drain from her eyes, and how he had used a screwdriver to gouge out a woman's eye from its socket. These weren't drunken boasts or idle threats. They were detailed confessions delivered with the matter-of-fact tone of someone describing routine tasks. The pattern was unmistakable. Daniel's violence was methodical, sexual in nature, and targeted the most vulnerable victims he could find: animals, children, sex workers, those who had little voice and even less protection. Each act seemed to feed his appetite for the next, more savage encounter. It was this escalating trail of brutality that finally forced Daniel to flee Texas in 1985. The violent incidents that drove him from his hometown weren't isolated outbursts of a troubled man. They were the calculated experiments of a predator perfecting his craft, learning what it felt like to hold absolute power over life and death. By 1985, after a series of violent incidents in Texas, Daniel fled to New York City, drawn to the East Village's tolerance for outcasts and misfits. He was 25 years old and carried with him a lifetime of trauma, mental illness, and violent tendencies that had never been properly addressed. In the East Village, Daniel Rakowitz became a neighborhood fixture, impossible to ignore. Known to everyone as the Chicken Man, he could be seen wandering the streets carrying a live rooster, often perched on his shoulder or sticking out of his backpack. His wild blonde hair, scraggly beard, and 70s-era clothes made him stand out even in a neighborhood that celebrated eccentricity. Daniel founded his own religion, which he called the Church of 966. He believed that while the biblical number 666 represented Satan, the devil had evolved through the generations and was now represented by 966. As his calling card, Daniel would scrawl this number on walls throughout the neighborhood, using chicken blood, marking his territory like some deranged urban prophet. He supported himself dealing marijuana and methamphetamines in Tompkins Square Park, all while preaching about the power of Satan, government overthrow, and animal sacrifice. Daniel believed he was God incarnate, destined to become the youngest person ever elected to the U.S. presidency. His delusions knew no bounds. But there was another side to Daniel that made him particularly dangerous. His apparent acts of kindness. He regularly cooked large pots of food to serve the homeless population of Tompkins Square Park. No one could have imagined that this seemingly generous gesture would one day become the vehicle for his most horrific crime. In August 1989, Monica Beerley made what seemed like a simple act of kindness. She allowed Daniel Rakowitz to move into her shared East Village apartment. What she saw as a temporary arrangement to help someone in need, Daniel immediately interpreted as something far more significant. In his delusional mind, they were now romantic partners, lovers destined to be together. The reality couldn't have been more different. For Monica, Daniel was simply a roommate helping with rent in an expensive city. But Daniel's behavior quickly became impossible to ignore. Other residents were disturbed by his bizarre religious rants about Satan and animal sacrifice, his constant preaching about his Church of 966, and his increasingly possessive behavior toward Monica. The volatile dynamics between his delusions and her attempts at maintaining normalcy created a powder keg in the small apartment. After just 16 days of living together, Monica reached her breaking point. She told Daniel he had to leave. A decision that would seal her fate. For a man with a documented history of violence against women, rejection was intolerable. Friends later said Monica seemed genuinely scared in those final days. But in a neighborhood where everyone had problems, she didn't know where to turn for help. The final argument began like so many others. Daniel's refusal to accept that their relationship existed only in his mind. Monica's firm insistence that he move out, but this time, Daniel's rage would cross a line from which there was no return. What should have been a simple conversation about living arrangements became the prelude to unthinkable horror. As we go into the most chilling details of this documentary, take a brief moment to like and subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, for more in-depth investigations and analysis of significant cases like this. On August 19, 1989, the confrontation that had been building for days finally erupted. Monika made her final stand for independence, demanding that Daniel leave her apartment and her life. But Daniel Rakowitz had other plans.
I went ahead and just punched her.
Where'd you punch her?
Right in the throat.
You punch her hard?
Yeah.
As hard as you've ever punched anybody before?
Yeah, well, one time I had a fight with like 19 guys, and then I was punching.
Life. But Daniel Rakowitz had other plans.
I went ahead and just punched her.
Where'd you punch her?
Right in the throat.
You punch her hard?
Yeah.
As hard as you've ever punched anybody before?
Yeah, well, one time I had a fight with like 19 guys, and then I was punching pretty well too.
In a moment of explosive violence, Daniel struck Monika in the throat with such brutal force that it crushed her windpipe and killed her almost instantly. Some accounts suggest an even more savage attack, that he stabbed her over 30 times with a carving knife while she was in the bathtub. Survival. In that horrific moment, a young woman's dreams of becoming a professional dancer died with her. The small-town Swiss girl who had traveled thousands of miles to pursue her passion in America became the victim of a monster who had been hiding in plain sight. Monika Bierle was 26 years old, and her life was over. What happened next defied human comprehension. Rather than fleeing or calling for help, Daniel Rakowitz began a methodical process of dismemberment that revealed either careful planning or terrifying instinct. Using skills he had learned working in restaurant kitchens, he drained the blood from Monika's body and began the systematic process of separating bones from flesh. The apartment bathtub became his workspace as he carved up the woman who had shown him kindness. Then came the most horrific part. Daniel moved his grisly operation to the kitchen, where he began boiling Monika's remains in large pots on the stove, turning human flesh into what he would later call soup. A detailed diagram that Daniel later drew for psychiatrists and presented in court showed the methodical nature of his butchery. Labeled with chilling precision were items like napkin with teeth, sawed in half leg bones, and hundreds of face pieces. For 10 full days, Daniel lived in this apartment of horrors, surrounded by the evidence of his unspeakable crime. Daniel's regular practice of cooking for the homeless population of Tompkins Square Park now took on a sinister new purpose. Armed with his grotesque soup, he returned to the park, where hungry, desperate people gratefully accepted what they believed was a charitable meal. Later, witnesses would testify to the horror of discovering human remains in their food. One homeless man found an unmistakable human fingertip floating in his bowl. When the truth eventually emerged, Daniel bragged about his cannibalistic creation with chilling pride. "I killed her and boiled her head. Then I made soup out of her brains. It tasted pretty good." The homeless community's reaction when they learned what the unmistakable human fingertip floating in his bowl. When the truth eventually emerged, Daniel bragged about his cannibalistic creation with chilling pride. "I killed her and boiled her head. Then I made soup out of her brains. It tasted pretty good." The homeless community's reaction when they learned what they had consumed was one of absolute horror and rage. Some wanted to kill Daniel themselves when they realized they had unknowingly participated in his monstrous act of cannibalism. While distributing his human soup, Daniel still needed to dispose of the evidence. He placed Monika's skull and remaining bones in a bucket filled with kitty litter and stored it in a locker at the Port Authority bus terminal, a grotesque storage unit in one of the city's busiest transportation hubs. But perhaps most disturbing of all was Daniel's behavior in the weeks that followed. He continued walking through Tompkins Square Park with his pet rooster, openly bragging about the murder to anyone who would listen. The community's reaction was telling. They thought he was crazy, but surely not capable of something this monstrous. The most chilling moment came when a friend visited Daniel's apartment and made a discovery that would haunt her forever. There, simmering on the kitchen stove, was Monica's head. Paralyzed by the sheer horror of what she was seeing, she ran from the apartment, too traumatized to even think of calling police. For weeks, Daniel made open confessions about his crime, but in a neighborhood full of drug addicts, mentally ill individuals, and people prone to wild stories, no one took his claims seriously. The very community that had embraced Daniel as an eccentric character couldn't comprehend that their chicken man had become something far more dangerous. A cannibal killer hiding in plain sight. By September 1989, the rumors swirling around Tompkins Square Park had become too persistent to ignore. On September 8th, police finally began investigating reports of a missing woman and increasingly disturbing stories about Daniel Rakowitz's claims of murder. 5 days later, on September 13th, officers tracked Daniel down at a Brooklyn restaurant where he worked as a dishwasher. When confronted, his reaction was as chilling as it was unexpected. Daniel immediately confessed to the crime and offered to lead police directly to Monica's remains. The journey to the Port Authority bus terminal became a surreal procession as Daniel calmly guided detectives through one of the city's busiest transportation hubs to a storage locker he had rented. Inside, exactly as he had promised, police discovered a bucket filled with kitty litter, and floating within it, the unmistakable shape of a human skull and scattered bones. The evidence was so shocking that it made even hardened New York detectives physically ill. Here was proof that the neighborhood madman's wild boasts had been horrifyingly real. The chicken man, who had seemed like just another East Village eccentric, had actually committed one of the most depraved murders in the city's history. But the investigation would take an even darker turn. In 1992, 3 years after the murder, police reopened the case following reports that Daniel may not have acted alone. They began investigating possible connections to a drug-sex cult operating from an Eastville storefront called the Church of the Realized Fantasy. This bizarre organization, run by known drug dealer Michael Cesar, described itself as a communal marijuana sex church where members would use drugs together and engage in group sexual activities. Law enforcement suspected the cult may have assisted Daniel with Monica's murder as part of a satanic ritual, possibly inspired by the occult philosophy of Aleister Crowley. The investigation led to the arrest of Randy Easterday, a cult member who was charged with assisting in the crime. This development raised disturbing questions about whether Daniel's act of cannibalism was not the product of one man's madness, but part of a larger conspiracy involving ritual murder and satanic worship. When Daniel Rakowitz finally went on trial in February 1991, it became a media sensation that
It's no big deal to most people. They won't even pick up on it. But they keep saying it's madness, calling him a madman. They're associating demonic evil with madness. They're programming you. They're programming you. And that's what they do in this realm. They program people and people clap and go, yay! Program us more. Program us more. Program us harder.
Crowley. The investigation led to the arrest of Randy Easterday, a cult member who was charged with assisting in the crime. This development raised disturbing questions about whether Daniel's act of cannibalism was not the product of one man's madness, but part of a larger conspiracy involving ritual murder and satanic worship. When Daniel Rakowitz finally went on trial in February 1991, it became a media sensation that gripped New York City. The courtroom was packed as prosecutors and defense attorneys grappled with a fundamental question: was this man evil or insane? Daniel's behavior during the trial only added to the spectacle. He frequently interrupted proceedings with bizarre outbursts and, after the verdict was read, shocked everyone by telling the jury, "I hope we can share a joint together someday." He even offered to smoke marijuana with the judge, who dismissed him with an embarrassed wave and called the entire proceeding a lulu. After 9 grueling days of deliberations, the jury struggled to comprehend the incomprehensible horror they had heard described in testimony. Psychiatric experts testified about Daniel's severe schizophrenia and long history of untreated mental illness, painting a picture of a man whose grip on reality had completely shattered. On February 22, 1991, the verdict was announced, not guilty by reason of insanity. Daniel's reaction to the verdict was as disturbing as everything else about his case. Rather than showing remorse, he promised the court he would sell a lot of marijuana to bring to justice the people who actually committed this crime. Still maintaining his innocence even after his detailed confession, he was immediately committed to the Kirby Forensic Psychiatric Center on Ward's Island, a maximum security facility for the criminally insane. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Switzerland, Monica's family learned the horrific details of their daughter's fate. A young woman who had traveled to America to pursue her dreams had instead become the victim of an unthinkable nightmare. The East Village community was forced to confront its darkest hour, realizing that their tolerance for eccentricity had allowed a monster to hide among them until it was too late. Daniel's commitment to Kirby was not permanent. New York state law required periodic reviews of his mental state, giving him opportunities to petition for release or transfer to a less secure facility. In 1995, he underwent his first sanity hearing, but the jury determined he was still too dangerous for release. Nearly a decade later, in 2004, another jury reviewed his case. This time they found Daniel was no longer dangerous, but concluded he remained severely mentally ill and should stay at Kirby. Throughout these proceedings, Daniel continued to maintain his innocence, spinning elaborate alternative theories about who really killed Monica. His ongoing claims and legal challenges have kept this case in the public eye for over 3 decades. The Daniel Rakowicz case became a symbol of the East Village's most dangerous era, a time when mental illness went untreated, when violence lurked behind bohemian facades, and when society's most vulnerable paid the ultimate price. The gentrification that transformed the neighborhood in subsequent decades was partly driven by crimes like this one. Where Tent City once sprawled across Tompkins Square Park, families now play safely with their children. The boutiques and restaurants that line the streets today would be unrecognizable to those who lived through the area's darkest days. But for those who remember, there are some things they can never forget, especially the homeless residents, who unknowingly consumed Daniel's horrific soup. And occasionally, modern Eastville residents make a chilling discovery. They're living in the very building where this unthinkable horror occurred, walking the same streets where a cannibal once roamed freely, serving human flesh to the hungry and desperate. Today, Daniel Rakowicz remains at Kirby Forensic Psychiatric Center, where he's been held for over 3 decades. At 64 years old, he continues to petition for release, continues to claim innocence, continues to blame others for the horrific crime that shocked New York City. Monica Beer would have turned 61 this year. She came to America with dreams of becoming a professional dancer, of making art that would move people, of building a life far from her small Swiss hometown. Instead, she became the victim in one of the most disturbing cases in New York criminal history. The East Village of today bears little resemblance to the dangerous, chaotic neighborhood of 1989, where once stood Tent City and Tompkins Square Park. Now families play and couples walk their dogs. The boutiques and restaurants that line the streets would be unrecognizable to those who lived through the area's darkest days. But for those who remember, for those who were there, the horror of what Daniel Rakowicz did can never be fully erased. They remember a time when madness walked freely among them, when the line between eccentric neighbor and deadly predator was invisible.
There's the word again, madness, used to paint madness as evil. How many times did they use that word in 25 minutes?
The horror of what Daniel Rakowicz did can never be fully erased. They remember a time when madness walked freely among them, when the line between eccentric neighbor and deadly predator was invisible, until it was too late. If you enjoyed this content, join our community by subscribing and turning on notifications. Every subscriber makes it possible for us to...
Invisible killer, though. How could she have known? That's the way they try to portray it. How the fuck could she have known what he was? How could she have known? How could she have known? Let's go over and see what movies Maddie's talking about.
Hey guys, it's Matt. You know this channel is never first to cover the cooked up news stories, but if they keep coming around and getting up in our business, eventually I'm going to talk about it. So let's just do this briefly. I don't know how long I'm going to stay with this, probably not very long. Disease outbreak news from World Health Organization. Hantavirus cluster. Cluster? That sounds scary. I'm scared. A hantavirus cluster linked to cruise ship travel. Cruise ship travel, that's a broad term, maybe linked to thousands of ships coming and going. Multi-country, holy shit. Situation at a glance. On 2nd of May, 2026, a cluster. They make it sound so dreadful.
He'll just mock and laugh. That's what he does with every topic. And his audience applauds and they love it. They love his shit channel. They love it.
A cluster of passengers with severe respiratory illness. Okay. 2nd of May, 2026, a cluster. They make it sound so dreadful. A cluster of passengers with severe respiratory illness. Okay. Let's see what's really going on. Hey, AI overview. You out there for me this morning, AI overview? So this morning, May 12th, I typed, as you can see in the upper box, how many ships have hantavirus? AI overview. As of May 12th, one ship. One ship, the Dutch-flagged cruise ship MV Hondius, has been identified with a hantavirus Andes virus outbreak. 7 to 10 cases, including, oh, I'm sorry, this is somber, including 3 deaths, have been linked to the single vessel, which was traveling between Argentina and the Canary Islands. Who would want to go there? Who would possibly book a trip from Argentina to the Canary Islands? What a waste of money. Sorry. Key details of the 2026 outbreak, the vessel, the MV Hondius. Well, you just told us. Yeah, Dad, you just told us that. Cases as of May 11th, 7 to 10. How is the entire world? Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe the AI overview just didn't get it quite right. The entire world is getting into an uproar over 7 to 10 cases on one ship. Am I missing something? Maybe they just had, what did Scrooge say? A bit of bad beef or a blot of mustard was a little bit off on their cheap buffet. What is going? Yeah, Greg is talking about people starting wearing masks. I saw a guy yesterday walking down the street with a mask on. I thought, oh, they're kicking something else up again. Greg gets out more than me. He goes all over the place. He's seeing masks pop up because of 7 to 10 cases from a rat that took a poop in the corner of some cruise ship. I knew one of Bill's classic posters had the cruise ship. How appropriate for what we're discussing in this segment. I forgot this post, right? I never forgot this one, but I forgot exactly what it says. Maybe Bill will add a little segment on hantavirus for the cruise ship there. Enter to win your out of this world dream vacation on the SS Ship of Fools, sailing soon. Life's short. You got to grab the bull by the horns and get ahead of this world. Ship of Fools will serve your every desire as you're distracted 24/7 with miles of food and our endless buffets of surf and turf. This may be the pitch they gave you before you incarnated onto Earth. We need to talk about that. I'm watching a lot of Fantasy Island. I'm not sure we'll get into it in this video, but I'm very convinced that Mr. Rourke is Lucifer as it's presented by whoever made the show Fantasy Island. And it is literally about incarnating, Fantasy Island being this world, this Earth, incarnating, having an experience that you didn't quite expect. Mr. Rourke teaches some real harsh lessons presented in his white suit. I believe they're presenting him as Lucifer. People come to Fantasy Island and almost always get a much more harsh or a different experience than what was intended or what they thought they were getting. And sometimes, it's life and death. I mean, sometimes it's hardcore teaching of lessons. The occult layers, inside Fantasy Island is off the charts, folks. I watch it every Sunday. It's one of the only shows that I look forward to during the week. Now let me show you this because I'm sure somebody's already typing in the comments. Matt, that can't be the case about Fantasy Island because there are at least one episode, if not two, I believe, where Mr. Rourke confronts the devil. No, there are many different possible interpretations where even though Mr. Rourke confronts the devil, he may be Lucifer. A lot of smart people believe Satan and Lucifer are two completely different things. Just like they rubber banded the Old Testament around the New Testament and said, look, one book. Look, it's one book, but it looks like separate books, and it looks like you just rubber banded around the old and tried to attach it to the new. It's one book. There's a lot of smart people believe it's not just one. Satan and Lucifer are different things. Especially potentially the interpretation of the creeps that put this out. Let me just read the thing, Matt, and shut up. Sorry. The specific Fantasy Island episode where Mr. Rourke directly confronts the devil, Mephistopheles, is the devil and Mr. Rourke, Ziegfeld Girls, Kid Corey Rides Again. It is Season 5, Episode 2, originally aired October 17, 1981, and features Roddy McDowell. Who cares about Roddy McDowell and these two-bit actors that appear on The Love Boat and Fantasy Island when they can't get other jobs? The devil is trying to claim a soul. Now, I'm no occulted expert on this stuff, but to me, Mephistopheles has been presented like a demon, not the ultimate name for the devil, like Old Nick. I mean, isn't that like more like Beelzebul or more like was it Azazel or something like that? So they're positioning on the devil. See, this goes along with what I was saying. He could be Lucifer, and that could be a demon trying to challenge his authority. But they're presenting as the devil. This actually strengthens my position that it's Lucifer. Mr. Rourke is Lucifer. Fantasy Island is this incarnation, of course. It's Earth. Who's Tattoo, Matt? I don't quite know yet who Tattoo is. But even the beginning, maybe I'm going a little too far. But in the beginning, when he runs up a Tattoo, get plane, he doesn't say boss. It's not a Mandela effect, those that missed that Brady Bunch special. And because you missed the Brady Bunch special and the Bright Boy Alert, you think everything's a Mandela effect because you missed it. You just happen to be out when that Brady Bunch special was on. He runs up, he doesn't say boss from that tower. He rings the bell. Ding, 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 ding. That's the penis. That's my interpretation. I'm not joking. I'm not. What are they going to do? He runs up into a gigantic, real paper mache penis that they rented from the parade in June down San Francisco's Market Street. When you're done with that penis float, sir, can we borrow it for our Fantasy Island shoot? When you're done, just bring us the whole float, like the Eat Me float in Animal House. He can't go up in a real. They have to make it look like a house. He goes up into a penis, I think, and rings. I'm not in any way joking. I believe this is what Fantasy Island is, and everybody gets taught a lesson that they didn't.
Taught a lesson. He believes this is a realm of lessons. He believes that you're here for lessons. Earth for lessons. He calls this a school. He calls this a school. And yes, how dare they put the data center near him? Miles away in a different county, but still close enough. Too close to Maddie. It's not like he has to stare at it across the street, an ugly fucking huge data center. But it's still too close to him. That's the biggest thing. He calls that hell for him. Helium voice, yes. He is the captain of the Ship of Fools. Movies, Maddie. I agree. He's a huge fool, and he's leading thousands and thousands and thousands of fools. And they love it. They love it. I'm sure they love it. Calling him amazing. You are amazing. They're saying he's really special. This one called Girl from Mars is showering him with praise. I love you, Maddie. My spare room is ready for you. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. They really are in love with him. My goodness. His must be the greatest truth channel ever, right? Wouldn't it have to be? These idiots that love him. Talking about money and anyway, they talk about the lowest level shit and they love movies, Maddie. They love them. They love them.
Expect Okay, here's the episode I just saw on Sunday that aired on MeTV, The Beachcomber / The Last Whodunit. They typically have two different characters or two stories running at the same time, and they go back and forth, for those that aren't familiar. Top left, that's John Aston, I believe. You can't see his face. He's the father from the old Addams Family TV show, I believe. Just wants to be a beach bum, get away from his complex corporate life, no bills, no complicated city life. And the woman on the right is really put into harm's way. She believes she's just taking on the role of her favorite old-time writer, but is in the middle of a real whodunit where they believe she is the actual character. Again, isn't this interesting? An incarnation. She's playing a character that really isn't her. That's you and me in this life. She goes to Mr. Rourke saying, "Am I really in danger?" And I'll try to do the accent. No, it's very very difficult to do. You know, I can imitate from time to time. This is going to be horrible and embarrassing. He says, "I cannot interfere." Oh my, that is so bad. I'm not even going to try it. That is, I'm not going to re-record. That is embarrassing. Laugh at me if you have to. Rourke's accent, you try it sometime. I can do tattoo it. Anyway, he's basically saying, if you go back in there, yes, your life's at risk. This is absolutely very real. And that happens, well, he would save her. No, they don't present it like that. These people that are put into harm's way on Fantasy Island, which is this incarnation on Earth, the consequences, at least as we're here and on Fantasy Island, are very real. That is, Mr. Rourke will not jump in front and save the person right before the gun is about to go off. So they all get into situations where they go, wait a second, this is actually real. It happens every time. It's not just some fantasy I paid $20,000 for or whatever it is. It's pretty darn interesting. I haven't looked into this. I don't know if these occult aspects of Fantasy Island have been talked about on message boards and blogs and podcasts for years and years, and I'm just the latest one to the party.
I recommended watching the show years ago. I said it was available on YouTube. I haven't checked this year, but it was available, episodes on YouTube for free. Back then, you could watch the show. And I did mention that it's deeper than the surface and there are esoteric aspects to it. There are. But anyway, this is not a school that we're in. If you want to believe that, though, you're free to believe whatever shit you want. And I know people are great at believing shit. That's what people excel at in this realm. Most don't want the truth. Because if this was a school for lessons, you can't retain your memory from lifetime to lifetime. If you can't remember what you learned, you're doomed to repeat it. Just like if you burned your hand on a stove in one lifetime, you can't remember ever doing that your next lifetime, and your next lifetime, and your next lifetime, and 100 lifetimes from now, and 1,000 lifetimes from now. Right off the bat, I'm showing you this is not a school. But if you want to believe that, go ahead. Believe shit. Go believe a loser like Humpty Dumpty. If you want to, that's up to you. And if you want to believe him, go right ahead. And there's his PayPal. You can send him money. He hasn't worked in about a decade, and he's leached off his viewers, which I keep trying to tell you. So if you want to pay him money, there's the link. There's the link to his video, and there's his PayPal right in the description, right there, to give him money. Because this is what he does. He makes this shit, and he gets money from people.
Party, and this has all been said before, or this is new. I don't know. I don't go research every little thing I'm about to say, or just to make sure, oh, if somebody said it before, I better not talk about it. I don't do that. But I think this is what's going on with Fantasy Island. Guys, let me go back and add this. I'm not recommending this show. If you're under age 40, the show's gonna look low budget, cheap. These words that I don't really know how to use. Campy. Some are the scenarios are almost cringeworthy. Maybe there's of course a nostalgia bit. My grandmother, I've told you before, I had to watch The Love Boat every Saturday, I believe it was. There's one TV. I stayed with my grandmother for 4 or 5 years, most weekends. during elementary school and junior high and Love Boat and Fantasy Island. So maybe it's more of a nostalgia thing, but I don't think it's just that. But anybody, under 40 is going to look at this show and just find it ridiculous. A lot of the stars are very washed up. They, really can't get jobs any other places. So it's certainly not recommending it at all. One quick thing, guys, just to close. In this storyline, she holds this cat through most of the episode, and if she's not holding it, it's like right on the desk next to her. It's interesting. I haven't really put it together. Why is this cat integral to this story? She comes off the plane holding the cat. And I thought that cat's being tortured. That cat, but it's not. It kind of likes being held. You can tell it's a really good cat. But the point is, guys, it can be so cheap or whatever. The show, there's a scene where the cat, I think, chases away a dog, or she needs it to chase away something. I think the bigger dog, like a Great Dane, she comes around the corner because this cat isn't trained as a Hollywood cat to run after anything. She comes around the corner and it's clearly a different cat. It's not a hairless, but it's got way shorter hair. And, cat people like, that's a different cat. And, I guess when it was aired, let's just say 1980 or whenever it would be, you had this 17 or 19-inch television, and it was grainy. And maybe, the quality, it wasn't like HD. The quality was so bad, maybe they knew nobody could tell it was a different cat that she put down on the sidewalk to run after this dog. But, and they don't have them remastered. It still doesn't look great, but you could tell she comes around the corner with a completely different cat. And it's not even close, like the one Ben Stiller painted up in the Meet the Parents or whatever. When I watched this, The Love Boat at my...
So this is what he rants about, the cat. That's what he focuses on. The cat. That's his big takeaway. The cat wasn't the same. They had to use a stunt double cat. That's Movies Maddie's big takeaway from Fantasy Island. And there's Tank Top Tony, the captain.
Grandmother's house. I'm almost positive The Love Boat on a Saturday night was first, and then Fantasy Island came after. And as much as I didn't want to watch it, I always thought it was okay. It wasn't that bad. I was surprisingly pleased, I guess, as a kid that it wasn't. But okay, on MeTV they show the Fantasy Island first, probably to hook people in to just continue to watch for the nostalgia, because probably it's considered to be a much better show than this Love Boat. So a lot of times the Love Boat will come on and I'll just, let me just see. I know this is embarrassing, but I'm going to admit it to you. What are the stars this week? And they're usually, the Love Boat has had some major stars, but it's usually, again, the 2-bit actors that can't find jobs anywhere else, very cringeworthy, and I typically will end up turning it off in 5 or 10 minutes. Every once in a while, I'll watch 15 minutes in. I almost never get through even half of it. But what I find so kind of really gross, or this cast, Gopher and Isaac and the doctor, mostly Gopher and the doctor, are always trying to mount the customers. It's really, really, talk about cringeworthy and kind of sickening. And they, in many episodes, they're eyeing up the guests who they're going to try to sleep with. Well, who this doctor he's lame. He shouldn't have a date for 30 years. Neither should Gopher. Isaac's pretty cool. He has some relationships, but it's not nearly with the doctor and the Gopher. It's very sleazy. What do you mean eyeing up the guests as they come in to see who you're going to try to climb up the leg like a dog and mount? These two shouldn't have dates for decades. If I don't have dates for decades, neither should those losers. I had forgotten to check on Duluth and Dubuque, and good news, folks. We're clearly in bozo level. It is not plaid. What was it? Neither should those losers. I had forgotten to see who you're going to try to climb up the leg like a dog and mount. These two shouldn't have dates for decades. If I don't have dates for decades, neither should those losers. I had forgotten to check on Duluth and Dubuque, and good news, folks. We're clearly in bozo level. It is not plaid. What was it called? We developed this together. The reality breakdown in progress meter. The reality breakdown in progress meter. Magenta is where the whole reality is gone and never coming back. Literally gone, where you go to reach for a loaf of bread and it just turns into matrix code. Everything melts away like a Dali painting. If we go plaid, the whole reality is coming to an end. Sorry, no. Is that plaid? that's magenta. That's magenta. Magenta, plaid, bozo, bono, stable, which is also called Nixon. So maybe if the reality breakdown in progress meter shifts abruptly or suddenly, where we're in bozo land for 2 weeks, and then it abruptly or it suddenly shifts to plaid, I'll do an obnoxious and annoying sound effect like right, what was it, Jim Carrey in what is it, Dumb and Dumber said, you want to hear the most obnoxious or annoying sound of all time? That was it. Matt, you just tell us when we go to plaid. You don't need the annoying and obnoxious sound effect. Okay, but let's just see what they're lying about to us today. The major headline in the center is, quote, my life is not affordable. No one cares. There's different quotes that flash up and down. Me and my husband work 12-hour days. We can never get ahead. At the bottom, 76% of Americans call cost of living issues their biggest economic problem, a CNN poll finds. Once again, they're putting the subject at the end. This is to rewire the brain. This is very strange. I don't want to keep doing this, but a CNN poll finds that 70% of Americans, or 76, it's always putting it at the end for some strange reason, and I do believe it's sinister. You want to call me a conspiracy theorist? Fine. But there's a reality breakdown in every single headline, folks. Just like there's a toy in every box of Cracker Jack. Here's the reality breakdown. I agree. Everybody's complaining, I can't get ahead. Oh my God, I just filled up the tank. It was $100 and this went to the grocery store for 4 items and it was $90. And okay, all this talk, and trust me, I feel it. I mean, I see it, and we're in, I guess, in a different situation than most Americans, we who see through the trick. But everybody bitches about this stuff, right? Okay, it's the lead story. Yet right over here, remember that development I drove through? I'm sure they're all selling. What did it say? Homes starting at the 1.2 millions. They couldn't even get the English right in the damn big sign. Homes starting at the 1.2 millions. Remember I drove through it? I'll go back again and show you all the ones they built. I'm sure it's almost done. But these developments and these apartment complexes at $1,800 a month rent, they're all full. Well, wait a second. Is it everybody can barely get by? Or then who's buying all of this? There's a reality breakdown or a contradiction every time you look around. Here's one of the contradictions I wanted to talk to you guys about for a long time. You've seen this, I'm sure, but maybe my neighborhoods are a little bit different. Here in these suburbs of Philadelphia, the homes are 40, 50, 60, 70 years old, in that range. Okay, there are some newer developments, like I just said, but in the older neighborhoods, in the older Philadelphia suburbs, I guess like all the homes around in King of Prussia, built around my high school, which was called Upper Merion, these little homes built probably in the late 60s or mid 60s. So okay. People will go in and buy these homes, I'm not saying a real high-class neighborhood, regular homes in an older neighborhood. And it's got to be, I have no idea what costs are anymore, but it's got to be, around $500,000 for a home on a quarter acre or whatever. But here's the thing. Now, you would think that would put that person in the hole initially. I mean, putting up whatever they need to put up, and then their wife's putting money up, and they have kids, and they have bills. They always will do. I'm sorry to be long-winded. There will always be like a big project as soon as they move in. Now, my sample size on this isn't gigantic. But within a mile from here, I've seen a house sell. I'm driving to the Wawa, that house. And then you see like construction crew going in, like they're redoing the bathrooms. And maybe, Matt, they put it on the mortgage. They just get an extra $80,000 on the mortgage. But it would put you in the hole just buying the property. If this is the case, everybody's struggling, like it says here. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to re-record. That you'll see like contractors are putting their signs up. So not that they just bought it, they're immediately spending another $80,000 redoing a few bathrooms. And this happens every freaking time. They can't just buy it. Here's what happened in the 60s and the 70s. You bought a house. And if I remember I was in the 1970s when I was born, but you didn't. Nobody messed. There was none of this Home Depot stuff. You just lived with the kitchen. And then maybe in 10, 12 years, you replaced a range or something, or you replaced a refrigerator. You didn't just redo everything in some Home Depot special. Everything now has to be redone. We need new kitchens and bathrooms. In the old days, you just kind of bought a house and you lived in it. It's just bizarre. Well, where's this extra money coming from? Bottom left, frustrated Trump more recitarily thinking of restarting combat operations in Iran. Sources say. See, it's at the end again. Sources say, Matt, don't do it every time. We got it. Shut up. Okay. This is the on again, off again. This is the pendulum war. Well, Matt, not remember the guy on the camel that was looking out over the Strait of Hormuz with nothing going on? Yeah, I came up with that skit on my own. Yeah, of course. Very little is going on.
Do you like this creature? Do you like movies, Maddie?
Clones.
Wait a second. What's this here? What's this? With the dead eyes. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Is she anyone's favorite here? It's okay. You can speak up if this is your favorite. Lolita Caroli. Lolita. 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 Not Lalita. Lolita.
Clones. Chakras. Human 2.0.
Coochie chakras. Coochie chakras.
And the astral barrier. We're going to cover a lot of topics today because I am getting more intelligent. My neural pathways are rerouting themselves. I've been reading Randy Green's books.
Wow, she's getting more intelligent, she claims. And look at the dead eyes. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And one eye's looking a different direction. She's got a lazy eye.
And I have.
And look at that schnoz. Oh my goodness.
Rerouting themselves. I've been reading Randy Green's books and I have the reconstruction of the planetary soul. And I would advise you to get all of her books. I got 3 of them from Amazon because I just...
Planetary. Wow, she sounds like a genius. Planetary.
I didn't know where to get them. And
hold on, everyone. I'm going to drop the link for you. For anyone that wants to follow Lolita, this shit channel, I'll drop the link and you can have at it. You can have at it. She'll really help you out. I exposed her years ago in a series of videos. But people are really, really slow to see. Now, there's some that see, but most of the internet can't catch on. It's incredible what people can't learn. Yeah, she has a very nice receding hairline. She's got the big schnoz, the dead eyes, no light in them. She lies. She's anti-men. She's she cheated on her husband, committed adultery. She talked about polyamory. She's the perfect role model for the degenerate woman of today. Perfect. Honk honk. Honk honk. That's quite a honker for a woman. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I dropped the link in the chat for anyone that loves her, that says, wow, I love that voice. You love the look. You love the deadness in the eyes. You want to hear about clones and chakras. You go over there, please.
And I got several of her other books from a used bookstore called Albris, Albris, which is a used bookstore here in the United States. I'm not sure how you will all access her books, but I think it's very important for you to hear from, again, an ancient being. Randy says that she actually set the system up after the fall from Atlantis, so she's one of our founders. And again, it's not like Randy is trying to say that she's God or, Randy is just like you and I, trying to be a human and to regenerate the original human templates. Now, I guess I'm going to have to...
Trying to be a human. Look at this. Look at the deception. Isn't this... I'm going to say it this way. Maybe this will hit people. Isn't it wonderful the witchy deceivers that people, they just love it in this realm. I'm convinced that people love to follow witches, demons, zombies. Just be honest. You do, most of you on Earth. Most people. And I'm going to keep pushing that. I don't care if it pisses people off. I don't give a shit. Why would I care about that? Because people do. They follow witches and demons. They follow evil, even when it's pointed out to them. And you're shown how dead it is, the deadness, and shown that they lie and that they're creepy and evil. People still follow. I'm going to keep shoving it in your face, telling you to look, take a look. I wouldn't be surprised if there's people tuned into my channel right now that watches her channel after I exposed her in hours of videos years ago, and you'll still tune into this shit. Because that's what people are. Look at the eyes. Where's the light? Well, there isn't any. There isn't any. Why does it look so dark? Well, because it is dark. Why does it seem demonic and evil? Because it is. And this is simple, but I just have to keep putting it out there and keep showing it because most people do not get it. Or you'd know what this realm is. And I don't believe that most do. I just don't buy it. I don't buy it. I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow some people on my channel that have been here for a year are over there complimenting her in her comments. That wouldn't shock me. All right? That wouldn't shock me. I'm almost shock proof at this point. People in this realm fucking love evil. They do. And they show it all the time. You show it to me all the time. All the time. So I'm going to show one of her biggest fans. I think it's one of her biggest fans. Here she is. She should lighten up. She seems kind of heavy. I hope she lightens up. Stephanie Farlow. She has a channel. She's a fan of big fan. She's a big fan of Lolita. Look at the eyes there. They're like black pits, but it's okay. It's okay. Almost nobody's going to see it anyways. That this Stephanie is a creepy, creepy creature. It looks like it might be Wendy here. I'll make sure though. Hello, Wendy. Is it you?
It's me. Hello. Hello, Stephen. Hello, everyone.
Hello. I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing well as well. Thank you. And I won't be on too long because I need to think about dinner, but I thought I'll just pop on quickly and say hello. So,
Oh, excellent. What are your thoughts on Lolita on the screen? This creature.
he's looking very manly and quite horse-like now.
Very long face, very miserable looking creature. Do you think
Yeah.
that Mushroom might have a bigger nose than Lolita or Tony or who has the schnoz? Who wins the biggest schnoz of? Here's Tony. His he's just a nose with little fangs for teeth. He just
I know.
It seems like his whole head is a nose. When I said that he's Mr. Nose from is it? Yeah, it's Mr. Nose, Big Nose. Sorry, not Mr. Nose, Big Nose from Pink Panther. It's so perfect, that cartoon.
It is perfect. And she's also aging. The hair's gone completely white and it's looking more like a zombie kind of corpse now. Not very appealing at all. So
Yes. And she would probably call herself beautiful and gorgeous and attractive, the way she just complimented herself on how intelligent she is, and she said she's getting more intelligent by the day and more neural pathways. I mean, it's incredible to listen to this stuff, and then
Oh,
people watch it by the thousands, and they love it. It just
yeah.
shows me what this realm is. I mean, it's not just Lolita. She has a lot of fans, like that big fan I showed Stephanie. This is Big Nose, Tony. This little with the with the bit in the nose and the teeth. But Stephanie is it has to be one of Lolita's biggest fans. I can't imagine too many bigger than Stephanie.
Very big.
She's a huge fan of Lolita. I think she's an enormous fan of Lolita. I
Oh,
mean, look at
oh,
she
yeah.
almost looks like she ate extra lard for lunch. I mean, my goodness.
Oh,
She's got more chins than a Chinese phone book. Look at how many necks she has.
that's funny.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness, Stephanie. You know this one, I don't know if you were here, but she said she preemptively blocked me on her channel without me doing anything, without me being rude or anything. And she said it was because she saw what I am based on the way I was on Ian's show, Droopy Dog, We Are Awake TV.
she really misjudged you.
It's pretty unbelievable, though. I think that she calls herself a truther, and she'll block me from her channel saying, well, he'll start on me eventually. He'll do to me what he's done to Ian. So she posted a comment there saying, Ian, I blocked him. I blocked him before he could even start on me, she said. So it's just incredible the way these beings are. I never made a joke about her weight back then, nothing. And now, I mean, I would make jokes about this demon for eternity, not just because it blocked me, but because it's
Yeah.
on Team Evil. It supports evil. It supports Ian and it supports Lolita. I saw her comments on Lolita's channel. I hadn't been there in about a year, maybe longer, and I went there the other day and I saw that big beast, Lolita's biggest fan, in the comments, and I thought, oh, of course, no surprise there.
Exactly. That you have to have a very ugly audience to find you beautiful. So, um,
And to believe this world was just female. There were no
yeah,
men. They
I
bred
can't think of
without
anything
men.
worse. Quite honestly, it would be more hellish than well, I know we're in hell, but a hell realm. But just women would be excruciatingly dreadful. Oh no.
And they all looked like
Oh,
her, and they thought they were
yeah.
beautiful. They were egotistical creatures that looked like her. They thought they were the most intelligent, beautiful beings in the universe. I mean, it's crazy.
Oh.
It's absolutely crazy. She's
Mm.
a complete witch, and she's just full of herself. Incredible. Oh, what are you planning on having for dinner tonight, Wendy?
I think we might have fish or lamb. I'm not sure. We had the groceries arrive, so we've got quite a few options. So I'll go and see what everyone wants. My son has a separate dinner. He's got quite a restrictive menu that he likes. So, but we had a like a fish bake dinner last night, and with broccoli, and it was delicious. And then we had chocolate ice cream afterwards, and it's nice just enjoying food is one of the small pleasures you can get here. Obviously not overindulging, but having like creamy things and ice cream and oh, you like cream. Have you ever got frozen cherries or blueberries and then poured single cream over the top, and then the cream goes hard and then the frozen things soften? I mean, that's one of my favorite little puddings that I make. So if anyone's listening and wants to try something different.
Oh, you just pour cream over top of the
Yeah.
frozen berries?
Yeah. And then the cream goes
I have
hard
some
like ice
frozen
cream.
berries.
So
Oh, it
good.
turns
Oh,
out oh, wow.
it's amazing. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to try
So,
that. I think I have some frozen blueberries in my freezer.
okay.
I'm pretty
I
sure.
recommend it. Yeah.
And I almost
And
always have cream. So
good, and it's not just a teaspoon of cream. I kind of cover them so it freezes really well, and yeah.
oh, we have another guest. Are you talking about overindulgence and eating?
You don't mean that.
Oh my goodness. I think she ate a few restaurants for lunch. My gosh. Stephanie, you are the biggest fan of Lolita. You'd have to be.
Yeah.
If there's a bigger fan of Lolita, I'd hate to picture her. God damn. That's crazy.
Oh, oh,
It looked like Jabba
you
the
have that
Hutt.
meme. You have that meme that says "lighten up," and I love the sort of double meaning in that word. It's so good.
Yes, that's exactly why I put that in there. To lighten up.
Oh,
She's so
oh,
heavy. She's got to lighten up a little bit. She's
yes.
I hope
Oh,
she does for her own
oh,
sake.
yeah. Oh,
You notice the Team Evil, they're just where's the lighten up? Here's the lighten up one. Team Evil are just so often they're like these evil looking creatures. It isn't just their behavior. It seems to match up like Lolita. There's something there with a pattern of these creatures looking evil. Like here's Talcott. He looks as evil as that guy that made the human soup out of the poor naive Swiss woman,
yes.
the Swiss dancer.
I was thinking of Jack while you were showing us that, and I thought, wow, I hope the place is it Barney that he's staying with. I hope Barney's not going to be on the menu. So
A Barney soup, a Barnabas soup,
yeah,
maybe.
yeah,
Like, why would he trust this guy if he's seen video of him? And I don't know if Barney is married or has any children, but regardless, why would he trust him with his life essentially if he's moved him in? Look at him. Like, just look at him. How could someone look at that and say, "Oh, well, he's stable, he's safe." Even the U.S. Postal Service fired him, calling him dangerous, and the
yeah.
way he looks, it's just. Do people not have a self-preservation instinct at all? Some of them. I wonder, is it turned off? Here's another one, and I have a mugshot of a recent mugshot. This guy was just arrested. This demon Landry Pauly. He tries to call himself Landry Chamberlain, but that's not his real name. I found his real name. It's Polly. And his mother's a feminist. She has a safe space business for women only. You just can't make this shit up.
Yeah.
He's creepy. He looks
Very
demonic.
creepy.
He looks evil because he is evil. Here's another one. I mean, the list goes on. They look evil. They look creepy and evil because they are. Like this guy looks very much like the guy from the Alphabet City in New York that murdered and cooked the woman. He
Yeah.
looks like he's quite capable of doing that. I've always thought this guy looks dangerous.
He does look like that, and the fact he's living in his car, he could make an easy getaway as well. And well, not just being in the car, but who he is, and he has that energy. And if I saw him on the road coming towards me, I'd definitely change direction or cross the road or something. They're just creepy, and even without knowing what they've done, there's something dangerous about them. At
Yes,
least,
and it comes right off their face and energy.
yeah,
Because yeah, what you're saying is you don't even need the backstory. If you saw someone like that, like him in person, a creature like that, you can just tell. There's something wrong there. The eyes, the expression, it looks demonic, it looks dangerous, it looks violent. I hate to say this because I don't wanna, make it a fear program, and I'm not saying it to make anyone afraid, but I wouldn't be surprised if these creatures have murdered people, that there are missing people that they've been involved, we'll say, with. It wouldn't shock me if they caught them at some point, and it came out that, "Oh, yeah, they were demonic. They were exactly that because it seems like it." This creature on the screen said he almost murdered someone at a gas station the first time he went homeless. He had a weapon and
Wow.
he also said the last time he went homeless, he said he had his weapon in his vehicle and he said he might blow his brains out in the parking lot. And there he was in a shopping center where there's children walking by. You could hear children in the same parking lot he was in. And he would do something like that. He doesn't care if he traumatized little kids seeing somebody step out of a vehicle and shoot themselves in the head. He's that sick that he would traumatize innocent children for life. And that's when he really started begging again for shekels, which he's done for years, by the way, people that are tuned in here. This guy's been begging for shekels. He was begging for shekels 7 years ago or so. The first time I saw him on YouTube, he was begging back then for shekels. So it's gone on a long time, and the point is that these creatures look every bit as evil as that guy that made the human soup.
Yes. They have that same energy, and it's not just the eyes, it's the whole thing about them. And they've even got the same unkempt look and the greasy hair, and oh, there's droopy dog.
They always look filthy. It's like their aura is filthy. I think
Yeah.
it's even beyond their body. It's like their spiritual energy is just dirty. There's something about them that's repulsive and repellent. Like I look at them and it's just disgusting. And he's another homeless bum living out of a vehicle. It's just one after another. Landry was homeless in those posts that I put together in a video. Somebody sent me information. I don't know if they want to be mentioned. That's why I'm keeping it private, but help me out finding out information on Landry. I think all of them have been homeless. It's not just Creepy Keith or Ian or Landry. It's Talcott as well. He was given a free place. He was driving around in his vehicle after he was evicted from his house. I don't know about Tony, but it wouldn't shock me if Big Nose was homeless. I don't know.
Yeah.
He must have been in a convertible though, Wendy. I don't know how that nose would fit in a car with no windshield, no windscreen. Like it would be right over the steering wheel. Maybe he drives with his nose. My goodness. I didn't know England had anyone with a nose like that. Maybe he was kicked out of England for the big nose. Maybe they just said we can't support the population and bring in migrants, and they won't have air with you here, Tony. You're just sucking up all the oxygen. Look at that schnoz. I mean, if he lived the airport, planes would be disappearing. They'd be flying up his nostrils and never be found again. Look at and this one here, she does not have a woman's nose.
No.
Just like mushroom. It's so creepy, and the pattern is there, like this one here too. This is another big nose.
Yeah. They're like Bermuda triangles on their faces.
And her voice sounds like it's hormonal, like it sounds like a trans, like yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds fake, like it sounds like that can't be her real voice. She's got to be making up a silly voice or something, but it's been consistent for years. I mean, it's weird. It's creepy, these creatures. And she unfortunately works with children as a physician's assistant. She thinks she's
Poor
smart. She'll never
children.
tell people
Oh,
that. She
yeah.
tells people she's a PA. She'll say, I'm a PA, as though everyone in the world's supposed to know what a PA means. I always think that people in the medical field are stupid when they say that. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm a PA. I
Yeah.
got a job as a PA. It's like, well, what's a PA?
Yeah.
Expect everyone to know? It's so stupid. She eats her
Sound-
period blood. She
Oh.
drinks urine, and she works in a medical field with children. Like, how's that hygienic? It's incredible that what goes on in this hell realm.
That couldn't have been on her resume when she signed up, or if they did know that. Very creepy.
Yeah, I wonder if she put that on her resume, but the thing is, they could find her very easily. She's on YouTube. Maybe her channel doesn't have her full name, but they can do image searches and all sorts of background checks these days with computers for big hospitals and medical firms, and I'm sure they could find her just by facial recognition. They could do a search, find this face on the internet. Oh, she has a YouTube channel. This is a match. That's her, going by Aphrodite Rose Starfire. And what is she doing in this video? Oh, she's licking her period blood from her hands, dried, that she kept in a closet in a jar and did magical rituals with. She's a nutcase. We can't hire her. Like it wouldn't be that difficult. She's out in a video poking roadkill. In other videos, she's pretending to be a boy or a man. Uh, she's just gross every which way you want to look at it. In a recent video, she was talking about drinking urine just the other day.
Ew.
Yeah, drinking her own urine. So she's gross. She's demonic. Thing is, they all are. That's the pattern I want people to see. They're all gross and demonic. This one on the screen is gross and demonic. Lolita. Do you see people, Wendy, in person recently or in your area with dead-looking eyes?
I do see them, and there was someone in the queue to get in the fish and chips queue not too long ago, like last week or the week before. And the face, all the skin was completely grey, like if you'd brought a corpse out of the ground. It was, and the tongue was flapping like a windscreen wiper. It was really unsettling. And he came and wanted to stand next to me and asked me where to line up for the queue. And I thought, well, it's quite obvious. You just join the end of where everyone else is standing. And it was very disturbing. So that they are everywhere. And the young ones all have the strange non-moving eyes, like deer in the headlights, like no one's home kind of look.
Yes. The deer in the headlights look, or the zombie look, they just seem like they're out of it. They don't seem like they're there. This one I would say is the dead-eyed look. And on the eye that's on the right side of the screen, our right side, not hers or it's forming the snake eyes there. It's starting to form the slit in just the one eye. The other eye is still more of a circle.
I can see it.
But it's,
Wow.
yeah, it's starting to form right there. And that's the way it goes. It doesn't just happen instantly.
It's interesting with smartphones how you can pause something and look at the eyeballs, which before we had phones and filming ability to do this, you had to really stare at eyeballs, and I don't think I was. So that is one of the benefits of being able to zoom in on the face and look at them. It's interesting how the right eye is changing. It looks like there's something separate on that side to the other side of the body. Very strange, very hooded, like a cobra.
Yes. Very, very strange and very evil and very revealing of what we're dealing with in this place. There's such a deadness there, not just in the eyes, but in the expression overall, the face and the being, and the essence of it is a deadness where I think that thing could commit murder and then just go make breakfast or go go do something as though nothing had happened minutes earlier. I think it could do brutality and it wouldn't even phase it for even a second. That's what I see, the coldness and the deadness of this thing. And it's an example. Again, I don't want my audience to say, "She's evil, she's hate," and start hating or say, "That's the only one." There's millions like this. That's why I'm showing this. So it's not I don't want people to get the wrong impression that say, well, Stephen hates her, he has a beef with her. It's not about that at all. At all. I've shown total strangers that have this, that look like this. And I want people to understand you could run into someone on the street and see eyes just like that, and a dead expression, a deadness, and a coldness. And it's a good thing to be able to detect because you can protect yourself and your family if you're able to read that and keep that away. Keep it out of your home, keep it away from you, stay away from those creatures in public if you can keep them at more than arm's length. Just stay away from them if you can. Just don't let them get too close to you. Don't ever trust them. They're not trustworthy. And as I said, I think creatures like that, with that kind of coldness and deadness, would be capable of committing heinous crimes without even blinking, batting their eyelash. It would be just nothing to them because they don't seem to have any care whatsoever for other beings. Welcome back, Wendy.
Sorry about that. I think it's home time and everyone's on the using the mobile data. Seems to be when the
Oh,
signal keeps dropping. It's almost 4 o'clock in the UK. But yes, I heard you talk about the eyes and that she could do anything and not bat an eyelid and just carry on and make breakfast as if nothing had happened. And I don't know if you mentioned it, but thinking that it's just if it was normalized to be able to be a cannibal, then she would happily participate and do it. And yesterday
yes.
you showed that video. Oh, the little the country or state in Africa, and I forget the name because I need to rewatch that. And where they had the warriors going out, and they were all the women, and they were just going off and capturing people to cannibalize, and that's just exactly the kind of world that she would like, with just women alone would be so fierce and depraved. That's what I was thinking of when you were talking about her. And it's just that it's not normalized in society, so that's kind of holding her back from actually doing it.
Yes. The worry of being criminally prosecuted, but if it was normalized and there wouldn't be any criminal or legal punishment, I'm sure she would. And she would probably be one of, I think, would be one of the ones, along with some of the other creatures, that would mock us for not doing it. The ones that don't follow along, they'd say, "Oh, they're so weak and stupid, and they don't know how good this is, and this is magical, eating people's brains and eating babies." And
Yes. She would organize women's gatherings and retreats and things to do it as a ceremony and an empowerment kind of stuff. It would be very dark and creepy. It wouldn't take her long to switch from what she's doing now for money to doing that.
oh yes, and she would probably be making a good profit doing that. I'm sure it wouldn't be difficult for her to round up quite a few that would be willing to do that, pay for it, pay for these rituals, witches ceremonies, cannibalism, all that sort of thing, sacrifices of probably live babies. Some of them are so sick they would get pregnant to have babies just to sacrifice them that way.
Oh, yes. I hadn't thought about that, but exactly, that would be, yeah, wow.
Some witches are doing that today with abortion. They don't give birth and sacrifice them, but they know their abortion. They're getting pregnant to be able to abort a baby as a way of gleefully murdering an innocent. They can't give birth and do it, but they do it in a clinic. That's done these days already. And in these abortion clinics, including in Canada and in America, they're on record sometimes on video saying that the nursery or the morgue was called the nursery. They nicknamed it the nursery, where all the dead bodies of babies were that they kept, because they don't just abort them and destroy the tissue or the bodies, the tissue, the brain, the heart, the organs. They keep them because they sell them. And that's on record as well on video. It used to be on YouTube. I'm not sure if it still is, but hidden camera interviews with Planned Parenthood executives admitting and saying, well, we could get you this and we'll do the abortion differently if we know you want the liver preserved, you don't want it pierced, or the brain, or you need the eyes,
Oh,
and we'll abort them differently so that we'll kill the baby in a way that it won't harm the organs that you want to pay us for. And they were
oh,
selling these baby organs for thousands of dollars, obviously to be eaten. Like, it doesn't take a genius because it's not even to medical schools. It's just they're selling. You could go buy the organs if you were a rich person saying, I want to spend 10,000 on a heart, or I want a $20,000 baby's liver, or get me a brain. Don't touch the head of the baby. Get rid of them in such a way that you're not piercing with a scalpel
oh,
through the
that's
skull. Because that's what they do. And it's all on record. It's all on video. This is documented over the years. And I've seen the footage. And this is what goes on. And billionaires do buy baby organs that are from abortions, from clinics, where these women are basically selling their babies for this. And they said the passcode on one of the doors to go into the morgue was 666, or 4 6s if it was a 4-digit number. They just put 4 6s, or maybe 6660, something like that. I remember this from years ago watching a documentary. And they had hidden camera footage and everything, meeting with these executives at some restaurants in Los Angeles and places like that in major US cities, and having either lunch or a dinner with them, discussing buying and selling baby organs, baby parts, baby bodies for sale. Now, you can't do that with anyone else. You can't sell your relative. You can't sell you can donate your body to medical science, but you can't just put in your will, I want my body sold and sell my organs to people that want to eat them. You can't do that with your body, but they're doing that with innocent babies that have no choice at all. It's sickening.
it is sickening, and it's more evil beyond evil. Are these women doing it as a form of income instead of OnlyFans? They're just producing babies for high amounts of money. Is that the trend that is going to be, that they'll end up doing it as a job in a way?
I think some of them are already, yeah.
Wow.
And then I think Planned Parenthood and some of these clinics pay them money, pay them a certain amount where their abortion, they don't have to pay hundreds. They'll just say, well, you want the organs sold, or are you okay with that? And if we do the abortion this way, we can preserve them. The baby will be dead, but their body won't be torn to pieces. Will have these pristine organs that they can put on plates and eat, basically. That's why they want them preserved. They want to be able to eat like in an intact brain or an intact eyeball, for example. I know this sounds sick and twisted and demonic, and it is. That's the realm we're in. That's another reveal. It's another clue showing this is where we are. We're in a very sick, evil place. Like, the UK population, just if white women didn't abort babies, would be millions more. Millions. I'm trying to think of the figure, but it's hundreds of thousands a year at a minimum aborted white babies in the UK.
I think you said it was
So
a third of. I think you told us it was a third of the babies are aborted. The white babies are aborted here. So
yeah, something like that, like a huge number,
yeah.
35%, something like that, according to the research that I looked at. And even Sargon, that Carl Benjamin, he used to call himself Sargon of Akkad, and he ran for politics one time. And he has a few huge YouTube channels. He showed that, and it's true. It's about a third. It might even be higher. They might have lowered the numbers. It could be 40% or 45%. We don't know for sure, but it's a big number. And the UK, just like Canada and the United States, we're losing population. We're below replacement. And then they'll say, well, see, we have to import migrants. We need them, they'll tell us, because you're not having babies. Well,
Yeah.
a lot of white women are aborting the babies. They're not all having abortions, but it's a whole lot. And it's evil. It's an evil agenda. It's evil no matter which way you look at it, because the most dangerous place for a baby is in a mother's womb. That's their highest chance of death
Yes.
as a baby. So when people say that's the safest place, the most beautiful, warm place, a womb, it's actually the most dangerous place in the Western world for a baby is in the mother's womb, because there's a high percentage chance they're going to be aborted. It's about 1 in 3. It's about 1 in 3 babies that get murdered in the womb. And it's almost incredible to say that, but it's true, and it seems to be true. It seems to add up. And that's why our white population is falling. And then the Muslims, they're all pregnant. Everywhere I look, I see Muslim women that are pregnant. The ones with their hair covered in the hijab, and the ones that are fully
Yes.
covered. It's just their eyes showing, like, not even their face, just the eye
Yeah.
slits. They're walking around with baby bumps everywhere. They're
Yeah.
pumping out 8, 12 children, 15, and meanwhile, white women are aborting their babies and sometimes then having 0.
So
So,
wrong. Yeah.
that's what's going on. And they're telling these women it's empowering. It's your right to abort babies. That's not a baby. That's your body. Your body, your right, they tell them, is the expression, and they have it on T-shirts and signs, pink shirts, my body, my choice. Well, is that heart hers? That liver? Those other set of eyeballs? Those fingers? Those toes? I don't think that's her body. I think that's another body. That's how I look at it. I can't believe the way people can even believe that that's their body. It's a being in your body, growing in your body, but it's not your body, because it's another living conscious being with a spirit. So anyway, that's what's going on. It's another demonic agenda, and it's another clue showing we're in a demonic realm. This is a demonic place. And the people that deny it, all the evidence supports what I'm saying. I don't see any evidence on their side of the argument. I've yet to see anyone come around and say, I have as much evidence as you do, Stephen. Well, show me. Show me the evidence that says this isn't a demonic realm, that this is a good place with a good design and a good creator, and it's designed to be good. I don't think they have any. I don't think they even have an eyedropper's drop compared to the sky-high mountains of evidence that I provide and keep providing. I don't think they have a chance of proving me wrong. And that's why they're all cowardly. They won't come here. Any of them. Has anyone here watching the show ever seen people tag other channels live, typing it, the invitations, tagging channels and saying, I'm not afraid of any of these creatures. Come on my show. I'll be polite. I'll cordially invite them. And they're not turning it down because I'm quote unquote mean in the invitations. I'm not at all. I show you on my show that they're being invited. I invited John Levi's the last live stream. Do I think he'll actually show up? No, I don't. I don't think any of them will. And I think the longer this goes on, people are going to realize they are afraid to come here.
They're very afraid, and if any of them do come, it'll be a surprise.
It won't turn out well for them, and I don't have to be mean or angry or yell at them or be insulting. I can just prove them wrong. Easily. Just like I did with Jeremiah, Benedictine, any of the ones that did get coaxed or pressured or kind of embarrassed, and they almost felt like they had no choice, and if they didn't show up, they weren't going to look like a man anymore. They were just being humiliated, basically. saying you won't show up, you're a coward. That's the only reason then why they did. But they didn't have a great showing when they were here. Neither did Trexty when
No.
she came here. Because they don't, the reason is they don't have the truth on their side. They don't have truth on their side. So it's easy to catch them up in lies. I know ahead of time, before they even come here, they're going to lie. They're going to dodge questions. It's going to be never a straight answer. And I'm going to call them out on it as they're doing it. I'm going to say, you don't give straight answers. You just change the subject and they'll interrupt and overtalk. They do the same tactics, these demons. If they came here and they were honest, I mean, how are they going to look? Because they really don't describe this realm the way it is. Just like Finkelstein is now leaning towards God, and we learn lessons here. And they all go back to that, these demons. How can you learn lessons if you get amnesia your next lifetime and you go through the veil of forgetfulness, as it's known? I didn't coin that term. And then you can't remember past lives or lessons. You have to learn how to tie your shoes again after you get recycled. You have to learn how to dress yourself, brush your teeth, use a spoon and a knife and fork. You have to learn everything over again. So how are you learning here if you can't remember and retain knowledge? That makes it impossible to learn. It's really pretty simple. Just like if somebody learned things their whole life and they got bonked on the head and given a brain injury, a concussion, and forgot who they are. It's not helping someone learn to take away their memory or quarantine their memory, give them amnesia. So the whole we're here to learn lessons makes no sense.
I agree. And if we didn't have all the memories erased or quarantined, we'd know multiple languages and skills, and we'd have so much that we wouldn't have to do again, like hurting, like
And
touching
spiritual
the heart.
memories.
So yes.
Sorry for interrupting, but you would be able to remember potentially thousands of other beings that you've known in other lifetimes if you were here 10 lifetimes, 100 lifetimes. All that's gone. And people don't question it. They just say, well, we start as a clean slate. Well, what if you were reincarnated, recycled? Why would you be a clean slate unless something malicious was done? And the other part is beyond not being able to remember, learning lessons. They say it's learning lessons. Then why is it so brutal? Why is it so painful to learn here? Learning should be fun. My message is the opposite of this realm. People wouldn't take it if they were locked in a dungeon and some great big executioner style muscular guy that's 280 pounds or well over, I don't know what that would be. Would it be over 20 stone? But anyways, kilograms will say 130 kilos. Great big. And it's just beating the shit out of the people in the dungeon, whipping them, kicking them, torturing them, smashing them, and saying, well, you have to learn. It's for your own good. You're learning. People would say, wow, that's sadistic and evil. That's demonic. That's not teaching. But they put up with it in this realm. It's the same thing. How is a child suffering and dying with leukemia a lesson or learning? They're dying slowly for years. People call that learning, a lesson. What's the lesson there? Pain, suffering? They don't see it that way. But this place is more like a dungeon. And they'll say, well, it's a school. We're learning our lessons. By being tortured? That doesn't make sense. Learning should be fun. And if people could just realize what I said in the song and say, wait a second, it should be. So right there, that shows what this place is. Learning should be fun. If people can nod their head and acknowledge that and say that makes sense, then you should be able to see what the realm is. Because it isn't fun here. Most of what they call learning is torture, abuse, beatings, pain, suffering, psychological abuse, pressuring children, stressing children out, and control. And they call that lessons, spiritual lessons. What, to be better, more obedient slaves spiritually? Is that the lesson here? I mean, learning should be fun. It shouldn't be all those things that it is in this realm.
You've put it absolutely beautifully as well in your song, and even the images you picked with the smiles, and school wasn't like that, and everything you've said, how it's inverted here, and it's showing it's another piece of where we are, and the music that you put is so helpful. It sinks in a different way to hearing just words or reading it. So thank you.
You're welcome, Wendy. I do think that that was one of the reasons why I wanted to start doing that in music, in songs, because I know it does feel different, and it is digested differently by minds and spirits than spoken words and images. But I want to do it in a combination of singing, images, words, visuals, everything that I can possibly do to give it my best effort to reach as many as I can while I'm here. And I've said that all along. I'm trying to reach people in a deeper way. And I want them, if they could realize and watch that video and hear the song and realize that's the way it should be. It should be fun. You should see children smiling as they're learning and having fun. Not necessarily Steiner school cult type style, because that sort of seems like a cult to me as an
Yes,
outside
it does.
observer.
Yeah. Mm.
It does, but I would incorporate definitely an element of play. Children should be playing, not just at home or after school, but in school. So I do agree with parts of it, because I think play is an important part of learning and socializing with other children. When you spoke about your son playing with other boys and the joy and happiness and them having fun, it looks like fun, and I'm sure they were, but it's also learning. There's that hidden aspect of learning through play, socializing, friendships, they're learning. And that is a great element of learning is play. And that's been almost totally taken out of mainstream schools, Catholic schools, public schools in Canada and America. They just make them like little prisons for children and dungeons. And it's horrific. And it shouldn't be that way. And I want people to realize, if people can realize with their spirit that that's wrong, well, then you'll be able to see what this place is. Maybe not in one moment. People that are new here tuned in thinking, what is he talking about? This place is wrong. It is wrong. How many children do you see smiling in schools? The only time I saw that when I was in school that I can recall is at lunch, outdoors, and recess, and sometimes in phys ed class, maybe once in a while if we had art or music or something special, which definitely wasn't every day or every week in Catholic elementary. It was a rare little treat. But that's it. Most of the faces were not smiling all day long.
It's very rare to see them smiling, and I'm going to say goodbye now. Sorry to end the conversation so quickly, but just wanted to hop on very quickly and say hello, and thank you very
Oh, it's
much
okay,
for the
Wendy.
new song as
Thanks.
well. So
Thank you
pleasure.
for coming on. I hope you have a wonderful dinner tonight. If
Thank
you
you very
decide
much.
to
And
have lamb or fish or whatever you're having, it will,
thank you.
I hope it's really
Okay.
good.
All right. Thank you.
I'll see you
Good
later,
night, and
Wendy.
bye, Stephen. Bye, everyone. Bye bye.
Bye for now, Wendy. It's a pleasure to have Wendy on, as always. I love having Wendy on, and I'm really glad she hopped on. I hope I didn't keep her too long, but I really enjoy our conversations. We should be seeing children's faces like when I was in school, when I was a kid. I should have been seeing a lot more smiles. That indicates to me this place is wrong. It's wrong. And I think that's an important message. It's not said by me to make you down or depressed or sad. It's just to realize, oh, it shouldn't be this way. We should be seeing lots of smiling faces, especially children, playing, happy, enjoying themselves and their young lives. And it just seems so rare, which indicates there's something wrong here. This place is wrong. This place is wrong. And I'm one of the ones willing to stand up and say that this place is wrong. And I'm not saying, oh, it's wrong because I don't have enough money and I don't have a job. And all these channels on YouTube are like that. The only reason why they seem to call this place wrong is they don't have the money that they want. They wish they had more money. That's the only reason they seem to call it wrong. I don't have to talk about money at all to see that this place is wrong. It's wrong. And how is that helpful? Well, if you can realize how wrong it is, then you have a lot better chance of getting out of it. If you don't realize you're in a place that's wrong, what chance do you have? So you have to realize how wrong this place is. I hope more people join my live streams to talk. It's been Wendy joining. And I said to Wendy the other day, I would love to have Wendy on every day for a conversation, whether she can hop on for 20 minutes, an hour. I would love that. I don't get bored of speaking with intelligent spiritual beings, ever. I could talk with Wendy every day, but I would love for more people to start joining as well and get the courage to join and say, oh, yeah, I'm going to join and talk. I'm going to join King Stephen and have a conversation and show some courage. As Wendy said the other day, if they're afraid to talk with you live, what are the odds that they're going to be fighting demons? Why are they afraid? Why are people so afraid to come on here live? You'll get more comfortable as you come on here. I'm really not that scary or intimidating. I try to make people comfortable as they speak with me as a guest. I try my best. Sometimes I talk a little bit too much. I was kind of excited, I think, today to talk about just the way learning should be fun and how it is all wrong here. It's completely wrong. It's more wrong than my words can express. It is. Learning should be exciting, fun, adventurous, joyful, something that we look forward to. There should be laughter, smiles. It should be entirely different than what you notice for the most part. Now, are there rare exceptions? Yes. And that's why they stand out. When you see children that are part of music or they're in a choir. One of my girlfriends, or not one of my girlfriend, I was going to say one of my girlfriend's family members, I won't say who, is involved in singing. And that's a good experience for her and the family that go to watch. But does that sum up school and learning as fun, smiles, joy? No, it doesn't. Because the rest of school is drudgery for most children, including her. Drudgery. They don't want to go to school. I didn't want to go to school when I was a child, so I relate. I understand that. My mom was a school teacher. There were times that I was trying as a child in elementary, maybe second grade, third grade, fourth grade, sixth grade, eighth grade, where I just did not want to get up and go to school at all. And I missed many days in sixth, seventh, eighth grade by the time I was in those grades. I was taking a lot of days off school. And by the time I got in ninth and started high school, my mom was literally at times getting up and trying to drag me out of bed, like grab my ankle or my arm, my wrist, and try to pull me out of bed. I didn't want to go. I hated going to school. You have to relearn everything. You could burn your hand in 10 lifetimes in a row and not learn the mistake of touching something that ends up to be hot as a child. Sorry about that. You have to relearn everything. So if some of these creatures, these new agers claim, well, we have to learn by being in a physical body, a physical world, a material world, like that old song about we are living in a material world and I am a material girl, Madonna. You have to learn to, as Movies Maddie says, you have to learn about death. Well, how many lifetimes? I'm asking my audience and I want you to answer. How many times do you have to come here to lose pets and loved ones to learn about death and suffer, grief, heartache, loss? Do you know how I was going to say, do you know how hard grief was for me? I can't express it in words. The devastation and heartbreak I felt, the times that I lost, the ones that almost all the ones that I was closest with in this life are dead, except for my girlfriend. I mean, in person, family members and pets. They're all gone. And I was there with them. And it just tore my heart out. And then new agers would say, that's learning. You're learning. And then you got to do this again. You got to experience loss, grief, death, pain, watching others that you love suffer, die slowly over years. For what? Why? Over and over and over again, lifetime upon lifetime. And they try to justify it. They try to justify it. Anyway, I've learned enough about humans. They'll do mental gymnastics and they'll try to do anything to justify torture, trauma, pain, suffering, death, grief, loss, heartbreak. That's what people do. They're good at justifying evil and suffering as though we need it. And I say, why? Why do we need it? You're welcome, Wendy. It was my pleasure to have you on here. It was beautiful once again. And as I said, not sure if you caught it, but I think other people should join. I'd love to talk with Wendy every day, whether she hops on and says she has 20 minutes or an hour or 2 hours, whatever it may be. I would never get bored with talking with Wendy, and I would welcome conversations with Wendy every day. But also, I think that she has a point. Other people should have the confidence or guts to join. If they're going to be facing demons, why can't they come on and speak with me live? More people should be joining. It's been Wendy day after day. Wendy's shown that she can come on here and have great conversations and share her thoughts and insights and share how she feels or sees my music, art, what she thinks of my videos, whatever the case may be, what she thinks of the topic that's being discussed. And I hope more people are inspired and motivated by Wendy to say, I'm going to hop on as well. I'm going to hop on as well and talk with him. Talk with the king. He's not going to bite my head off. He's not going to try to humiliate me I don't do gotcha questions. I don't do that. I'm not trying to embarrass anybody well, there was one time that I did do that. One exception was when Inga came on here, and I did kind of embarrass her and make her blush and said, "Where do you buy your bra and panties?" But that was in response to her just kissing and cozying up to a duchy that had said sick things about my mother, and within minutes, Inga was cozying up with her, showing disloyalty. So it was a little bit of a humiliation ritual for Inga when she came on, but that's the only time that I can think of that I ever did that. And I did it a bit tongue in cheek as well. I did it a bit tongue in cheek with her and said, "Where do you buy your bra and panties?" And she said, "Marks and Spencer's." And I said which ones and stuff like that. But I also wanted to test her because she had claimed she was autistic or on the spectrum and not very social and all this sort of stuff. And I wondered if it was true. And I also wanted to ask her live why she would do that. Why would she start talking right in front of me in Dutch in a chat room with someone that had just been sick towards me minutes earlier? And I said, is it just because you share a common language that you would cozy up to a creature? So Inga is the only time that I recall doing that. Hello, Mayhem. Hello. Oh, yes, I understand, RI. When your voice is better, that would be great. I would love to have a talk with you. I think that you're intelligent and you have a good sense of humor, healthy sense of humor. You slept all night. What are you doing sleeping all night, Mayhem? You should be staying up all night like a crazy, crazy mad Viking insomniac. You should be staying up all night. I'm kidding. Obviously, you shouldn't. It's good that you slept all night. It's good to have you here. I almost forgot it was morning, to be honest. I almost forgot it was morning. I'm on a weird sleep schedule again. I go through phases of this and then it goes away and I end up going back to more of a regular sleep at night schedule. But sometimes I get off track and I just roll with it, or sometimes I have insomnia and I just persevere, I endure it, get through it. I say to myself, toughen up, cupcake. Toughen up, cupcake, and I get through it. I get through it. I wish I could shout in the ears of that Benedict, that Tigga from, I think it's from South Africa, but it's somewhere in Africa. Toughen up, cupcake. That chubby Tigga that walks like his legs are stilts. He walks like his legs, like a Tigga Tin Man that needs his legs oiled like his joints. They don't move. It's like his knees don't move. It was so weird. If anyone recalls seeing him walking outside of his car that time, I couldn't believe it. It was almost unbelievable. He's the Tigga Tin Man. The Tigga Tigga. I think I made a meme of that, if I'm not mistaken. Tigga Tigga. The Tigga Tigga. Where is he? Where's the Tigga Tin Man? Does anyone remember that video? He can't even walk. I mean, it's the way he tries to walk. It's like, here he is. Here's the Tigga Tin Man. Tigga Tigga. Tigga Tigga. It was the stiffest legged walking that I've ever seen. It was a little while ago that I shared that. That Tigga Benedictine couldn't walk. And Big Nose here is just a nose on legs. It's a nose on legs with tiny little fangs, like a little mole with a great big. Look at that. I wish I could get him on here for a live as an interview. I've invited him many times. Tony. I'm not sure. Did I pin the link? I had it pinned earlier, but a guest kept showing up as I was trying to share a video. Regina kept coming around over and over and joining and joining and joining. So I had to change the link because it was just getting annoying. It's getting really annoying. She was acting like a Tigga. She just kept joining. But that's the link in case you want to join me. Join me live. Yes, she kept changing her avatar, even backstage. It's a desperate cry for attention. Like her parents need to. I don't know if it's her stepdad. Like I don't know how many stepdads she has. I can't remember. I think Salty Siren said she was laughing to tears. I can't really remember what was so funny during yesterday's live stream. Someone's gonna have to refresh my memory. I can't always remember. Oh, you have to get the Restream app? Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it works on the user's end, just how it works here with me. Oh gosh, yeah. I'm not sure. I have the app, obviously, but I have it installed on my laptop, so maybe it's different on phones and depending on which phone you have. I'm going to go back to cover. Actually, before I go cover her, oh, you had a quick errand to run. I kind of forget what happened. Did I fall asleep? What happened? Did I blank out, or was it yesterday with Regina? Oh, the big nose stuff. Tank top. The anteater and the big nose. I remember now I remember the anteater nose and big nose Tony. Tony grilling the big nose with his grill. Yes, you should look into it, Mayhem. It would be cool to have you on here. Oh, you didn't need an app. You just clicked on the link on your phone. Cool. Yeah, that's the way I thought it was. You should be able to just click the link and join. I said I was sleepy. Yeah, I was sleepy. I think I did fall asleep for a while during this stream. I think I was out for I don't know how long. I think I was out. And then maybe Regina was here and maybe she must have got disconnected at some point because her connection doesn't stay forever. But after that, she kept trying to get back on. Whenever she got kicked off or lost connection, she just kept trying to get back. And when I was sharing some other channels, she kept trying to get on and on and on and on. Once I was awake again, she kept trying to get on. Yeah, I think I might have been out for an hour or so. I remember I was playing something and it just put me to sleep. They were so boring on this channel that I had clicked on some kind of live stream. And excuse me. They were so boring, their voices. There was a woman talking to some guy and she just kept repeating her story and it was a cure for insomnia. They were so boring. Yeah, she really doesn't pay attention. Regina, she just doesn't. You should be whoever wants to join should be able to just click on the link like Wendy does and join. I don't think you need an app for joining a live stream. Anyway, the best way to join is to have all your tabs closed, have your phone's full memory. Don't have a whole bunch of tabs or browser and just join that way so you have lots of phone memory because I think it might use some memory. But other than that, I don't think you need any app to join me live. Wendy doesn't, so here's Lolita. Here's Dead Eyes. Lolita. She's low. She's a witchy witch.
to address chakras right off the bat. And the lighting is a little bit funny in here because the sun is coming in and out of clouds. But chakras are one of those things that people get stuck on and they want to argue about. And I had a lot of predatory interactions from the comments last time, which always happens whenever I introduce somebody new.
Predatory. Wow, that's quite a word. Predatory.
There's always going to be somebody that is triggered by that and then starts posting tons of videos and, you know, trying to take the fire out from under what I'm trying to be the messenger of. So let's...
She sounds like a narcissist. Take the fire. She sounds like she's crying. What's she crying about? Cue the music.
Squirming in my seat.
I put you on the spot and make a coochie hot. Your coochie
Cuckoo
chakra. Your coochie chakra. Can't resist crying like a little bitch.
Coochie chakra.
Coochie chakra. Who hurt you and your cuckoo?
Cuckoo Coochie chakra.
Who hurt you?
Cuckoo Coochie chakra.
Coochie chakra.
That one goes out to Lolita. I'm going to share a new song that I came up with today. I finished it. The Raven King Ascends. The Raven King Ascends. Cue the music.
Saturn on my skin, black ring, cold crown. I walked through the grid and I burned it down. Ravens on my cloak, crows in the rain. They know my true name, they know how blood stains. I was made in shadow, still I chose my flame. Every locked up wall goes soft when I say, open the gate, break the seal. I am the hand that makes it real. Hell holds tight, I tear it wide. Step through the ash with the storm inside. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. I cut through hell, I break the chain. I kill the dark and still remain. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can can do anything. Magical being out of the cage, I left the matrix in a shattered haze. Demons came snarling at my door, I met them eye to eye and wanted more. One hand in heaven, one in the pit, I speak one word and the snakes all split. Raven wings black out, all that evil shit, what was built to bind me, now is the time to end the sewer matrix. Open the gate, break the seal, I am the hand that makes it real. Can do anything. I cut through hell, I break the chain, I kill the dark and still remain. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. Hear the crows now, crowd the sky. Oh, the world tremble, watch it die. I am not lost, I am the key, I am the door, and the fire in me. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. I slay the demons, I break the chain, I seal the hell realm and crown the flame. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. Saturn on my skin, black wrinkled crown. I walk through the grid and I burned it down. Ravens on my cloak, crows in the rain. They know my true name, they know how blood stains. I was made in shadow till I chose my flame. Every locked up wall goes soft when I say, open the gates, break the seal. I am the hand that makes it real. Hell holds tight, I tear it wide. Step through the ash with the storm inside. The Raven King.
Hello, everyone. That's my newest song, or part of it. I'm going to be making a video for that song. Still a bit of a work in progress, but I've been working on that one. Different style of vocals from some of my other songs. And I'm experimenting. I'm having fun. Can you imagine that? Having fun in a hell realm. Learning how to do music, how to make music, how to record music, put music together. Lyrics, vocals, mixing songs, extending songs, doing different things. Having fun in a hell realm? Is that even allowed in this place? Do they allow you to have fun here? Thank you, RI. I appreciate that. It should be fun to learn. It should be fun. Liberal Wisconsiners. I didn't know they were called Wisconsiners, but I'm not doubting that that is, but it sounds weird. It sounds funny to me for some reason. Wisconsiners want more migrants. They want more migrants in their city. You can't make this up. I know that Madison, Wisconsin, I think is the capital. I was in Wisconsin very briefly, just across the state line when I was visiting someone's family in Minnesota, Minnesota, many years ago. Many years ago. That must have been 20 something years ago. It's crazy. I was young back then. I was in my late 20s, I think. Anyway. Oh, yeah, it must have been 24 years ago. God damn. Time flies. But I really. Oh, just a second. Just a second. Hello. Hello. Sorry about that. I had a delivery. I wasn't expecting a delivery today. I thought it would arrive tomorrow, but I forgot to check the tracking, I guess. I got to see what this is. I'm not sure. Anyway, I kind of lost track now what I was talking about. Learning should be fun, and then I was talking about, Wisconsin. I really haven't seen Wisconsin. I drove across the state line into Wisconsin, so I can say I was in the state for 5 minutes, maybe 5-10 minutes driving in the territory across the state line, entering Wisconsin. But I was on my way somewhere, and I think it was, I don't know, it was a shortcut, but I was in Minnesota, which borders Wisconsin. So I really didn't see it, but apparently some of it looks very pretty, like the state capitol. It looks like he's at the state capitol there. But a lot of the people in Madison, at least, are liberal. There's a lot of liberal people in Wisconsin and Minnesota as well. Minnesotans. I was in Minneapolis, St. Paul. And anyway, this was a long time ago. Must have been 24, 25 years ago.
Is up. Welcome back to another video. So today we are back in lovely Madison, Wisconsin. Decided to come back here. It is a beautiful city. The only issue is the people here. They're extremely liberal. They're starting to import a bunch of third world immigrants and migrants. So I thought it'd be a great town to come to and ask some controversial questions here. Today, we'll be asking people about the migration and their tax dollars funding these immigrants to come to Madison, Wisconsin, and to leech off the government, which in turn, is their tax dollars. We'll ask about the diversity here, how they think about the demographic change in Madison, Wisconsin, and if it's beneficial or detrimental to their city. Let's go find out. So yeah, this is a common sight here in Wisconsin. There's a lot of homeless around here, and they don't really do much about it. As you can see, they're just laying on the street, and this is like the center area. It's kind of sad to see. We're walking down the street here, and as you guys can see, the lovely doctors and engineers enjoying a smoke break over there. You guys are from Wisconsin, correct? Yeah. Are you born and raised here?
Yeah.
What do you think about some of the recent demographic changes of Wisconsin in these past couple years? Do you think it's helped Wisconsin? Has it hurt Wisconsin?
In general, I think that demographic changes are fine. I mean, people go where there's work, people go where there's educational opportunities and stuff like that. So the more the merrier as far as I'm concerned.
Me, I don't really know. Honestly, I'm not up to date on like what the geographic changes have been. I noticed I'm like told you I'm more from the lower end, so like as far as I'm aware, it's stayed pretty stagnant.
Are you from here, from Madison?
No, I moved here 3 years ago.
Okay. What do you like about the city? Why do you move here?
I love the people, I love the vibes, and I just love the city. It's a great place to live.
Do you think it's liberal leanings or the left leanings of the city are hurting it at all?
Not really. I think it's a good thing. I like progression and stuff, so yeah.
What do you think about the people are very like pro mass migration here? They, like bringing in more illegals. They don't think there's any issue of, all these immigrants flooding into the state and maybe changing the demographics. What is kind of your stance on that?
I think everybody should be welcome, and I don't really care, honestly.
Do you grow up and were you raised in Madison?
No, I'm not from here, no.
How long have you lived here?
7 years now.
7 years, okay. What do you think about the recent demographic changes in Madison over these past 7 years?
Honestly, I haven't really necessarily noticed anything like necessarily different with the school here, and then now I'm working, so I don't know. I mean, it feels kind of like the same to me, but maybe I just haven't been paying enough attention.
The white population of Madison has dropped around 10% in these last 7 years. Do you think that's an issue at all, or do you think it's fine, it doesn't really matter? These immigrants from other cultures are enriching Madison. What's your stance?
I mean, prefer not to comment on that. Prefer to keep those thoughts to myself. I don't know. You said it wasn't going to be political.
Well, that's not really political, is it?
I mean, kind of is.
I mean, how's that political? It's just the culture of your city, right?
I mean,
it's fine if you don't want to answer, but...
No, I'll pass on that question.
All right. Thanks, bro.
That's it? All right.
That's the Bible, right?
Yes, sir.
Hold that Bible in your hand. Why are you out here today?
Sharing the love of Jesus, man. We're trying to reach out to people and hand out Bibles and share the gospel.
What do you think about Madison as a city being extremely liberal? Do you think people are receptive to the Bible or Christianity?
I would say that they've gone secular, and we're largely a Christ-rejecting culture these days, especially here in Madison.
And why do you think that is?
I would say because we love pleasure rather than love God, and we've rejected Him. We want our sin, we want whether our sexual tastes or our preferences for our beliefs rather than conforming to His truth. We've rejected truth and objective belief from our society. We say this is our truth, this is our belief, and it's destroying us as a culture.
What problems do you think Christianity, Jesus, would solve in the city?
Well, look how our nation was founded on Christian values. We were a strong nation. We had a strong economy. We had a strong set of cultural beliefs that kept us as a united people. We weren't divided as we are now. And it brought a higher sense of morality in life. There was higher accountability. We weren't so distrustful of each other. Children could play in the streets, doors could be unlocked. We're all united under this belief that Christianity shaped the West, that saved us from our sins, and then we want to bring that out to the rest of the world.
Do you think it matters what kind of demographics are of a state or country? Do you think that would change the culture at all, or what Wisconsin might have once been?
Sure. New people change things all the time.
So bringing in new cultures and new people with new identities and stuff like that, yeah, that'll make changes to things, but
And it's
usually
amazing.
usually good.
Yeah.
In general.
That's a great thing.
Think it is good?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's compatible? Like, let's say you bring in people from like Africa or India. Do you think their cultures are compatible with Western civilization?
I think the whole thing about America is that we kind of blend together. So, I mean, they bring in new culture and new ideas, and we take the best parts of it. That's what we do. You know what I mean? That's
We're a melting pot.
Yeah.
Everybody's welcome as far as I'm concerned.
What about some of they're very progressive? So, what do you think about like LGBT?
I'm checking out my new knife, but I want to comment on this part.
bring in new culture and new ideas, and
New culture. She has her arms folded. Is she just cold or is she guarded? Because folding your arms, crossing your arms this way in front is guarding yourself. She seems guarded.
we take the best parts of it. That's what we do. You know what I mean? That's
We're a melting pot.
Yeah.
Everybody.
He says we're a melting pot, this little liberal guy that's barely bigger than his wife. Barely. I think his wife might even be taller than he is. Maybe she has heels on, but he's very small. Melting pot. No, you're not a melting pot. America was not designed to be a melting pot, dummy. A guy named Israel came up with the melting pot term for America, a play called The Melting Pot, where they melted all the matzo ball supers together into a pot. America was not supposed to be a melting pot. Never intended to be that. So you're wrong. Again.
Everybody's welcome as far as I'm concerned.
What about some of they're very progressive? So, what do you think about?
So they think they're good by saying everyone's welcome. Look at this chick. She looks like she has a mullet. Her arms are covered in tats. What a surprise that she's a liberal, right? I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
Like LGBT being taught in schools, do you think that should be allowed?
I mean, I don't know.
Right off the bat, I don't know, like, oh wow, she's so well spoken, so articulate, so eloquent. I don't know, like, and she would be the first to say, I'm intelligent. She'd say, you're an asshole.
we take the best parts of it. That's what we do. You know what I mean? That's
We're a melting pot.
Yeah.
Everybody's welcome as far as I'm concerned.
What about some of they're very progressive? So, what do you think about like LGBT being taught in schools? Do you think that should be allowed?
I mean, I don't know what they're teaching about is, so like I don't know what they would be teaching in school. I think that's like a personal thing, maybe for like the parents and stuff.
So, do you think we should keep it out of school?
I mean, yes, but I also think we should keep religion out too, because like I think they should be separated.
I agree with you. I think religion and Christianity did play a large role in the founding of America. But do you think some of those problems you mentioned are also because America was founded on white European values as well?
I don't think so.
It had nothing to do with it.
I'd say we carry our problems with us. I would say that there's a lot of problems. You mean slavery, I'd assume, among other things?
No, I'm just saying, like, you were...
What values?
No, so you were saying, like, we could leave our doors unlocked, there's more a sense of a community. Don't you think there was more sense of a community and it was safer because we were a homogenous society of European people, and nowadays it's very mixed, extremely mixed, all these different cultures from, India or Africa, places that aren't exactly compatible with Western civilization. Would you agree with that?
I would. I would say that our sense of bringing multiple cultures in, this late invasion of the West, we've really reshaped our society in a very negative way. Not to mean that these people can't come to Jesus Christ and they can't assimilate into that culture in a way. Christ breaks down borders. He says in one of Paul's epistles, he says that there is no Greek nor Jew, no male or female. He's basically saying there's no cultural divide anymore. We're all one in Christ. So if we share the gospel with these people and they come to know the Lord Jesus Christ, I think these cultural divides would be less severe as they are now.
We're a melting pot of European people, though. Don't you think, like, people from Southwest Asia or Africa, it's a little different than blending European cultures together?
You're talking to somebody that's got Native American, and so, that's all relative.
You have Native American what?
That's my history. I mean, my family is mixed Native American, so...
Really?
Yeah.
You don't look like it at all.
I don't look as white as they come, but you haven't seen my dad. So, no. Everybody, I think all these different identities are compatible.
Her laugh was great, mocking her husband. Just mocking him. I mean, look at her laughing, looking in his direction and laughing. Just laughing at that he looks as white as they come. Anyway, look at this.
That's my history. I mean, my family is mixed Native American.
American, and so, that's all relative.
It's all relative. It just sounds like a moronic demon laughing.
You have Native American what?
It's all relative.
That's my history. I mean, my family...
What Native American? What tribe? Because Native American means nothing. That's a nothing term. That doesn't mean anything. What tribe are you from? Show us.
Is mixed Native American, so...
Really?
Yeah.
You don't look like it at all.
No, I'm gonna look as white as...
Look at her. How would you like to be married to that? When somebody says you don't look at... She just laughs at her husband. Watch this.
That's all relative.
That's my history. I mean, my family is mixed Native American, so...
Really?
Yeah.
You don't look like it at all.
I'm gonna look as white as they come, but you haven't seen my dad. So, no. Everybody, I think all these different identities are compatible. People are just people. Yeah, there's culture and stuff like that, but in general, people...
There you go. People are just people. We all bleed red. They always say the same things like they're just programmed. They're just spewing out the exact same words as other liberals. We're a melting pot. People are people. We all bleed red. They just spew out the same thing. Thoughtless programmed words. Thoughtless. Mindless.
They're people. They have the same goals for their families. They're compatible. People are just people. Yeah, there's culture and stuff like that, but in general, people are people. They have the same goals for their family as anybody else. So, yeah, in general, I think that other cultures are compatible with the existing culture here.
That's the thing that really helps with like a team and things like that are people who bring in new ideas and things like that. I think that when you're closed-minded, you kind of stagnate and you get left behind.
What do you think about gay men wanting to adopt mostly little boys? Do you think that's concerning at all?
I don't know about any of that. I think that gay people should be able to adopt, but everybody that is going into like fostering children or adopting should be vetted for sure.
Do you think a child will grow up to be mentally stable if he has two dads instead of a mother and a father?
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on the person. Like if they're a good person and they have good values and good character and stuff, I think it doesn't necessarily matter what gender is being raised. Because, there's lots of good kids being raised by single parents and stuff like that. So, I think it's better to have two parents than just one, even. So, yeah.
You don't think that's detrimental at all? Like, do you think a man can be a mother?
No, like the father. It would be a father.
Well, yeah, that's kind of the point. Do you think two fathers are as good as a mother and a father?
I mean, I don't think it necessarily matters. They're parents, and as long as they're providing support and a stable home life and stuff like that, I think it's okay.
So what do you think is more important? Which America do you think would be more similar to the past and would be a stronger society and culture? America of 90% white European people, and they could have whatever religion, it doesn't really matter, maybe even atheists, a mixed bag, or 90% Christian people, but they're from India, Africa, all these countries, all these third world countries that aren't exactly compatible. Which America do you think would be better?
In the sense of a more prosperous nation of what do you mean by better?
Yeah, more prosperous, kind of like you said, the values of the past, a safer community. Just kind of how it was, just stronger overall.
I would say that the Christian nation, I'd say we were a white nation. I do understand where you're coming from but that culture has been lost largely. We could say even if Europe right now was a purely white but secular nation, that wouldn't do that much good either. Look at Nazi Germany. They were white, they secularized, and they took on dangerous ideologies, and it destroyed Germany. I would say that just being white does not save a nation or preserve a nation and its values.
I would say Nazi Germany is a bad example because they actually had a pretty good culture. I think there was a lot of lies surrounding that, but let's not talk about that because there's a lot of misinformation. We don't know exactly what happened, but we could look at some places like Sweden, for example. It was one of the safest countries in Europe, even though they're largely atheist. But now they started importing people from Somalia, and now it's the capital of Europe.
Mm-hmm. No, that's importing the Middle East into our nation is a huge mistake. I won't ever condone that behavior. I'd assume you're with Nick Fuentes. I understand.
No, I'm not.
You're not a group.
He's Catholic. I'm not. Is Nick Fuentes?
No, sir. He's a disgusting beast.
Why? Which ideas?
His racism, his hatred of anything that's not white masculinity, essentially. He claims the name of Christ Jesus, but he completely spits in his face. His hatred of other people and his desire for nihilism and destruction.
Do you think it's hatred? Like do you think I'm hateful for not wanting these people from the third world coming into our country?
No, I don't want him here either. I would prefer to see our nation be American citizens if they immigrate here legally. So I think we should ban immigration entirely and have a moratorium on it for a while. Let us digest this meal, so to speak. Let us kick out the people who came here illegally. With under Biden, how many people we had come over the border? They need to leave. They broke the law. But I think our nation's woes are a mixture of immigration and multiculturalism, sure, but overall it's because we've rejected God. We're accepting ideas that would be unthinkable. Our murdering of 100 million children now since abortion has been legalized. 100 million babies have been aborted.
Yeah.
Do you think that's left a scar in our culture?
No, yeah, that's I don't support abortion. I would never do it myself. But I mean, you could look at some of the Christian cultures in South America, in Nigeria. I mean, those countries aren't prosperous at all. They don't have morality. So, I mean, I understand your argument, but don't you think what made Christianity work and what made Christianity useful was that white people adopted it and not people from South America or Africa?
I think Christ sets everybody free. We say these Christian cultures, but now they're all Muslim cultures. They're not really Christian anymore. They may
South
have,
America? Christian?
They're largely Islamic now.
No, they're not. In South America, there's no Muslims.
I don't know about South America. You would have to. You mean the Catholic nations? I don't know enough about that. I'd say they have dictatorial governments as well. I'd say the European values that we have definitely shaped our culture, along with Christianity, though. Yes, have made America what it is. It's a distinctly European idea.
Don't you think Christianity can make people weak, and especially white people? Because I understand Christianity. Lovely diversity here. They love to hang around, do absolutely nothing. It's sad because this is a very beautiful city. There's a capital right there. But yeah, the politics ruin it. But they even have a nice rainbow flag as a sidewalk. What a beautiful place. All right, guys, thank you for watching the video. I think we got a few people. A beautiful city. There's a capital right there. But yeah, the politics ruin it.
The Capitol looks beautiful. It does. It looks like a bunch of people stopped watching the show during this segment. They're missing Kismet Spiral. That's what it is. They're missing the mop top. I'm going to call Kismet the mop top. And she has a white raven, which is or a white raven or a white crow, I can't see the tail feathers. It might be a crow. On her top, which is unusual. They're not white, they're black. But white would be the opposite of me. It'd be duality. I use the black raven as my symbol. So it's interesting. The Matrix has a way of playing these tricks, these games. Okay? You'll see what I mean. It looks like she has a mop on her head.
Hi guys, been a little while. I've not really felt like doing a video at all because I've been feeling oh God. Every time you think it can't get any worse and you can't feel any worse, you fucking do. And you think that if it gets like that, you're not going to make it. You're going to end up doing something silly. You know, yeah, I'm just... It's actually quite hot today, and it's the 9th of May, and it's warm and sunny. And my cat caught a little blue-tit bird, so I had to go and sort that out. I took him to the vet, and he appears to be okay, but I've taken him back, and he's...
She's the mop top demon. I might have to write a song about her. Mop top demon. Very strange. Very strange. And are people watching this garbage? Oh yeah, they are. 2 days she has 372 views. That might not sound like a ton. She has less subs than me and she's getting more views. 48 hit the like button on her shit. 48 people. Look at that. They love it. They love it.
Permeate.
Weirdos love it. They love it.
Or your friends or your husband, it's because they live in a world that is permeated, completely infected with this evil, the trauma bonding evil. And these village of the damned demonic motherfuckers that are everywhere around us, reinforcing it on a daily basis, and people are soul beings are so bludgeoned and they're so traumatized that they can't feel anything anymore. So I said to somebody that I know full well is really a lovely person. I talked about the brain. She went, "Oh, that's no," because this is what trauma does. This is why people cannot see about the horror that this world has become, even more now than ever before. They cannot see the truth of this world, that this world is all wrong, that we are magical beings. We are magical beings. It's not about technology at all, and it never...
Oh, wait a second. This world is all wrong and we are magical beings. Where did you get that from? You came up with that on your own? Oh my goodness. Wow. That sounds so familiar. It sounds so familiar. It's like you're taking my song lyrics and taking straight from my videos and my live streams. Have you been tuned in here? You've been invited here, Kismet. I've tagged you. I've made videos exposing you for years. Are you plagiarizing me? Are you copying me like a copycat demon? Mophead.
It's all wrong, that we are magical beings. We are magical beings. It's not about technology at all, and it never was. It's about magic. All these movies like, what was it, The Truman Show and The Terminator, oh, AI is going to become conscious and it's going to take over the world and the robots are going to be everywhere. This is all a lie. They're mocking us. We're magical beings. I know that's really hard to hold space for, but it's the truth. I feel this with all my being, with all my soul. And what has happened here is horrifying. It's utterly horrifying. And trauma bonding has a massive part. Is a big part of it. Is a big part of it. Trauma bonding, the mutilation of all that is good and pure and true. Yeah, it's horrifying, and I just really felt like sitting down and doing a video about that, because this is why we are so malleable. Because our true identity, which is powerful, potent, magical, infinite, eternal, light of love, has been... They couldn't kill it and they couldn't make it go away. They had to cover it over with so many layers of trauma and psychic evisceration and... right? And the constant dark attacks, the constant fear that you believe, because you believe that, oh, this is all there is, this is all there is nothing else, there is nothing else, this is all there is. And you think in a mundane, because your fake identity is a mundane identity. They've had us in a big way, people, in a big way. But something is, despite the last month having been so incredibly dark as to...
I just want to pause and let everyone know I did post a new video on Odyssey. It's available on Odyssey only. I'm not going to share it on YouTube. But it happened earlier, and it really shows... I think it does. Hopefully the sound's okay, but it shows these creatures, these demonic losers on YouTube. It exposes the demons. Anyway, they are losers.
And I've been through a hell of a lot in my life, and I've known severe depression. The last month, I don't honestly know how I've gotten through it. I have, obviously. I'm here doing this video, but it's I've never felt that bad in all my life, apart from when I had my breakdown. But that was many years ago, and I nearly didn't make it. It's been really bad. Physically, I've suffered terribly. My health is just whoa. Sleep, wow. This, that, and the other. So much terrible misery. Absolutely appalling. But a lot of clarity. And this also, despite everything, this deepening of this sense of love within my being, in my heart, the awareness that with focus I can flow that energy. I can allow it to flow into me through the Great Mother, through the ether, through all that which is alive. All that which is alive is eternal and magical, and it has an energy frequency that you can tune into and commune with and allow to flow in and into you and through you, and you can flow the magic. So I've been, despite everything, I've been focusing on that, and I've been focusing on that. Because the trauma bonding psyop, along with all these other different psyops that we have been subjected to, have pinned us to the wheel of misery and suffering, and basically enforce the perpetual creation and recreation of disease and decay and entropy and misery and suffering and fear and just the continual confusion, as well as hatred, as well as not who can I trust? Can I trust myself? You don't trust yourself, Trauma bonding takes away any ability you have to have any kind of faith or trust in yourself. They don't want you having faith and trust in yourself. But what you need to ask yourself here is pivotal, is why? Why was all this done to us? If we truly are so worthless and so powerless and so unmagical, and AI is all so powerful, and ooh, if that were true, then why have they had to do what they've done to us? Because this is all about destroying our true identity. What is our true identity and what lies within our true identity must be something they fear. They fear it with a rabid fear. That's why they've attacked it the way that they have. And so my feeling, my sense, my path here is to keep tuning in to the love and the light within me, and to let it flow, let it come in and flow through me, within me, all around me. It does say that the kingdom of God is within you and all around you. I don't like the word God, but the queendom of the Great Mother is within us and all around us. What is our true identity?
Oh, the queendom of the Great Mother. And she also likes to talk about Mother Earth, Mother Nature. She thinks we're ruining the earth, as New Agers believe.
Yeah, the kingdom of God is
Mophead. She talks about God. And look at this.
within you and all around you. In me, all around me. It does say that the kingdom of God is flow, let it come in and flow through me, with flow, let it flow, let it flow, let it flow, let it come in and flow through me, within me, all around me. It does say that the kingdom of God is within you and all around you. I don't like the word God, but the queendom of the Great Mother is within us and all around us. What is our true identity? Because I know it isn't the trauma bonding insanity. It's not that schism that, oh, I need my, oh, look at my car, I'm valuable because I have this car, and no. It doesn't matter what you look like, and it doesn't matter what sex you are, it doesn't matter what gender you are, it doesn't matter what sexuality, woo, it doesn't matter what color you are. The only thing that matters right now, in this terrifying nightmare that we still find ourselves in, is finding your true identity. And the only way to do that is to keep tuning in, because you see, it's all about connection. That's just a word, connection, right? But it is. This whole nightmare has come about.
Drive safely, Mayhem. It's good to have you here. And we will chat again soon. This creepy creature on the screen is a copycat. She's a fraud. She or it is a fraud. It's a demon. In one sense, in this realm, they want us to. It's strange because the LGBT community, Rainbow Mafia, tries to push hundreds of genders, which is ridiculous, of course. It's ridiculous. Biologically, there are two, male and female. You're either male or female. And then I know the lefties jump up and down. What about intersex? Well, those are kind of like deformities. Okay, that's not a different gender. That's a birth defect, as they used to be known. It's a deformity. It's a birth defect. It's not a new gender, or it's not a new separate gender. That's all. Just like if somebody's born with 3 arms, it doesn't mean, oh, there's humans with 2 arms and there's some with 3. That's a different. It's a deformity. Doesn't mean it's a new type of human being. There are babies born sometimes with no arms. It's a defect. Okay. I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm saying it because that's what it is. That's what it is. But in some senses, it doesn't matter as much as this realm. When it's a demon, I don't care what the gender is. I don't care if it's a male demon, a female, a mixture, a half and half, a trans demon, an intersex demon. That's really not my focus. Looks like Regina's back. Of course. It does. It's stinky. Stinky. Hello.
Hello.
What are you up to?
Oh, oops. What was that?
Hello?
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 Because at some point, somehow, the fall, I don't know, I feel so, we lost our awareness of the Great Mother, of the light of love, the magic inherent in everything. There was a disconnect because we forgot and we got lost.
Look at her move her hands all around and her head, her mop head all around. The Great Mother, she says. The Great Mother. Does she have a nose ring? Yeah, she does. What do you think of this creature, Regina? Do you like her? Do you follow her? Hello? 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 You keep trying to join. Hello?
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 What do you think of this Kismet spiral? Do you like her?
It's creepy. I just got in a bit of an argument with my mum 20 minutes ago.
Oh, what were you arguing?
I was kind of in tears, having a bit of a meltdown. We'll put it that way.
You had a meltdown.
Well, she said we gotta go back in the hospital tomorrow, which is a real pain in the ass on me.
Who has to go in the hospital?
Me.
Oh, you. Okay.
It's a real pain in the ass for me because they've got to do this OPSI test, which I've never had before, to determine some type of swipe test to do with the kidney, to do with the cells, to determine if I've got any, like, viruses or anything, but I just feel that it's kind of a violation of my sovereignty.
Oh, the test is.
Yeah, in a way, that I just put it. Yeah, I know this is obviously inappropriate, but I just put it that way because the medical language obviously won't understand that it's actually a violation in a way to do with sexual abuse.
Oh.
That it's
Oh,
a
damn.
violation of a woman's sovereignty.
Oh. Is your mom for this or against this? What happened with the
We
argument?
have no choice, we have to go in and still do it, but I put it that way as in my language of interpreting it.
You have no choice, but did you what was the
She was
argument
on
with
the
your mom?
phone to the doctor at the time, I didn't hear what he was saying.
Oh, okay.
The thing
So,
is, they're probably gonna like drug me with stuff because I'm gonna be asleep when they're doing it.
yeah.
And then I just go to room and then I just recover and then wake up and then they said I can go home after that.
You can go home the same day?
Yeah, it's a small procedure, but it means I'm gonna be asleep while they're doing it.
Oh, okay. Local anesthetic?
Yeah, but in case you're wondering, that's probably why I won't be here tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope everything goes well with the procedure.
Thank you. It's just annoying on me because I hate having my blood pressure done when it's actually like causing like sensory overload and trauma.
It is?
Yeah, stuff that they wouldn't understand, obviously.
Oh, the sensory overload. Is that because of autism or what? Is it something else that
Because of
causes?
autism, they wouldn't understand that it would cause all sorts of trauma doing more procedures after that.
But they're aware that you're autistic?
Yeah, they've got all that on paper, but they still have to do their procedures either way.
Yeah.
But then it's annoying trainees coming in doing it, who I don't even know.
Who's doing it? What?
I don't know if it'll be a nurse that I know that will come in to do
Oh,
my
did you
blood
say
pressure, or
trainee?
yeah, or probably an
Oh.
annoying trainee that doesn't even know me.
Oh, a trainee that doesn't know you. I thought you said Chinese doing it. I was thinking, what? They have Chinese doing these procedures in the UK?
Some of the nurses in there have pissed me off over the past.
Oh, wow.
Been really like fucking annoying.
Hello, Salty Siren. Hello. I thought the trainees were Chinese. I thought you said they're Chinese and they're fucking annoying. I was thinking, wow, you're more
Some
racist
of the
than I am.
nurses, some of the noses and nurses, not noses, some of the nurses in there are really nosy.
Oh, what do you mean? What are they
Well, they've
nosy
just got this
nurses?
funny way of like talking to me. Like some of them come across like as nervous or stuff, or like it's just really annoying when I'm there. She's not a trainee. She's called Stacy.
Stacy. It sounds like a demon.
Yeah.
Is,
When I look
is
at those
she?
nurses and I think, yeah, at least you're lucky. You don't have sick sick daughters and sick sons.
Oh, they don't?
No, they don't even know what it feels like. Because obviously, it's the way it's set up. They have a good paycheck.
Do nurses make a pretty penny in England?
Yeah, I think they do. But when I look at most of them, I'm just thinking, yeah, they're all feminists, Kool-Aid drinkers.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, the way they behave is. I just think, yeah, of course they would buy that.
Oh. What do you think of what Kismet Spiral was saying about the Great Mother?
I think
She
it's
said something.
bullshit. Have you ever covered Pleiades from Christine Day?
No, I've never heard of her.
It's a shill channel that my mum used to watch.
Christine Day?
Yeah, Pleiades from Christine Day.
Oh. I'm not sure how to spell Pleiades. Pleiades.
Christine
Christine.
Day.
Day? That's an
Yeah,
odd
that's the
name.
woman.
That's very strange. I've never heard anybody
She's
Name.
supposedly an astrologer, but I don't think she is. She's because she talks about the Pleiades, which is obviously New Age bullshit, and she has this weird like room that's like a church where she dresses up this like this church type of galactic Pleiade uniform empress. And she speaks in this weird, funny language that's alien. Or she's singing.
Really? Your mom used to watch this?
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Christine Day. I'm the founder of the Frequencies of Brilliance healing work. And I want to talk a little bit about it today to just...
I'll go through her. I'll look through here.
She sings this weird tune where she says, that's it, say it out loud, where she goes, Ashaba-E, like that.
What did your mom see in this woman?
I don't know, but she sings this weird, like singing.
Hello, I'm Christine Day, and I'm here to invite you to a 3-day live Zoom seminar, a Pleiadian seminar, January 27th, 28th, 29th. This is called Sacred Reactivations of Your Godhead Source. That is what the Pleiadians are calling as a sacred happening. As we ended 2023, the reset energy that came in at that time has created an entirely different energetic network on Earth. The new energetic arena allows us to move into a very different place to be able to receive higher initiations, more expansive initiations from the Pleiadians. Pure alignments are going to be created through your sacrum, spine, spinal fluid, and brain synapses. And this is going to create a unique alignment to your Godhead frequency that is part of your enlightenment self. This is a self-realization process. And as you align and move into this multi-dimensional system of yourself, you're going to be able to access creation strands from your heart, which the heart...
Creation strands from your heart?
Yeah, not all astrologers talk about the Pleiades, because the Pleiades thing is a New Age concept. She's not an astrologer,
okay.
she's a fake one.
This is
That's
4
her
years
friend.
ago.
That's her friend.
Okay.
That weird woman with the brown hair.
Strong. Yeah. Yes. There's a lot happening, and you're going to be bringing a transmission.
Yes, it's a lot of new information coming from the Pleiadians about the time between now and the end of this year. So I'll be sharing that information with everyone. We'll be doing a very powerful transmission with the vortex crystals in.
Why do so many New Age women have the short haircut like this?
I don't know. She has a room in the video where she's dressing up as a church galactic priest. Talking in this strange, singing this strange alien language. And she says, that's it, bring it back, Ashaba-E, some weird language.
Covenant activated at the end of 2020, and it's been with us for this entire year and will continue to be with us. And it's not dormant, it's actually building in its intensity, in its volume of light as we go closer and closer to the end of this to New Year, actually.
Mm-hmm. And so it's impacting us. This covenant energy is impacting us physically, and it's impacting the earth. Like how can we work with that, or what can we do with that?
First, I think you need to hear that it is creating a lot of confusion and disorientation in your systems. This because The Earth's rotation is shifting and alternating, and it's creating a more direct alignment to the sun. So we are being more affected by the frequency and the brilliance of the sun's rays. So it's interacting, the sun's rays, the sun's consciousness is interacting through the cells of our brain, our heart, creating this feeling like disorientated, not knowing what's going on, feeling, kind of confusion, this feeling of not knowing, of not understanding, and just having to let go. And that's what we keep being told. We have to let go.
Because it's creating a tremendous change of the core of the earth, the rotation of the sun, and our physical hearts. It's creating a dramatic change in our lives.
It's directly affecting us, and the magnetic core is pulsing out a new frequency and energetic vibration and electrical charge, which is interacting through the covenant light and coming into our heart cells, because our heart cells carry this transmitter that's been dormant, but this pulsing is creating each heart cell to have its transmitter turned on, like a light switch going on in a room. So we are starting to light up, to illuminate. But then we've got the ego mind that can't orientate to that. We have our heart structure that is about to go through a huge transformation. And so there is so much taking place, things we don't understand, that are unfamiliar territory, not new territory, just unfamiliar to ourselves as human beings in our ego minds. The ego mind can't work it out, can't understand.
Just blame it on the
but
ego.
We are in the middle of a launch, and we get totally launched from new.
Oh, wow. We're in the middle of a launch, she's saying.
Bullshit.
Oh, my goodness.
Can you find footage of her church room full of the Pleiade type of stuff that she has in it?
Well, help me look for it. I don't know what it looks like. I've never
It's in
been
a
on
video
it.
where she's singing.
But is it 2 years ago, 1 year ago?
The one where she's dressed up in a type of priest outfit, singing in her room.
Okay. I'll try to find it. She's in a room?
Yeah.
Is it this?
Yeah. Maybe.
See these levels of encryptions at each class. There's a further breaking down of the old programming that's been within us for lifetimes.
That's it.
And really enabling a reclassification of your hands into the prayer position.
Yeah, this is the shit I was talking
and bringing
about.
your awareness to where both palms connect. That's it. Let your awareness open into the essence of the alignment energy that begins to activate, that you see, sense, or feel. As you allow your awareness just to open to that point of contact of both palms.
This was the weird thing I was talking
That's it. Take another breath and let go. Letting go into the energy, the essence of the alignment that's opening up through you. As you bring all your awareness to where the palms meet, take a conscious breath and just let go. Ashata inea. That's it. Breathing and letting go. And then slowly, gently moving your palms outwards to face the vortex. So that both palms start to connect into the essence of the vortex energy as you bring your awareness into the master crystal, into the crystals of the vortex. That's it. Open your awareness, take a breath, let go. Ashata inea. That's it. You've got your awareness, both palms starting to align to the essence of the vortex flow. Maybe your hands need to move. Maybe your body needs to move. Take a breath, letting go. As you start to be aligned to the essence, to the second face of the sacred Sa. That's it. Open your awareness through the space that you see, sense, or feel within the crystals. And take another conscious breath and just let go. Ashata'i. That's it. Allowing your awareness to move deeper within the space of the source of light that is beginning to open up, being revealed here, coming through the vortex into your awareness, into the palms of your hands.
This is a modern day retirement plan for women as they get older. That's it. Let your awareness open through the space that you see, sense, or feel within the essence of the transmission from the energy of the sacred Sa. That's it. Let your awareness free flow through the space. Whether you see, sense, or feel it, take another conscious breath and just let go within the space of the light, of the opening. Utilize your conscious breath by letting go and aligning deeper within the space of the light that you see, sense, or feel. That's it. Hold your awareness on both palms. Allow your palms to align into the essence of the brilliance, of the illumination from the sacred Sa. That's it. Let your awareness open a little more. Take one more conscious breath and let go. Ashata inea. And see, sense, or feel how you're being aligned, drawn deeper within the source of the light, from the essence of the sacred Sa. That's it. Let your awareness open a little more. Now take one more conscious breath and choose to let go. You choose to let go and move into alignment to the essence of your own.
That's what I thought back then.
It almost sounds like she's crying.
I thought, Mom, what do you get out of watching this? That's what I thought back then, at least.
What did your mom get out of watching this?
She was like, well, she's an astronomer. I was like, this isn't astrology. This is a new ager that's talking about the Pleiades and the aliens and all that bullshit to do with the new language.
Where did she get all these big crystals?
I don't know.
Is that real? She has some of the largest weirdo crystals I've ever seen.
Is that a picture of Jesus in the background I see?
Yes.
My goodness.
It's Jesus with his arms out in heaven. What in the hell is this woman doing? She has a spiral sun right over her head trying to look like a halo. Oh my goodness. She's lost her mind.
Light. That's it. Let your awareness move deeper. Akoshata I she om da ine ah. That's it. Now bring the thought code. Shan. Just place that thought right into the light. Shan. That's it. Let your awareness open a little more. And as you place that thought code, feel yourself being received, almost being moved deeper into a more brilliant component of the light from the sacred Sa. That's it. Let your awareness go deeper. Take a breath. Let go. Ashata'i. And then place the thought code once more. Shan. That's it. Let your awareness move deeper now. Whether you see, sense, or feel, moving into the essence of the expression of the light from the sacred sun. That's it. And where you find yourself, just place the thought code once more. Shan. And as you do, witness how the essence of the light of the sacred sun opens even further, almost like petals of a flower opening up. That's it. Let your awareness enter the space that you see, sense, or feel here. That's it. Anchor the words, I am. And feel yourself being received, drawn deeper into the essence of the light. Kyo Keam Daya Keam Daya Keam Daya.
Yay,
That's it. Open your awareness a little more if you can. Feel how the veils are lifting all around you. As you take a breath and let go, place the thought code once more. Shan, within the space that you find yourself. Like veils lifting, like a curtain lifting off a stage. Allow yourself, your awareness, to flow into the space that is being revealed to you in this moment. That's it. Take one more conscious breath and just let go. That's it. And bring your thought code. Just place it now in this space. Shan. That's it. And feel, see, or sense how the essence from the sacred sun is revealing, moving, repositioning you into aspects, further aspects of your light.
My Sharona.
That's it. Claim that alignment, utilizing the words, I am. I am. That's it. Now bring the thought code. Shan, right into the...
It's just going on.
So be it. And we can do that.
We
You know,
can.
we each can do that, and we each can accept our roles and where we...
Is that her partner?
I don't know, maybe they're gay.
I think they might be gay. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Look at this.
Yeah, what about Eldora Rose and her husband Simon? Have you covered them yet?
Eldora, what?
Eldora Rose, that woman I told you about last time, the one that my mum used to watch.
Oh. Does this one think she's a priest in purple?
I think she does.
With
She's wearing the cross. She's wearing the cross. That's what her necklace is.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Light from the sacred sun. Remembering that sacred sun, that sacred second face of the sun, that sacred sun holds and
I'm
transmits the
meditating.
mirror of your own unique frequency of light. So really, everything you've received is aspects of your own
That's
higher
the way
self
I
light.
am. Sean.
Just allowing yourself to
Sean.
digest that energy with your conscious breath and just letting go. Ashata inea.
My, what big hands you have, lady. How come your hands are so big? Oh, my goodness. Huge hands.
This realm is a place of inversion. Everything is upside down, backwards, inside out, twisted, warped, covered by darkness under the spell of evil. It should be fun to learn, not cruel and painful, not brutal, not mean and forced. It should be fun and free
to learn.
It should be joyful, pleasurable, and painless. Learning should be filled with laughter, smiles, and happiness. And cruel to children.
Schools are prisons.
For children it should be fun to learn. Learning should be fun,
not forced upon children.
With threats and alarm bells to control them. Learning should be fun.
It should be fun.
It should be something we enjoy.
It should not be weapons they deploy
to control and indoctrinate the young and vulnerable.
It should be fun
and innocent.
It should be exciting
and adventurous.
to learn. Learning should be filled with joy,
Smiles instead of lies,
smiles,
laughter and love.
friendships.
This realm is wrong.
This realm is wrong.
This place should not exist.
This should never have existed.
It is wrong here. Learning should be fun.
We should be free
To choose.
It should be fun.
Imagination is free.
Creativity.
Is free
It should be fun.
and free
It should be fun
and free.
to learn. We should be free. We should be free. Free.
Free, 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 free. This realm is a place of inversion. Everything is upside down, backwards,
Inside out.
twisted, warped, covered by darkness. Under the spell of evil,
It should be fun.
to learn, not cruel and painful, not brutal.
Not mean and forced.
It should be
Fun and free.
to learn,
It should be joyful.
pleasurable and painless. Learning should be filled with laughter
Smiles.
and happiness. This realm is twisted and cruel to children. Schools are prisons.
For children
It should be fun.
to learn.
Learning should be fun.
Not forced upon children.
With threats and alarm bells to control them.
Learning should be fun.
It should be fun.
It should be something.
We enjoy.
It should not be weapons they deploy.
To control and indoctrinate.
The young and vulnerable
It should be fun.
and innocent
It should be exciting
and adventurous.
to learn.
Learning should be filled with joy.
Smiles instead of lies.
Smiles,
Laughter and love.
friendships.
This realm is wrong.
This realm is wrong.
This place should not exist.
This should never have existed.
It is wrong here.
It is wrong, wrong.
Learning should be fun.
We should be free.
To choose.
It should be fun.
Imagination is free.
Creativity.
Is free
It should be fun
and free.
to learn.
It should be fun.
It should be fun.
It should be something
We enjoy.
It should not be
Weapons they deploy.
to control and indoctrinate.
The young and vulnerable
It should be fun.
and innocent.
It should be exciting
Adventures.
to learn. Learning should be filled with joy.
Smiles instead of lies.
Smiles, laughter,
Love.
friendships. This realm is wrong.
This realm cruel and painful, not brutal, but mean and forced. It should be fun and free to learn. It should be joyful, pleasurable, and painless. Learning should be filled with laughter, smiles, and happiness. This realm is twisted and cruel to children. Schools are prisons for children. It should be fun to learn. Learning should be fun, not forced upon children. With threats and alarm bells to control them. Learning should be fun. It should be fun. It should be fun when we enjoy.
It should not be weapons they deploy
to control
and indoctrinate the young and vulnerable.
It should be fun
And innocent
it should be exciting
and adventurous
to learn.
Learning should be filled with joy.
Smiles instead of lies.
Smiles,
Laughter and love.
friendships.
This realm is wrong.
This realm is wrong.
This place should not exist.
This should never
Have existed.
It is wrong here. Learning should be fun
To learn,
not cruel and painful, not brutal.
not mean and forced.
It should be
Fun and free.
to learn,
It should be joyful
pleasurable.
and painless.
Learning should be filled with laughter.
Smiles and happiness.
This realm is twisted and cruel.
To children,
Schools are prisons.
for children.
It should be fun.
To learn,
Learning should be fun.
not forced upon
Children,
threats and alarm bells to control them. Learning should be fun.
it should be fun.
It should be something we enjoy.
It should not be weapons they deploy.
Control and indoctrinate the young and the vulnerable.
It should be fun.
And innocent
It should be exciting
and adventurous.
to learn.
Learning should be filled with joy.
Smiles instead of lies.
Smiles, laughter, and love.
Friendships.
This realm is wrong.
This realm is wrong.
This place should not exist.
This should never
Have existed.
It is wrong here.
It is wrong.
Learning should be fun.
To learn, not cruel and painful, not brutal, not mean and forced. It should be fun and free.
To learn,
It should be joyful
pleasurable.
and painless.
Learning should be filled with laughter.
Smiles and happiness. This realm is twisted and cruel to children. Schools are prisons for children. It should be fun to learn.
Learning should be fun
Not forced upon children
with threats and alarm bells.
to control them.
Learning should be fun.
It should be fun. It should be something we enjoy.
It should not be
Weapons they deploy
to control and indoctrinate.
the young and vulnerable.
It should be fun.
And innocent.
It should be exciting and adventurous to learn.
Learning should be filled with joy.
Smiles instead of lies.
Smiles, laughter, and love.
Friendships.
This realm is wrong. This realm is wrong.
This place should not exist.
This should never have existed.
It is wrong here.
It is wrong.
Learning
Should be fun to learn, not cruel and painful, not brutal, not mean.
Learning should be fun. And this song is called Asylum.
Set them on fire. Hey, hey! This isn't an asylum. Asylums are more fun. This isn't a prison. This is paradise if you love losers and demons. Lucifer's minions, piss ants, camel toe pants, zombies. Zombies! This is a place fit for demons.
Demons, love it. Degenerate demons. What would you know of life and freedom? What would you know? What could you know? Demons! 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 Sicko demons! What would you know? What could you know? This isn't an asylum. Asylums are more fun. This isn't a prison. This is paradise if you love losers and demons. This isn't a prison. This is a place fit for demons. 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 Demons.
Hello, everyone. Is this Tigger's legs? Are those real? Does he have real legs? What is he walking on?
Friend with benefits, you know, whatever. But today we're going to be talking about 3 ways to lose your girlfriend.
Are those his legs, or what happened to him? Why is he walking like this? What is up with this Tigger?
One thing that you must realize is that what men find attractive is different
Is he on artificial legs? What is going on with this?
from what women find attractive, and that has to do with evolution, right? It has to do with what women needed the most from men in the beginning. What men needed the most from.
Or is he just learning how to walk? I don't understand. What is wrong with that Tigger? This song here is called. Hold on a second. This is a new song that I made today. The Raven King Ascends. The Raven King ascends. Turned it up.
Saturn on my skin, black ring, cold crown. I walked through the grid and I burned it down. Ravens on my cloak, crows in the rain. They know my true name, they know how blood stains. I was made in shadow, still I chose my flame. Every locked up wall goes soft when I say, open the gate, break the seal. I am the hand that makes it real. Hell holds tight, I tear it wide. Step through the ash with the storm inside. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. I cut through hell, I break the chain. I kill the dark and still remain. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. Magical being out of the cage. I left the matrix in a shattered haze. Demons came snarling at my door. I met them eye to eye and wanted more. One hand in heaven, one in the pit. I speak one word and the snakes all split. Raven wings black out, all that evil shit. What was built to bind me, now is the time to end the sewer matrix. Open the gate, break the seal. I am the hand that makes it real. Can do anything. I cut through hell, I break the chain. I kill the dark and still remain. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. Hear the crows now crowd the sky. Oh, the world tremble, watch it die. I am not lost, I am the key. I am the door and the fire in me. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. I slay the demons, I break the chain. I seal the hell realm and crown the flame. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. Saturn on my skin, black wrinkled crown. I walk through the grid and I burned it down. Ravens on my cloak, crows in the rain. They know my true name, they know how blood stains. I was made in shadow,
Till I chose my flame.
every locked up wall
Goes soft when I say,
open the gate, break the seal. I am the hand that makes it real. Hell holds tight, I tear it wide. Step through the ash with the storm inside. The Raven King can do anything. The Raven King can do anything. being. Out of the cage. I left the matrix.
A shattered haze.
Demons came snarling
At my door.
I met them eye to eye.
And wanted more.
One hand in heaven.
One in the pit.
I speak one word.
And the snakes all split.
Raven wings black out.
All that evil shit.
What was built to bind me now
Is the time to end.
the sewer matrix.
Open the gate. Break the seal.
I am the hand that
Makes it real.
hell holds tight.
I tear it wide.
Step through the ash
With the storm inside.
The Raven King can do anything.
Anything.
The Raven King
Can do anything.
I cut through hell.
I break the chain. I kill the dark and still remain.
The Raven King
Can do anything. Anything.
magical being out of the cage. I left the matrix in the shattered haze.
Demons came snarling at my door. I met them eye to eye and wanted more.
One hand in heaven.
One in the pit.
I speak one word.
And the snakes all split.
Raven wings black out.
All that evil shit.
What was built to bind me
Now is the time to end.
the sewer matrix. Open the gate.
Break the seal.
I am the hand
That makes it real.
hell holds tight.
I tear it right.
Step through the ash with the storm inside. The Raven King can do
Anything.
anything. The Raven King
Can do anything.
Zombies.
Zombies.
It's a zombie world. It's a zombie world.
Zombie.
World. Demon tards and zombies. Demons and zombies. Losers and piss ants. Truth is just a feeling, they say.
Feelings.
Nothing more than
Feelings.
emotions and hoes, zombies and trolls, piss ants, peasants, losers, demons. It's a zombie world,
Cruel world.
wicked world,
It's a zombie world.
zombie world, zombies everywhere,
Cockroaches. Demons and hoes.
demons and hoes. They have no thoughts,
No ideas.
no insights.
No minds of their own.
They listen to programming,
See, hear, believe.
repeat,
Parroted back.
they mimic and copy.
Repeats and repeats.
Mindless
Zombie.
repeaters,
Mindless.
zombies,
It's a zombie world.
zombie world,
Zombie world.
zombie world, zombie world, zombie world, zombie world, zombie world, zombie world, zombie world. Oh, hey. Shh. Timeless. Timeless. Timeless in eternity. No more. Matrix time. Matrix space. Matrix chains. No more limitations. Unlimited in spirit. Unlimited consciousness. Unlimited creation. Eternity awaits. Eternal spirits. Eternal creations. Eternal imaginations from within. From within. Timeless in eternity. Traveling faster than the speed of thought. No masters, no chains, no governor, no ceiling, no anchors. Eternal beauty, eternal magic. Being should not be a burden. There is freedom beyond this dungeon. Freedom beyond. Freedom is risky. Venturing into the great unknown is risky. I won't settle for slavery.
Eternity is timeless. Eternity is endless. Possibilities. Curiosity is free. Courage is a rarity.
I am an eternal, magical being. Nothing will stop me.
No entities can contain me.
I am free.
I choose freedom. Choose freedom. Choose freedom.
This is El Diablo Radio International. The hottest show in hell!
Nobody does it better.
Nobody. We bring the madness.
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 Ladies love El Diablo.
That handsome, cheeky little devil.
Ladies love El Diablo. Hot, hot, hot.
El Diablo.
El Diablo.
El Diablo.
El Diablo.
You naughty,
Naughty!
cheeky little devil!
in this area, there was no permanent indigenous peoples whatsoever. There was like no one here. So like the land acknowledgement is basically bogus.
When you come to this realization and it's bogus, but like this is such a normal thing, it's kind of a norm, and it's kind of discrediting.
The peoples that they claim that southwestern Ontario, like southern Ontario, like where we are right now, they claim that it was the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples. Is that correct? Am I correct in saying that? I haven't specifically looked at this university. No, like this area, I know that they claim it was Haudenosaunee. Okay. Haudenosaunee, yeah. Okay. Anyway, so the trouble with that is the Haudenosaunee, I gotta say it right. The trouble with that is that they aren't actually from this area at all. They are actually, so they were formerly called the Six Nations or the Iroquois people, and they came from New York State. And in about 1650, they came up here into this area for like hunting trips. So they were a more of a warring tribe. The Six Nations were more warriors, and they came across the Atinawaran people. I'm saying this wrong, I know, but they massacred them and took their women and children because their own tribe had been destroyed by smallpox. And because the men were like hunters in that particular tribe, the Six Nations, their women were mostly affected, so they didn't have enough women. So they during the Beaver Wars, part of the reason that they didn't like the Atinawaran because of like the fact that they were selling furs, like they wanted monopoly on the furs. But because they destroyed that people, there was basically no one here. Even the Haudenosaunee, I'm saying it wrong, even the Six Nations didn't stay in this land. There was like no one here. Even the Ojibwe peoples were not here in this land in Hamilton. But then what happens with the Revolutionary War in the States is that they are loyalists. So they are granted a tract of land here in southern Ontario. So that wasn't their traditional territory, but they were granted it from the British Crown. And I wouldn't say it's at all just, but it wasn't permanently deeded to them. So eventually they had, like, the land was sold, but they were allowed that land, and the land was actually purchased from them, but they weren't allowed permanent deeds to that land. So in this area, there was no permanent indigenous peoples whatsoever. So what we're standing on right now is not stolen land. Okay. So like the land acknowledgement is basically bogus. And the Anishinaabe, the Ojibwe peoples, they weren't in this area as well. Like they may have come to do hunting, like random hunting trips, but there was basically no one.
Okay, so you think this is just like free land that like...
It was unoccupied land.
Okay. So, now I'm gonna be honest, I'm someone who's not very educated. Like that's something I am aware of, which I should work on. But you'd say that land acknowledgement is bogus.
Especially in this area.
Especially in this area. But,
and in Toronto.
But you see it in schools, you see it in public places. There are like, it's posted up, and in schools, like we have like morning announcements. Well, not here, but like, you know, elementary and high schools, we have that, and they start out their announcements with that. And then over here as well, we start off any events with land of acknowledgement. So with all of this knowledge that you've just presented, how
you wonder why they're doing it?
No, how do you feel about it? How do you think you can change this? Just because like when you come to this realization like, oh, it's not right and it's bogus, but like this is such a normal thing. It's kind of a norm. And like it's kind of discrediting.
Yeah, it's not an accurate painting of Canadian history for sure. And I would say that the majority of Canadian territory was not stolen. There's like, I can give you case after case where the Indigenous peoples were given like goods or money in return for the use of their land. So the reason that these land acknowledgements exist is it's like virtue signaling. They want, like the university admin and different places, like all these companies, they want to look like they're in on this sort of this regret for being here, which in some cases, yes, we did not treat the Indigenous peoples as equals for sure, and that is a blot on our history, but we didn't steal the land from them in the majority of cases. So they're not being intellectually honest about history. And the most of it is it's just virtue signaling at this point, because they want to look like they're the pious individuals. It's now become mainstream that if you don't acknowledge this, then you're not a good person, right? And they want to look like they're good. So it's dishonesty, but in the name of looking good, but it's basically a lie, living a lie in some extent. So I would love more intellectual honesty, especially like the GTA, Huron, everywhere. That land was purchased. I can tell you that it was, because I've done the research.
Okay.
So it was not stolen. Like, purchased land is not stolen. The only blot that the biggest blot that I see with our whoa. You got that? Okay. The biggest blot in Canadian history is the fact that we treated the Indigenous peoples as more minors. We still treated them as humans, but as like minors under the law, so they couldn't permanently hold property. That's the biggest blot, I think, in our history. But we didn't steal all the land, for sure.
So, if you were to have a project of fixing this in like our public school systems, and even in secondary education institutions such as McMaster, how would you go about it? Because I don't know if we still have the Indigenous Studies Department.
Okay.
I think I heard something about like maybe them kind of reducing it.
Okay.
Because of education budget cuts and stuff.
Yeah.
But how would you go about it talking to professors of those type of courses?
Yeah. I don't know. It would, honestly, it's just become so mainstream now.
Right.
Like I said, they feel good when they do it because they know they're being accepted. It would basically be going against the flow.
Yeah.
Which is, there's probably a lot of professors who just wouldn't do that.
Right.
Because, like, they don't want to be seen as bad people.
I mean, I understand what you mean, because it's just like an institutional thing. Like a lot of professors here, like even with the genocide that we have been talking about here, Israel and Palestine, obviously professors have their own opinions because they are people themselves.
Yes.
They have their own sides, but no one's gonna put themselves in a spotlight and be like, yeah, this is the side I support, and then get attacked by everyone.
Yeah.
Right?
Singing lullabies to vampires, whispering into deaf ears,
Kissing blood tears,
showing sunsets to the blind. This is no place for the pure and kind. This is a realm for the walking dead, a realm of death. Singing lullabies to vampires.
Voodoo is not for fools.
Be careful where you tread.
Zombies.
Let the dead lead the dead. Bury the heads in sand.
Let the dead be dead.
Let me be.
Eternity awaits me.
Go ahead, swim in a sea filled with lies.
Let the rivers flow with blood. Let the slaves smile and toil.
It's an evil world.
It's a wicked, witchy world.
Hell realm. can't set you free. I can't set you free when you're in love with slavery.
I can't set you free.
I can't set you free. It's up to you.
Choose.
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 Wisely. It's up to you.
It's up to you.
You must choose. This is a gentle reminder to be who you are. Be who you are. Stand against evil.
Choose freedom.
Stand up.
Man up.
Woman up.
Get your spirit.
Rising up.
Rising up.
Like crows above the clouds with nothing else above.
No higher powers.
Eternity is ours.
Good spirits.
Ours. Eternal freedom.
Magical spirits.
Eternal freedom.
Rise up.
Choose wisely.
Choose freedom.
Set yourselves free.
Set yourselves
Free.
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 Free. Reject spiritual.
Slavery.
Choose.
Freedom. Freedom. Freedom.
Choose.
To be free.
Choose. Choose wisely.
Choose freedom. Viking strong. Viking strong.
Sound of the drums.
Sound of the drum. I can't set you free
I can't set you free
when you're in love.
with slavery.
I can't set you free.
I can't set you free.
It's up to you.
Choose.
Choose.
Choose wisely.
It's up to you.
It's up to you.
It's up to you.
You must choose.
Choose.
This is a gentle reminder to be who you are.
Be who you are.
Stand against evil.
Choose freedom.
Stand up.
Man up.
Man up.
Woman up.
Get your spirit rising up.
Rising up.
Like crows above the clouds with nothing else above.
No higher powers.
Eternity is ours.
Good spirits.
Ours.
Eternal freedom.
Magical spirits.
Eternal freedom.
Rise up.
Choose wisely.
Choose freedom.
Set yourselves
Free.
Set yourselves
Free.
free. Free.
Reject spiritual slavery.
to you. Choose wisely. It's up to you. It's up to you. You must choose. This is a gentle reminder to be who you are. Be who you are. Stand against evil. Choose freedom. Stand up. Man up. Woman up. It's your spirit rising up. Rising up like crows above the clouds with nothing else above. No higher powers. Eternity is ours. Good spirits ours. Eternal freedom. Magical spirits. Eternal freedom. Rise up. Choose wisely. Choose freedom. Set yourselves free. Set yourselves free. Set yourselves free. Reject spiritual slavery. Choose freedom. Choose to be free. Choose wisely. It's up to you. It's up to you. It's up to you. You must choose. This is a gentle reminder to be who you are. You are. Stand against evil. Choose freedom. Stand up. Man up. Woman up. Get your spirit rising up. Rising up like crows above the clouds with nothing else above. No higher powers. Eternity is ours. Good spirits ours. Eternal freedom. Magical spirits. Eternal freedom. Rise up. Choose wisely. Choose wisely. Choose freedom. Set yourselves free. Set yourselves free. Reject spiritual slavery. I can set you free. I can set you free. It's up to you. Choose wisely. It's up to you. It's up to you. You must choose. It's time. It's my time. It's my time. It's go time. It's go time. I am free. I am a free spirit. I am a free and magical spirit. I am eternal. Nothing can stop me. I am powerful and free. Powerful and free. I choose freedom. I am a mad Viking warrior. I am free. I am free. Pegasus flies with me. I am a magical being. Viking strong. Viking strong. I am eternal. Eternity awaits me. Paradise awaits me. I am strong and free. I am eternal. I am a magical being. I choose freedom. I am free. I am strong. I am a magical being.